the owner of the bike shop. It's not even like a joke, but the cops, Pee-wee's bike is stolen. He goes back into the bike shop and passes out, and all the cops are there, and they're talking so seriously. But the one is talking to Chuck, and he's like, yes, I am Chuck, that's me. And he points at the sign. It's just a brief little thing, and I don't even know why it's funny, but...
Yeah, but it's just there, you know.
Yeah.
Are you the owner?
Oh, yes, that's me. They call me Chuck.
Chuck gets shortchanged at the end in terms of the concessions, though.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't give anything to Chuck.
Oh, yeah. You're
Oh,
right.
that's true, yeah.
You're right. Yeah, also, I always noticed that he, like, Dottie asks for her candy, and he just throws it at her. And like I said, it's loose candy. It's not in a packaging or anything like that. Just in his dirty pocket, you know. Just
He doesn't really like her. She's just constantly.
Because girls are
harassing
icky.
him.
When you're a little boy, even if you're a grown man, you have the mentality of a
But that's
little
how the
boy.
movie ends, though. They ride off, you know, in silhouette in front of the movie
Just as
screen or
friends,
whatever.
though. He friend-zoned her.
Well, you never know. It's a new chapter.
Yeah, and now his dog's got a little girl dog friend that's pink, you know, yeah, which
is a dog from Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think will go on to be. The dog was a little baby then. Spray painted it pink.
So it's a famous dog.
It's a famous movie dog.
Yeah.
And soon it will be barking into a dirty hole in the basement.
Put the lotion in the basket. He gets the hose again.
Well, you had pointed out, and that's another scene, like he finally gets his bike back, you have this big epic chase all throughout the Warner Brothers lot, and then, once you get off the lot, for no reason, they throw in this scene where he has to save all these animals from a burning pet shop.
A pet shop that has ducks and chimpanzees, and no one's there.
Yeah.
Thematically, story-wise, it's Pee-wee's ultimate redemption.
Yes.
As a character,
being selfish.
He's not. Yes,
He's being a hero.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the end, he stops to save, even though he's gotten what he wants. The whole movie is just him questing after his bike, and now
and being very selfish along the way.
Right. He could have just kept going and gotten home with his bike and everything, but he stopped to help animals because he loves animals. Not that he was a bad character, but that's his arc.
But no, yeah, he's a hero.
He was single-minded.
Single-minded and selfish, and
and he even saved the snakes.
yes.
That shot.
You can't be
he's
selfish.
running out and screaming with the snakes.
Although it always bothered me because the snakes are what he does dead last, but in the back of that shot, there's still more goldfish.
Yeah, but then you know what he says when they wake him up? When he first wake him up, he goes, I think there's some fish inside.
Oh,
they use that.
okay.
They use that, because, yeah.
You hear me? There's still a few more fish inside. Boy is a hero.
He's like, I've done everything I can do.
I tried to find a flaw, and I couldn't.
Nope.
It's perfect.
Yeah, but no, he actually does. He closes that hole right there.
But yeah, he ends up on a back lot, ironically.
Well, I mean, just that chase sequence is just, you know, it's amazing. It's you have Santa Claus on a sled, and then Godzilla ends up in the sled, being pulled by a boat.
I guess that's one thing that is kind of, I mentioned like the cameos, you're not necessarily having to get them for it to work.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to know who Twisted Sister is.
Yeah,
to know
well,
that,
I would say that's the one, and maybe just because of the music, but that's where it makes it feel a little dated.
Yeah.
That and like the kids constantly saying radical.
You're gonna burn in hell.
Yeah, I know, it's the kids' movie. Yeah. Actually, that's a good question. Is this a kids' movie?
All right, is Dottie still working on your bike?
No, had it back a couple days already.
What's she doing to it?
Can't really talk about it.
Yeah, that Dottie, she's really radical with bikes.
Come on, Simone, let's talk about your big butt.
I've been waiting for somebody to put it to me like that for so long.
You know, or is it like, you know, was it made for children or was it made for adults?
It's made for everyone.
Yeah.
I think it's, like the original stage play there's like some adult stuff in it.
Yeah.
The Pee-wee's Playhouse, that's obviously aimed more at children.
Yeah, but this is,
This is that middle ground where it's like it works for, I mean, I was watching it the other day and I was still laughing.
Yeah.
I've seen this movie so many times.
I miss Tim Burton from the days when he made Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
That's true.
That's it. I miss that Tim Burton.
I'm sure he'll bring it back with Beetlejuice too.
Oh my goodness.
Although, yes, there are good early Tim Burtons, but I think as he gained more power, it just bloated and like.
Well, and he got
like,
corrupted by effect. CG ruined
Willy
everything.
Wonka movie. Like this is just.
That's another thing you were talking about comparing
the
modern Tim Burton, like all the factory stuff
Yes.
in Willy Wonka. Is so it's just
Tim
like
Burton
big empty
loves his
voids with
factories.
CG arms, robot arms. And
Yeah, that's another thing too. I was thinking of the intro. The intro, the Rube Goldberg machine. It's like so perfectly simple and childlike. And I'm just thinking like Pee-wee's house in modern Tim Burton. It's just giant, like bizarrely shaped sets, and it would be like
go on
big,
for 20 minutes.
big robots that are picking up the toast, and a big bird flies in, and eggs fall out, and then little like drones fly up and catch the eggs, and it would just be like over the top.
You're giving away $1 million ideas, all right?
Just
Slow
need a
down.
little plastic bird to break the egg, and then the little thing comes and drops it in.
Well,
And
the
it
funniest-
always bothered me that all he ate was those 2 pieces of the
Yes.
biscuit.
I was
He
about to
makes
say
this
that's the
beautiful
funny
breakfast.
payoff to it. This
He
big
dumps
elaborate
Mr.
thing.
T
and
breakfast on
he
it.
takes 2 bites of Mr. T cereal, and then he's done.
With his oversized fork. Yeah.
Yes, giant. He butters his toast even, and then he covers it in Mr. T and eats 2 bites and is done. I guess that's very childlike too. It's like
Yeah, yeah.
eating 1 bite of your food and just going, "I'm done. Time to go play." Aren't you gonna eat that bacon? Come on, Pee-wee.
Come on, Pee-wee.
Pee-wee.
Dottie impression.
God, Pee-wee. All right, Pee-wee.
Before I forget, we were talking about Dee Snider, and in the end credits there's a little chunk, and it says special guest appearances, and it's Twisted Sister is credited, not Dee Snider, but then James Brolin,
Morgan Fairchild.
Morgan Fairchild, somebody else, and
Oh, Milton Berle's in the movie.
I wanted to say that's Milton Berle doing the one-liner.
Yeah.
What do you think I got down here, a duck?
And he's not credited as a special guest. And I don't even think he's the credits.
Huh.
And I was like, that's definitely Milton Berle. Why isn't he?
Uncredited cameo.
Yeah, did they just forget? You know?
I'm like, was that not Milton Berle? Like,
That was
Oh,
definitely
that
Milton
was
Berle.
he's doing a
Berle.
one-liner.
Yeah.
But yeah.
duck.
And yeah, he was making pretty much a reference to his penis. I remember in that joke.
Yeah.
Because he was notorious for having a really big one.
Yes.
And so
I
forget
learned that on one of our videos.
We talked about this.
Yeah, I had no idea.
And I think I forget what the one-liner is, but it's definitely a reference to
Yeah.
It's something about a duck.
He says that's
Yeah.
that. Do you call that's not a duck?
Yeah.
That's something I never.
Yeah, that's not like a duck down there. Like, you know, it was just definitely one of those like very subtle like things. You know.
Milton Berle's giant cock. With a foot longer. You're gonna burn in hell. And you know what too? I was watching that, and I know Twisted Sister, their gimmick was, cross-dressing or whatever, but every 80s music video that had a giant car in it would have like bikini-cladded babes crawling
On the
all
hood.
over it. But the women in this are like dressed head to toe, like in like leather, and they're just like kind of like
It's like rocker girls.
just like
yeah.
walking slowly next to the car. They're not like being like erotic and
Yeah.
suggestive and or anything. So that was also
And he's the one writhing on the hood.
yes, yeah. It was very un-80s music video.
Oh yeah, they're also making like a Tarzan movie. Another thing they weren't making in the 80s.
Yeah. I noticed that too. Like he just drives by a Tarzan and then he ends up swinging on
Yes,
the,
somehow.
with his bike still connected to him.
It's got strong legs.
yeah.
And when would you ever need your own ejection seat on your own bike?
Yeah. Like what purpose does it serve?
Yeah.
I mean, other than security, maybe.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
But then
yes.
why didn't it work when he originally stole the bike?
Right.
Or is that something he added later
Right,
after he got
right.
the bike back?
That could have been like if Francis ever tries to take my bike again.
Yeah. I'll
I'm
just
gonna
launch
inject him into
right.
the moon.
Or a removable handle.
Yeah, I always thought that was strange too. That he knew something like this was going to happen.
Right.
You know, yeah.
Someone's going to try to grab your handle while you're riding your bike.
That's
then
again,
a
that's
new
the
one
mind of a
pops out.
child.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You never know when you're
Those
going to
are
need that.
those are definitely CinemaSin dings, Joe. Why did his bike have a removable handle? What purpose would
Did he
that
plan for this?
Or a fog machine that shoots out the back.
Yes.
Like, there's a smoke. It shoots out oil.
have? Oil slick,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
It's like a, yeah. It's like
And he actually has a turbo. He has a thing that launches him up to the side of the house.
Yes. He has a jet engine. It's all forgivable. There are zero mistakes.
Yeah.
And I watched this Blu-ray, and it was properly matted. Because the old VHS version, you'd see beneath
It was open mat, yeah.
yeah, the bike, the thing on the side of the bike where the chain comes out.
Oh, yeah.
You would see the chain being fed underneath it.
I
because
always
it was
remember that,
open
and I
mat,
thought,
and I'm
as
like,
a kid, I was confused. I was like, is that a joke?
Is that supposed to
Are
be
you
there?
supposed to see that he's just pulling it through the bottom of it? It was so
And
weird.
and the open mat also shows when he's like falling asleep driving the car, the signs that you could still see it in the actual.
You still see them, yeah.
But the signs are moving on a track.
Yes,
and
I
they're going
remember.
by,
I
and-
noticed
and
that
it's
when I
like
was a kid too.
Totally visible in the home video version. But again, that's not a mistake.
It's a part of the charm.
Part of the charm.
Yeah, got to see how the sausage is made. You know.
Low budget movie.
Oh yeah.
And
The
you're-
low budget led to the funniest 5 seconds in any movie ever, which is when he's in the dark and he puts on the night vision goggles and those lights come on. It's just a bunch of big stuffed animals and like a actual raccoon. There's a couple real animals, but it's just surrounded by all these taxidermy animals. And then the movie just moves on.
just moves on.
It's possibly my favorite joke in any movie ever.
Headlight.
Headlight
goggles,
glasses.
not-
Yeah, headlight glasses. Yeah.
Headlight glasses. I think a lot of the scripts you can attribute to, I mean, obviously Paul Rubens was very funny and at a very kind of specific point of view, but I think a lot of it can be attributed to Phil Hartman. Because you look at it compared to Big Top Pee Wee, and it's like night and day in terms of like, this works, this doesn't.
And Hartman didn't have anything to do with the.
I think they had kind of a falling out
I'd
because of
heard
the
something
TV
about
show, because he didn't have Phil Hartman come on and write the show, and
Okay.
because Phil Hartman is like such a huge part of creating the original stage play and this movie. So yeah, I don't know if they ever patched it out, but I know for a while, yeah, they had a falling out because of that. So and it shows Big Top Pee Wee.
That's unfortunate.
Like we were talking about, all the elements coming together perfectly. That movie's like the exact opposite.
All right.
Yeah,
You have a boring director. You have a bad script that doesn't. Doesn't seem to even like understand the Pee Wee character almost.
I can't remember the last time I saw Big Top Pee. Probably just that one time. You know, and it's like after it came out. You know,
I saw it in the Dollar Theater, and I was just like, it felt like I was at a funeral. It was just dead silent and dark, and I'm just like, what? And then never saw it again.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that wasn't the last Pee Wee movie. He had the Netflix movie, which I don't think either of you have seen.
I haven't seen it. No.
It's genuinely very funny and weird. It leans more into the surreal than this movie does.
Okay.
It has some very bizarre gags. Parts of it feel very like John Waters-like in terms of the tone.
John Watery.
John Watery. So I'm glad that Pee Wee got one more movie that wasn't Big Top Pee Wee.
That's not funny. It's kind of
Watery.
That's why I tried
John Watery.
I tried to just keep moving.
Splash it all over. It's very John Watery. Oh, I wanted to ask if Tim Burton ever worked again with Paul Rubens.
Yes.
And what?
Batman Returns or something like that, right? Yeah, he played
Him and
he
Simone.
played the Penguin, Penguin's father.
It's Paul Rubens and Simone together again.
No shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the very beginning of Batman Returns.
I knew Simone was in that, but I forgot what she played.
And that was after the Paul Rubens famous movie theater incident. So that was kind of Tim Burton, giving him a shot to.
Which is like ridiculous by today's standards.
Oh yeah.
Of scandal.
If you ever look into it, the whole thing was like the cops had nothing to do that night. They're like, yeah, let's go arrest someone at a porno theater.
I think it was just the biggest scandal really was just the fact that he was the host of a children's show.
That's the salacious element of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because if it wasn't that, then we'd be like, oh, just
if it was Gary Busey.
Yeah, we'd forgive him. Yes.
Well, if it was Gary Busey,
we would understand.
He'd be doing it on like a public park bench.
Yes.
So. And that happened.
And that
actually happened.
And it barely moved the needle.
No.
Anything. So
that's our Busey.
It's just Gary Busey masturbating in the park in front of like children and people in daylight. Like Paul Rubens went in a movie theater.
And it's funny learning about that whole incident later, because I remember as a kid, my dad used to get the National Enquirer. And so it had like the mug shot on it.
Yeah.
And I didn't even like understand what he did, but he looked so like sinister in that mug
Yeah, he
shot.
looked-
And it's
yeah, he
like,
looked-
Pee-wee betrayed me. Because I loved Pee-wee.
Because he did look like the
I didn't
evil
know what he
version
did, but
of
I knew it was a
Pee-wee.
mug shot. So I was like, that fucker, he broke my heart.
Well, because he did look like the evil version of Pee-wee.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
with
He's
the
got the
hair,
long
the
hair.
facial hair.
So I'm glad he was able to bounce back. Tim Burton gave him a small part in Batman Returns.
Oh yeah, he had a lot of roles.
And then Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I remember he was very funny on Murphy Brown. He was at a cameo on that a few times as like Murphy Brown's assistant or something. And it took a little time, but his career bounced back.
Remember the Murphy Brown scandal? Dan Quayle was like, it's so morally corrupt that Murphy Brown is a single mother.
Yes. Those were the days.
That's what we're upset about.
Simpler times. It's like, what?
It doesn't help matters when primetime TV has Murphy Brown, a character who supposedly epitomizes today's intelligent, highly paid professional woman, mocking the importance of fathers by bearing a child alone and calling it just another lifestyle choice.
I've actually noticed that there's a lot of just people with one line in this movie. That wouldn't happen like nowadays. They're like, because every time you give someone a line, you have to pay them more.
Oh yeah.
And so just like there's even just like even in the diner one where he's like, it was a night just like tonight. It was like, no, there's actually another guy who has one line, kind of setting that up, and just like there's a lot of kind of like thing, like even just like the cop having an extra line in there, just like it's very, you don't really see that so much anymore. you know?
Right.
Yeah, you have your main speaking characters, and then you just have a bunch of extras. You know, and they have to react with their face, but not with their words. It's like, no, this movie actually has a lot of that.
Even the cop that took out the file from the footlong hotline.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait a minute. His line was, wait a minute.
It doesn't immediately arrest Pee-wee.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's his premiere. Everyone's there to see this big movie.
Don't you want to stay for the rest of the movie, Pee-wee?
I lived it, Dolly. What a magical film.
Yes.
It's perfect. It's perfect. I can't believe we haven't talked about it.
Can't wait to show it to my kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'll say, why is this guy so weird?
Yeah, what is this?
This isn't funny.
It's a timeless film. It's a timeless classic.
Where's my YouTubes?
Yeah.
I want to watch Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast.
The end.
Is that what you mean, angry at Mr. Beast?
More fish.
So, I don't have a lot of time to start the stream. Jerma has kindly invited me to participate in a house flipper stream. We have 1 hour, or 75 minutes, to turn a shitty house into a beautiful house, and we're going against 10 other YouTubers and streamers, so we need to kick their ass. Yeah, and I just rolled out of bed.
Welcome. ladies and gentlemen, to the House Flipper of Unofficial Invitational. What you see on my screen right now is the house that all of these streamers are going to have to turn into a beautiful home. Sea-Dog, what time is it where you are right now?
It's 5:12 a.m. and I woke up at 4:30 a.m. for this. I hope that goes into the kind judging considerations at an inconvenient time. I'm not on peak performance.
I have to ask you, Jerma. I have to ask you this. This might be a stupid question, but are you wearing like a toupee or something?
Yeah.
You look like.
I gotta see.
Take points away for that.
It does look like a
Take
toupee.
points for copying Tony Starr.
After 75 minutes, which by the way, everybody here is streaming. They're all on this house and they're all going to be graded on 5 categories. Creativity is number 1. It's worth 35% of your total grade. Complexity and structure is your second grade. This is worth 25% of your total grade. Cleanliness is worth 15% of your total grade. Look at this. You got this kind of dirty. It's kind of up. You're going to be graded on this. Philosophy is worth 15% of your total grade. What does philosophy mean? We'll find out because I don't know either. The last grade is worth 10% and it is chat's grade. That will be a very simple A, B, C, D, or F. F is always 55 points. You can't go lower than 55 points. As of 3, 2, 1, go!
Not ready.
We have 75 minutes, chat. All right. Let's clean this place up, huh? I don't know what to do. I think that creativity we can win on. I know you can import images into this game and like have them as frames, so I think we can make a really creepy room. We could have the Barbie versus Oppenheimer room. We could do that. Flamethrower, my man. Does the flamethrower like actually make progress outside, or does that burn down my house? Oh. Oh, I can get rid of the weeds this way, right? Okay, we want the structure. What does every single thing do in every single like TV show? They open it up. Open it up. Open concept. Why are you wasting so much time? What do you mean? We gotta change the structure. Let's make it a maze. Let's make it a maze to the stairs. To get to the stairs, you have to go through a fun maze. The trick is the maze isn't fun. Do we have mirrors? We do have mirrors. No, it's not aligned. It's fine. It's part of the design. It gets more cramped as you enter the. It's genius. It's genius. It's a metaphor. How our current lifestyles and habits are not comfortable for human beings. It's like the back. I'm literally making the back rooms. Who wouldn't want the back rooms in their house? You can add like paintings and stuff, right? Let's add this one. This is great. No, this is so good. Actually, we should just make the top floor a really weird room. How about you enter this room? This room is secret. And then this one we're just gonna fill with paintings of stuff. Let's just do... Ouch. Okay, yes, it's a casting couch. Okay, we just did that back. I did not intend for that to be. I'm stuck. I need like a backroom paint for the wall. What are we thinking for the paint, huh? Or not?
In the last video, you guys voted that I just narrowly beat Song 1, but today we're against Felix.
Wales versus Sweden. It finally happened. I'm extremely confident.
Do you have much experience?
I've done some. Marta gets really like, she zones in on one, and then she's like, I want it, so I have to keep going.
All right, well, here's your money. Best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Got some good prizes. See ya.
It begins. Yes. Connor's going down. Do I only do 1,000 at a time? Yeah. This is gonna take forever.
Maylene.
What?
You'll be happy.
Why?
I remembered my coin purse. For one video, I remembered because you reminded me.
I know, an hour ago. I meant to do. Bring a purse.
Already slow.
Have you already done it? This takes forever.
Leave it for now and go and get some machines. Maybe come back after.
No, I need.
I want all my coins.
I want my money.
And right away, I spotted a brand new machine, which is apparently very easy.
Look at this giant machine. It's so big. It's like 5 of me.
It's not like 5 of you.
That is the size of a regular Japanese apartment.
Oh, you're right.
Oh my God, there's a target screen as well.
There's like those arcade games where you shoot the zombies.
Yeah, this looks crazy. Let's try and get this big one. Okay, I feel confident. Let's go.
Oh, what the?
Okay, is it gonna let go though?
Oh, you know what? One play is 500 yen. No.
Oh, and we won! We won right away!
Whoa.
Let's go!
First win!
Oh, he's already got something.
No!
Flexing literally nothing.
I'll make this up. I'm playing the long game, you know? I'm winning big over here.
Yeah.
Hello, it is I, more stylish and fancy Connor, thanks to today's sponsor, Apari. Apari is an artist-owned apparel brand featuring original artwork that you can wear. If you've ever watched my channel at all, you've probably seen me wear Apari at least once or twice because, oh my god, is it so good quality. Such as this Iron Mouse sweater, but sadly, it was a limited time item, meaning that you should go to Apari right now and get one for yourself because their sweaters are godlike. And anyone who's bought one can probably tell you that too. But Apari isn't just crucial merch updates at Apari Art on Twitter.
My way. Fuck.
That looks like Joey.
That does not look like Joey.
That does look like Joey.
That does not look like
That
Joey.
looks like Joey.
And Felix had a rather interesting technique to start with.
I'm just gonna go to the first one I see. The bam. Let's go. That's perfect. It's not a good start.
So
and
it
I picked the
begins.
wrong machine. Oh wait, I gotta akimbo this. Same time. Both of them at the same time. Oh, okay, I get one.
Or whereas I went for a more precise method.
Oh my god!
Did you get it?
I accidentally tapped it. I thought I had it though.
Well, if I did it right.
Got it. Not bad. We'll take that.
He really is going for 2 at the same time.
Oh, I'm doing 4 at the same time.
What? The confidence.
I don't even want this crap. I understand why I didn't win. I need more machines.
Oh, you got one.
Hell yeah. I don't even have time to react.
He doesn't even want the toy.
I don't have time for toys. That's for children. This is how the pros do it. Oh, good. There's more space now.
You gonna get one of your winnings there, or are you not gonna?
I cash out when the time comes.
I'm intrigued to see if that strategy will pay off for Felix. However, I had found an item I couldn't resist.
I have to get this one. It's my
What's
father.
a Teresa sensor? Is Teresa the ghost name?
Teresa is the Japanese name for boo.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Teresa.
Of course, if you've seen these videos before, you'll know how this machine works, but just in case you don't, if it has this little ring on it on the top, you generally have to drag it. So for this boo light, we need the claw to go through the hole and then drag it off the platform. Drag it enough, and we win.
Oh, that does not open nearly as much as I was hoping for. Let's try again.
Oh my god, oh my god.
What's
you
up?
guys have 2 things in common.
What?
Boo. You boo, I boo. Okay, never mind. That didn't work out as good as I planned in my head.
Madeline's specialty is, of course, humor.
Do you ever tell the joke in your head and then it makes you laugh and then you try to spit it out? It doesn't, but you're like premature about it.
Why? Do you really think the joke would have landed if you didn't deliver it badly?
Yeah, no, because this is completely original, so you have to.
Oh, it's completely.
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. I misunderstood. It was original. My bad. No one has ever made a boo joke before.
Not like this.
No, yeah. Not of this quality.
Meanwhile, over at Felix,
I should just like angle it over here and get all of the machines.
I already have money in this. No, I don't.
You got one in. Oh,
I got one.
Nice. That's 2. 2 down.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. I want the stupid guy, whatever he is. Sorry, anime fans.
You got one. This one you won already.
Well, I want 2. What do you mean? Don't tell me how to play. Come on! The machines are slowing me down.
Big run vending machine.
I don't have time. Why does it not move more that way? I'm never gonna get those. Oh, you know what? I realized I can be even faster.
Oh no.
No, wait, I can't do the bottom at the same time.
Oh, what a shame.
What the hell is that even doing? Oh yeah, they're gambling horses.
Yeah, just run there for this one.
Good. All right,
That's the one
time
you
to
like,
cash
right?
out. Quantity over quality. That's my content anyway. All right, 1, 2. I got 2 of these.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right, that's it. We're moving on.
However, Maylene had a pressing question for me.
Do, I guess, Europeans sleep with night lights on? No, this is a legit question. Why are you laughing?
What do you mean by that?
When you were a kid, were you afraid of the dark?
I don't think I was, no.
But did you have a tiny thing in the wall that was plugged and then
No,
lights up?
no. I've never seen that.
What if you wake up in the middle of the night and you have to pee?
I think I just pissed the bed.
Disgusting.
Meanwhile, Felix was going for a world record speed run of wasting my money.
Which one are we going for?
Both, obviously.
Oh, silly me. 3?
Am I winning?
You're definitely the speed runner for how to use the coins as fast as possible.
I gotta get rid of all the money, right?
Right.
It's Connor's
You're
money.
supposed
I don't give
to win
Oh,
with it.
I didn't even know what I was doing. I'm supposed to pull that thing. My strat may have been working against me. Okay, there we go. I thought it was just a crane game.
And I won't lie, for some reason, I was really struggling with this one.
You know, it's a good quality prize. Obviously,
fuck's sake. Okay, I am struggling. Okay, I am struggling actually.
You don't wear glasses, right?
I don't know why.
I don't know. Maybe you would see
Oh,
better.
because
No, this was legit
that was
common
okay,
concern. That was
sounded
not
like
sarcasm.
that sounded like an insult.
No.
I see just fine. I'm just not smart about it sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I want to beat Felix.
He's probably really good though.
No, why are you
He's
saying?
like a real gamer, right?
Oh my god, you're putting me off. Now I'm failing because of that. I'm a real gamer too.
But
okay?
you can't like game under pressure. Aren't like real esports games?
He's
He's
not esports.
But like he's been
He
doing
played
games
like
for
Happy
years.
Wheels.
And of course, Felix had moved on to a new machine. Or 5.
I'm not even gonna talk, all right? Don't even talk to me. You're fucking up my run.
Oh, it's like that, is it? Look at this. He wins a few stuffed toys and that's it. The real Swedish comes out.
All right.
Do you actually want any of these?
No, I am an epic minimalist. I don't want any of this shit. oh, that was good.
I don't want any of this. Oh.
Well, that's gambling for you. I don't know what to tell you.
Do you have a favorite angle of your face? Like
This side, I guess.
Oh, should I go on this side?
No, you don't have to go on that side.
I'll
Oh
give them
my.
the best shot. You know?
That's why you're the best manager, Mei Ling.
This is the best angle. Actually, this is the first time you're doing crane games this late in the day. It could be, you know.
A different time. My game's off. We're filming this one in the evening. Normally we film it during the day. So the coffee is not in my veins as much as it should be. I'm close now, though. I'm going to try and stand. No! Jesus, this thing really is milking my wallet.
Daijoubu? Oh, you daijoubu janai. No.
Onegaishimasu.
And you know it's embarrassing when you get help without even needing to sumimasen.
Oh my god. Look.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
And finally, this.
Oh, okay, you got it. You definitely. There's no way you didn't. And it's broken.
That looks cute. I like
It
that.
is very cute.
Of course, I was enjoying the figures I was getting. However, Felix, not so much.
If I don't win soon, I might have to change strat. Yeah, that.
Maybe like focus on one machine.
I won one. I didn't realize.
Did you?
Yeah, I didn't realize I was going to be so competitive.
I didn't realize you were going to be so manly with your wins. Throwing it across the floor.
Get out of my way! Damn it!
Yes, this man is playing an entire row of claw machines.
Out of everything in here, what would you want in terms of...
I haven't seen anything yet.
Evangelion figures, something like that?
This is all useless to me. I am above this. But also I win! I want to win! Come on, shark. Give me the shark at least. Oh. All right. Bad karma here. Bad karma. Oh, wait, I won one.
And it seemed that the cameraman was having a hard time keeping up with Felix's interesting strategy. Meanwhile, I was here.
Oh, Waluigi figure. Okay. We're right below the TV. So we have to shout really loud, make sure you guys can hear me. As I commentate this very exciting. Look at that Wario figure, though. That's pretty good, actually. I don't think this is an easy one. We get it next time now. Now we got it. Oh, it's easy now. It's easy. It's freebie. Let's just give it away. I mean, let's give it this easy. Okay, here we go. Come on. Oh, fuck.
Okay, this is Pokemon stuff. Everyone loves Pokemon stuff.
Who's your favorite Pokemon then?
I don't fucking know. What's that slime guy? Mimic or whatever.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah. Sure, yeah, Mimic.
Mr. Mimes, I like him. He's like the shittiest Pokemon ever. He's standing up, he's taunting me. When did that happen?
He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 machines at once at the moment, by the way.
Notice how there's no one around me. This place is packed, but they're like, that Gaijin is crazy. Let's not go near him.
Is that a strategy?
Absolutely. I'm playing the meta game here. You have to taunt the people around you. I think that's no shot. I have not won anything. Come on. Oh, he's standing. Oh.
It's probably because they're heavier. Oh, he looks good.
That looks good.
Oh, no.
Did you say you were going to play Diablo 4? Or you
I said I might play Diablo 4.
Okay.
Why?
Because there's this part. Oh, whoa. Oh my gosh.
I'm going for the Wario too.
Okay.
Oh! I was failing miserably, Merlin, and it's your fault.
What? That's you.
I feel like the fact that I've won some really proves there's no skill to it, because I'm putting very minimal effort into trying. I forgot the money!
Isn't it just like pro gamer moves, as they say?
Exactly.
It's those twitch reflexes of yours.
Oh, we got one. Oh. That was a good grab. Paul missed it, but he got it on the top. It was epic. Pro move.
It's almost like we're playing with 10 machines at once.
Yes.
And I only have one camera.
I feel like Marta would like it. I need to win one thing she likes. Oh, I
won
played
that one.
myself.
was so quiet you could almost hear the sound of ice rattling in cocktail shakers in the homes way down the canyon. That's a quote from one of the members of Charles Manson's murder cult, I'm not sure which one, about the hot, quiet night of August 8th, 1969 in Los Angeles. And I could never quite form a picture in my mind of what that meant until I saw the location on Google Earth, what you're looking at right now. The word canyon in that quote refers to Benedict Canyon. This is the former site of the house, address 10050 Cielo Drive, where 5 people, including movie star Sharon Tate, were brutally murdered by members of a bizarre cult headed by ex and future convict Charles Manson. The house that's here now is not the house. The original one was torn down in 1994, and the one built in its place was deliberately designed not to resemble it in any way. But look at the geography here, and think about those words. Ice rattling in cocktail shakers in homes way down the canyon. You don't really get it until you see what down the canyon means. That night, the killers drove to this place from another location, 16 miles, 26 kilometers away as the crow flies northwest, roughly a 40-minute drive. This is the site they came from, Spawn Ranch, near Santa Susana Pass in the craggy, wrinkled hills above Los Angeles. This is a very different kind of location. Not much ice and cocktail shakers here, and no movie stars, at least not anymore. The next night, August 9th, 1969, the killers set out from here again, a slightly different group, a few of the same people, plus some new ones, and committed 2 more murders, the LaBianca couple, who lived in Los Feliz on the edge of Griffith Park. I don't have to tell you, these are among the most infamous and notorious murders in American history. There were more victims on either side of the killings on August 8th and 9th, but this was the central part of the story that would captivate America and the world when Manson and the killers were caught, and for decades afterward. There's so many facets to this story and so many ways to tell it that there's no way I can hope to cover it all. But the way I'm choosing to do it here is different than the other ways I've seen it done. If you choose to keep watching, you and I are going to explore the story of the Manson family and their crimes, and what they mean in history, through geography, by looking at the places where they happened. This is not a road trip video. Google Earth gives us a kind of omniscience that we'd lack if we were to drive there in a car. Though, thanks to the help of fellow YouTuber Joe Bowie, in one portion you will see some footage that was actually taken on site. My name is Sean Munger, I'm a historian, and if you're ready to embark on this dark journey with me, from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt, from the hinterlands to Hollywood, we're getting started now. First, it's helpful to have a brief summary of what happened. You may know the basic story or parts of it, or you may not know much at all. No worries, I'll give you the capsule version and fill in the context and the backstory over the course of the video, as we visit the various sites, over 40 of them, connected with its history. Charles Manson was a petty criminal, born in Ohio, who spent about half of the first 34 years of his life in various prisons, institutions, and reform schools. When he got out of his latest prison in 1967, it just so happened that the hippie movement was in full swing, and the Summer of Love was about to begin in San Francisco. The one legitimate skill that Manson picked up in prison was playing the guitar. He was also charismatic and manipulative. He wanted to become a recording star, and as he drifted around California, he began to accumulate followers, mostly young women who, like him, saw themselves as living on the fringes of society. Eventually, Manson developed a kind of cult known informally as the Family, which settled in the Los Angeles area in 1968. He had a near miss with success in the music business, and he had a lot of strange ideas, most of them pretty racist, about a doomsday that he prophesized to his followers.
Well, Schmel, Kel, Pel, Lel.
You say RuneScaper? Scape Runer?
Yeah, darn right. Knuckles.
Riddick person?
Oi, Mum, you got your bits of toast? I'm so hungry, I need my beef. I need my like beans. I'm throwing these fish at the big boy so he can spit out some jellied eels or something.
Don't you have some fish to catch in 14?
No, actually. The times have been absolutely just awful. What? Oh, whoops. That's bad.
Alright, let's try this on. Oh, it's dyeable.
Die.
Oh wait, I have one already. Alright, well into Pagglethon I go.
Why?
I'm farming glamour stuff.
Why?
I wanna.
Why?
So I can do it by myself on Blue Mage and I want to.
Why? You can do it by yourself on your level 90 as well.
Maybe?
No, not maybe.
And I haven't tried, so.
It's a leveling dungeon.
It's a max level dungeon.
Oh, Pagglethon. I see.
Which he called Helter Skelter.
I think it's the highest level, max level dungeon
for a
of
number of complex
Shadowbringers.
reasons, which we'll get into. The Manson family started to make killing people their main occupation beginning in July 1969. Over a period of about a month, the 9 murders that would come to be understood as the core killings occurred. Gary Hinman, a music teacher, then the 5 on Cielo Drive, Stephen Parent, Sharon Tate, Jay Sebring, Abigail Folger, and Wojtek Rakowski. Then the couple in Los Feliz, Lino and Rosemary LaBianca. Then finally a ranch hand named Shorty Shea, who hung around Spawn Ranch. These murders were awful and grisly. Victims were stabbed collectively hundreds of times. Some were shot for good measure. They had ropes and electrical cords tied around their necks. One victim had a carving fork stuck into him. Another was rumored to have been beheaded, though that turned out not to be true. Manson himself, though he'd tried to kill a man early in July 1969, was not physically present at these killings himself. Instead, he commanded his followers, using an influence over them that's still not fully understood, to do these terrible things. Charles Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten were the main killers, but many others participated in various aspects of them. These people were young. Steve Grogan, convicted of the murder of Shorty Shea, was only 17, and some had some similarities with young people who had joined the hippie movement. They all lived with Manson at his various hideouts, Spawn Ranch, and later, as they grew more paranoid and apocalyptic, at Barker Ranch, far out in the California desert near Death Valley. It was at Barker Ranch where the authorities finally caught up with them. Ironically, not for the murders, but for running a car theft ring. The murderers' propensity to brag about the monstrous things they'd done led the police to identify them as the killers. In 1970, cult leader Manson and 3 of the women went on trial for the murders at the Polanski, Tate, and LaBianca houses. Watson, Grogan, another killer called Bobby Beausoleil, and several others were convicted at various other trials. Their death sentences were commuted to life in prison via an unrelated U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1972. Today, 54 years after the murders, almost all of the ones who are still alive are still in prison. Only 2, Grogan and Leslie Van Houten, got out. Leslie released in 2023, only a few months before the making of this video. What I just told you is the short version, the skeleton. We're now going to use the geography to try to put some flesh on the bones of this story, and that's the bulk of this video, which is divided into chapters. many of them devoted to specific locations in the Manson story. Most of them, though not all, are in and around the Los Angeles area. That's important. The Manson story is fundamentally about and takes place against the backdrop of the history of Los Angeles. As we begin, let me lay my cards on the table. Looking at the locations where the various parts of this story occurred, I hope to make the case that Manson and the killers came from the wild, uncontrolled hinterlands of LA into the much more controlled, wealthy, predominantly white, exclusive spaces of most of the victims. The intrusion of fear and violence from one environment to another was the central project of what Manson and his cult did. I got my PhD in environmental history, and you could call this, as weird as it may sound at first blush, a sort of environmental history of the Manson phenomenon. That's what you're going to get here that you won't get anywhere else, so far as I know. So if you need a reason to watch this very long video, that's it. That's what this video is, or what I hope it will be. Let me tell you what it isn't, what I'm not covering or covering much. Now, I know you want to get on with it, but bear with me for just a minute or two before we hit the maps. I'm not going to go into great detail on the murders themselves, the gory details of how people were killed and that sort of thing. No crime scene photos, for instance. Also, with the exception of an occasional mention here and there, I'm not going to be talking much about what you might call the law enforcement story, or the judicial story, how the police caught Manson and the family and their various trials. That has been really well covered in various other sources. I'm not going to be talking about alleged CIA involvement with Manson, MK Ultra, that sort of thing. This subject has been hot in the last couple of years because of a 2019 book, Chaos by Tom O'Neill. All that is fine and very interesting, but because it's mainly an investigation of specific motives and a critique of the way the law enforcement story is usually presented,
What if you were
it's
being
largely
mortal?
beyond the scope of this video, which proceeds from the geography and the environmental story of the Manson phenomenon. Finally, there are details I will leave out. Other killings committed by or suspected to have been committed by the family, you could call those the collateral murders. I'm going to focus only on one of those in Chapter 18 as sort of a representative example. But most of this story is about the core 9, the murders in July and August of 1969. Incidentally, this video is based on an article, much less in depth, that appeared on my blog, The Garden of Memory, in July 2023. If you're interested, I put the link in the description. You do need to be a member at the paid tier to read the whole thing, but there are a lot of great free articles there too on many historical subjects. So, that's the overall picture of where I'm going. If you're still with me, and if you haven't clicked over to cat videos yet, let's fire up Google Maps and get into the story. I think we have to begin with Charles Manson himself. This is McMeekin, West Virginia. This is not where Charles Manson was born. He was born in Cincinnati, but it is a town where he lived off and on during his childhood. We're segueing into the street level view here, and you can see it's a pretty typical small town in Appalachia. This is your hardcore Rust Belt, steel milling country, which declined in economic importance after World War II. Manson didn't know his father. The guy, one Colonel Scott, Colonel was not a rank, that was actually his name, he walked out on Manson's mother even before she gave birth to him. She herself was a petty crook and an alcoholic. Manson came to live in this town in 1939 at age 4, almost 5, when his mother went to prison for robbery, and he was sent here, McMeekin, West Virginia, in the care of his aunt and uncle. He got his name, Manson, from the man his mother was married to briefly, the next one who abandoned her. After she got out of prison, Manson's mother took him to live in Indianapolis. This was during World War II. What would come to be known as the Rust Belt after the war was booming during it, with every steel mill in industrial America roaring at full tilt to overwhelm the Axis powers with bombers, tanks, trucks, and Liberty ships. I think Manson's generational identity is important and curious, considering that his kill cult was made up mostly of young baby boomers. You would probably call Manson's cohort the Silent Generation. Other prominent people born in 1934, same year as him, include Rue McClanahan, one of the Golden Girls, Yuri Gagarin, the first human being in space, actress Shirley MacLaine, and U.S. General Norman Schwarzkopf, who made an appearance in my last video. The most important thing about Manson's early life is that it was spent increasingly in a long string of institutions, reform schools, and eventually prisons. It's not necessary to give out a rap sheet of all the crimes that led him there, but theft and robbery were the most common. Here's a few of those institutions, most of them still in existence. Now keep in mind he was there in the 1940s and 50s. Indiana Boys School in Plainfield, Indiana.
It's great.
Armed robbery. Boys Town, Nebraska, not exactly the den of hope portrayed in the Spencer Tracy film. Manson ran away from there. The Gibbolt School for Boys in Terre Haute, Indiana, where beatings and abuse were common. Manson ran away from there twice.
Huh?
In 1950,
Who asked?
Federal correctional complex
I'm asking
in Petersburg,
Who asked?
to which he was transferred from another reform school.
I guess.
After sexually assaulting another boy. He graduated, if you could call
Oh,
it.
you know what? I'll be back at 10, Pat.
Look,
No, I'm just giving you a hard time.
I followed up.
Literally, as soon as I hopped in, I said, so Pat's not showing up tonight. To Talon. Like, let's not make assumptions here. This is way too many fish.
With that, to maximum security, the Federal Reformatory at Chillicothe, Ohio. This stint of federal time was because he was caught in 1951 driving a stolen car across state lines, a federal offense. 3 years later, he got an early release and returned to McMeekin, West Virginia. Already at age 20, Charles Manson was pretty much incapable of functioning outside of some kind of institution. Crime was his natural state. He wasn't a criminal mastermind. He wasn't a Bond villain. Just a young, low-level petty crook who could not make an honest living. America was changing in the 1950s. There had been 2 grim decades marked by the Great Depression and World War II, but the United States was increasingly prosperous in the 1950s, though that prosperity was not evenly spread around. One of the major demographic trends happening at this time was the rise of the suburb. After the war, more people had disposable incomes and could afford cars or newly built houses subsidized with federal money. I should correct myself, though, and say that white people got those things, because this was the era where the dense cores of the big northeastern cities, the ones that had pumped out all those bombers and liberty ships during the war, began to deteriorate from lack of investment, racially discriminatory practices like redlining and blockbusting, and entrenched discrimination and segregation. Most of the people who lived in those inner cities were people of color. The federal government, both Democratic and Republican administrations, largely abandoned these people when they weren't
Minecraft time.
actively trying to make their lives worse. This was a major legacy of post.
It's true.
Yo, pretty imagine being poor.
Bro, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
Battle staves, battle staves, battle staves.
I'm too lazy to run them. I unlocked it. I did it once. I'm just like, I'm too lazy to run.
You need to get a mounted glory. It makes it so much easier.
Okay, how do I get that?
Get an amulet of glory. Get some construction levels. Put it up in your house.
Okay. Okay. And then what?
And then running is way easier because you go to your. What I get to do now is like go to my house, refill stamina, teleport directly to Edgeville with the mounted glory.
Run through the dungeon.
Yeah, run through the dungeon.
Yeah.
And then teleport from there back to my house and do it again. It's like super fast because I don't have to walk.
Amulet of Glory, you need level 5 enchant, which is 70, which is...
Yeah, you're probably a little ways away.
68. Bro, I'm not 68 magic.
Well, you need 80 crafting, or 75 crafting, I guess.
Wait, for the Earth Elemental?
No, for the for the Dragonstone necklace.
Bro, I am not 75 crafting either.
Yeah, I'm only 79 crafting. Until before then, what I actually did is I used Rings of Dueling and then made a canoe. That's not
Made
too
a
bad.
canoe?
Yeah, yeah. So you
would go to Lumbridge, canoe up
no,
to
no, no,
Edgeville?
no. I would.
Oh,
so,
canoe downwards.
Yeah, yeah. From Ferox, I would
From
restore my
Ferox.
run energy at Ferox and then canoe back down. It's not terrible. You should have enough run energy to do that, but it's. I think it's more annoying. But it's not bad. For the money you get, it's not bad. Each air orb is like 2k, or 2.7k maybe.
Wait, air orb? I don't know where the air
Oh. Yeah, I guess you might not have the magic level to do the good ones yet. Because air and earth are the good ones?
I think I can do air. Air is like the first.
No, air's the last one.
Right? Air is the last one? No,
yeah,
I cannot
water's
the
the first one. Oh
That's
yeah, the
right.
water ones are pretty bad. There's
yeah, that's why I googled that first, and that's what I did.
Yeah,
I did
water
one
run.
I'm like, this is cringe. I'm out of here.
Your brew is up.
Pardon?
Alright, I just finished my Temp-o-ross game. Going for 79 fishing, 78.
Fishing.
Yeah, at 79 I get sea turtles. I like turtles.
I like turtles.
And by then I'll
You're a
have
turtle.
like 300 more permits to get definitely get an infernal harpoon. I mean a dragon harpoon.
Is that the only place to get it?
There's a mob that drops it.
Same rate, probably?
Yeah, maybe even worse.
Even worse, yeah, probably. I wish I
But
had a
those are the
harpoon.
only two ones. Have you done your barehanded training yet?
Yeah, I do
Okay.
Temp-o-ross barehanded.
Yeah. You gotta
Yeah.
barehand that bastard.
Yeah. Me fisting the water.
Yeah. Maybe I'll leave Riinscape up and Fletch.
Fletch?
I got
Fletching?
3,000 maple logs from my rich man's miscellanea. You wish you were rich.
I wish, yeah.
Alright. I gotta move Minecraft.
I do have like 50 Winter Todd boxes I haven't opened yet.
Oh. That's a little bit of money at least.
It's a little bit of money, yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else gets you money. I mean, really just like when Slayer gets higher, most of you
Yeah,
Slayer
the drops,
tasks
right?
are
It's all the
pretty good.
drops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like demonic gorillas suck, but they're good. That's not for a while though. What else is like really good? I said lizardmen, shamans, pretty good. Kurasks are like 70 Slayer. They're good. Gargoyles are good. There's a lot of pretty good things.
Yeah, I'm lazy.
That's why you just use the Catacombs of Kurend and AFK pray. Get that 10 minutes AFK, and turn on auto retaliate, and go
Yeah,
down.
that's my kind of gameplay,
Yeah.
honestly, right now.
It's
Like,
it's pretty good.
I only
It's
wanna-
pretty good gameplay.
I only want to put in the effort when I truly need to. But stuff that's like lazy man's way, that's me. Like Tithe Farm, I wasn't like constantly clicking. I do like a batch of like 16. I didn't do like a full
Tithe
20.
Farm is like, I think Tithe Farm's super high maintenance.
Oh.
Personally.
I didn't plan enough so I could have like a short break in between while they were growing. That's me. It took way longer, but I don't give a crap. I was doing other stuff.
It's good. Those other.
I was having fun. Right now, I'm chopping wood. I got the log pack. I need to buy the plank pack. Plank backpack.
Plankton!
Yeah.
Well, you gotta do,
More Mahajin mini homes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mahogany.
The thing is, like, it only gives you 3 points and you need like a bajillion.
Yeah.
At the lowest level or whatever. It's very sad. I'm out of oak planks. So I haven't gone back.
Let's go use oaks. I'm a teak man. Yo, I'm like one level away from. Speaking of like wood cutting, one level away from doing mahogany, or not mahogany, magic birdhouses. Ooh.
Oh, what the hell was that?
I don't know. It's just the next tier birdhouses
Oh.
for magic logs.
That's the thing. You need both the hunter level and the crafting level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was reading it and I'm like, there's like 2 different numbers. And I'm just like, I don't get it.
Yeah, magic logs are apparently very AFK in that they don't like deplete for like a long time.
They don't deplete. You just like refill it.
Well, you just
what?
no. I'm saying the tree doesn't like fall over very quickly when you're chopping magic logs.
You plant the tree. You're planting a tree.
No. Any magic, like just wood cutting. Wood cutting, I'm saying. Wood cutting AFK.
I'm confused. Didn't you say birdhouse?
Yeah, you use the logs to make the birdhouses.
Okay.
I'm saying to get the logs, you can chop the tree for a long time. That's
I see.
It's an AFK activity. I was thinking.
You know the 3 plots on the fossil island?
Yeah.
You just leave them there and you just chop wood from it, or do you replace it if you had the seeds?
I mean, you can replace them. It's decent XP, but if you're thinking about cutting them, I would just cut them for a while. They're good to cut.
I just figured because it was so close to a bank, it was like
Yeah, it's definitely
spot.
it's definitely the best spot to just cut some teaks.
Yeah.
And you can do a really lazy form of tick manipulation. You like run from like 2 tiles, like chop like
a
on
tree.
one.
Oh, back and forth.
Well, yeah, from one, like on one side of it, since it's like 3 tiles wide, you do it on one, and then you run over to the other, and then chop again, and it's like the right amount of ticks that you can like get double logs. I don't know exactly like why it works, but like you can get double log drops if you do it that way.
I'm lazy. I'd rather just click there and check
That's
back
also
on it in
fair.
a couple minutes. Yeah. I was reading like you shouldn't open up your winter tot box until you had like 71 farming, and I was like trying to find out why.
It's probably for herbs.
Is it like
seeds.
But is it based on like if you plant the seed at like 71 farming, that's what you can drop? Question mark.
The drop rates scale to give you rarer things more often the higher your level is. So it probably is some threshold.
For something probably even higher then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you can get stuff early, but like maybe that's when all the herb seeds are open. Yeah. I don't think it matters too much. I don't think winter tot rewards are like that good. Other than that, like magic logs are the only really useful thing I found to get early.
Yeah, that I'm just leveling. I'm just gonna cap out on this level to get the magic log for the quest log was like miscellaneous and then into desert treasure where you actually need to use the logs.
Yeah. Desert treasure is a big quest.
Big
Big unlock, I guess. The quest isn't that bad, I don't think. But the unlocks are nice. The whole spellbook.
I planted a Hespori seed, but I haven't fought the boss yet. I need to go watch a guide.
Yeah, I mean it has a mechanic.
Kill the plants.
Kill the plants. It does it at full health. It does it like at the start and then at 200 and then at 100 health, and then otherwise you're just attacking it, and sometimes it roots you and you have to click away a bunch.
No.
That's it.
Sounds hard.
That's very difficult. Fletch.
I need to get some flexion levels too.
Fletch.
I'm at like 48. But these stupid guides are like, oh, yo, just fletch headless feather arrows.
Oh yeah.
Right, to
Guess
like
you could do that.
into 52, so when you can buy the broad arrow tips.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense.
And then you just have a bunch of broad arrows to use.
Yeah. I would never.
I did it for a little bit, and I'm just like, oh my god, dude, I cannot right
It
now.
takes too long. Yeah.
Yeah, it actually
No, you're
does.
going to need to immediately level thieving to 99.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. And
I'm a maple log fletcher. I just like fletching maple logs.
That's what a lot of people do at the
Yeah, I think
Sears.
that's pretty normal.
Yeah. I see people dropping maple whatever's everywhere.
Yeah, it's decent wood cutting XP and decent fletching XP. I think it's like the best ratio of like logs and XP per hour sort of thing.
For fletching or wood cutting? Or both?
For like the combo.
Oh, I see.
I think for wood cutting is like you can get better XP with some other trees, but like you either need you need a higher fletching level or the logs aren't useful. Like there's some tree called like the blisterwood tree in Darkmire that you get access to. It's like the logs literally do nothing, but it's decent wood cutting XP. But it's like the logs aren't useful.
I don't like that.
Yeah. I think that's another like AFK. You just AFK for a long time. I have 10,896 maple short bows.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is a good AFK activity.
The fuck are you supposed to do with all those? Do you elk them?
I mean, yeah, you can. It's either at a minimum it's no cost, and at best it's like, it's slightly profits.
I see.
I could also I'll probably just sell them to like the wilderness guy, 50 at a time or something. Take noted ones. I think you can sell notes. I don't know. Hopefully.
Dude, when I did my prayer thingy, man, there are way too many people around the altar.
Well, yeah, you did it on the weekend. I was wondering how that would work. Did you get killed at all?
No, I didn't. No,
oh,
no.
Well, see, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, bro, but the thing is like,
all's
I
well
log
that
out,
ends well.
and I go to a completely different world, and then there's just some white guy sitting on it every time.
All's well that ends well.
I literally had to like swap worlds at least like minimum 10 times till I found an altar that wasn't being used.
Look, if you didn't get PK'd, then
Yeah,
you got nothing to complain
that's
about.
fair.
I've lost some bones. And that makes us sad.
That is sad, yeah. Because for me, like I went into the Heroes Guild or whatever and killed the dragon in the basement.
Ah, yeah.
But it just took forever.
Yeah, I was trying to. I've never grinded. I've never really grinded any of those levels.
Yeah, well, I had no bones.
I just pick up big bones and use them every once in a while. Now that I'm at 70, I literally just like sit around and wait, cause prayer's my lowest stat, so every time I'm just sitting there and getting my XP from that thing. What's that thing called? The tears. Doing tears.
The weekly.
Yeah, I'm just getting prayer from that.
That's sick. That's actually sick, though.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty nice. Because I have like nearly 300 quest points, so I get like 200 tears-ish.
Sick.
It's like 12k XP.
For free.
For free.
That's a lot. That's a lot of bones.
Yeah, that is a lot of bones.
Yeah, it's a lot of bones.
Yeah, and I have a bunch of like dragon bones and stuff I will use at some point once the time is right.
Yeah.
Whenever that is. Pat, your mob farm sucks. Hate to be the one to have to tell you this.
It's okay.
Well, I was gonna use that many resources.
What?
I was gonna use that many
It
resources.
sucks because it's not sucking the materials. The chest is full.
What?
What?
The chest is full.
The chest is full. You gotta upgrade that chest, boy.
You either need a double wide chest or something. It's not sucking the materials fast enough.
You need a triple chest all the way.
Why?
Because it's not sucking up the materials.
I mean, it's sucking it. It's just slow.
Yeah. Do you need
I put 3 upgrades in there, so I don't know.
I guess it's fast enough. Is this chunk? Is this chunk loaded? Maybe this chunk's not loaded. Maybe that's the problem.
It's the same chunk as the.
Where am I?
The fucking the.
Oh yeah, I guess it is.
Props.
Yeah, I guess it is loaded. All right. I guess
I'll
it's fine.
I'll replace this with the Ender IO.
Yeah.
Item conduit once we get it.
Are you gonna go find the end?
I can do that.
I don't wanna. Tell me where it is when you find it.
Give me
There's
the ice.
they're in the. They should be in the network, I believe.
Is that enough?
The network.
Is that enough?
I don't know. I'll make another machine frame while we wait, I guess, because I hate myself. Machine frame.
That way. Don't brick.
I need to make some alloy thingies. Alright, I'm just gonna make a bunch of alloy thingies. Atomic alloys. So I just need to make a bunch of enriched alloys first. Okay, that's not that bad. What happened to Talon? Who killed him? It's me?
What do you mean? He was just here.
I killed him.
I knew it. Boop, 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 boop. Why don't we have any iron? Who did this?
All of the iron's probably in the freaking machine.
I dropped it in the ocean.
In what machine?
Or in the chest next to your core grinder.
How could this happen to iron? Iron mistake.
Did I lose an eye already? I did.
Do you have to crush? You have to crush it to double in the normal machine, right?
Probably.
Trying to double
You can just use arc furnace.
Oh, just normal smelting and arc furnace doubles?
Yep.
Oh. Why didn't you say so?
I literally... Don't break, don't break, don't break.
Brick, 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 brick.
Brick, back. Brick, back. Brick, back.
I better not be in the fucking ocean.
I put it in the ocean.
It's in the middle of the ocean.
It's in the middle of the jungle.
Break, don't break, don't break.
$70 wood cutting. Ding.
Cut.
Alright, let's
cut.
Let's go to the farming guild.
The German guild?
Yeah. Check my contract.
Okay, that's right. I guess.
You found it already? Easy game.
Ow.
Oof. The only thing that really sucks about making these alloys is the diamond use. But whatever, we can always find more diamonds, I guess.
True.
Be nice to excavate more diamonds.
What the Where the hell is it?
I can't find it.
Oh, you know.
Can't find it. It's like literally touching balls. Find it. Oh,
Can I
osmium.
touch his balls? Oh, coal excavator vein gets 15% diamonds. It's funny. This might be worth thinking about.
Thinking.
Cyclops. Die, Cyclops.
That's rude. Alright.
Seriously, where the frick is it?
Frickety frack, what's down the track? It's lots and lots of pain.
Ow, ow, ow. The mine shaft?
Mm-hmm.
What the
That's when I said mine shaft. I barely knew shaft. Shaft!
Hmm. Yeah, well, we might need more ender eyes.
Why?
I'm listening.
What did you do? What did you do?
It gets fucking sucked in the ground and then just...
I can make more. I just need to grab some blaze balls. Throw them in the induction smelter. Smelting. Boopin'. How many things do we have called induction smelter?
Million. Did anyone tell Q to farm his tomes yesterday or today?
He did.
Oh, okay.
I think he did half of his tomes yesterday. Question mark.
I think he might have done the rest.
Did he finish?
I
don't
know.
remember.
Who knows with that guy? That guy's freaking weird.
He's a freak. Pick spine cactus. Me growing a cactus.
You know, it would be cool if you get diamond dust from something that isn't a diamond.
Okay, like what?
I don't know. Anything.
Yes, I would love a new contract. Medium. Maple tree.
The lightning crusher can crush diamond ores into 3 diamond dust. That's wild. How do I make that? Oh, okay. Nope. Nope. Can't make that. Not him. It's not him.
It's like literally here. Alright, let's try again.
How far
I'm
away
digging
are
down.
you? I have some more Eyes of Ender I can deliver.
2K.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come. Where are you? Like, tell me your chords.
Negative 613. Oh, I found it.
Oh, well, I will not come.
No coming
Well,
allowed.
I might need. Oh, I'll see. We'll see. See how many eyes are in the thing.
Yeah, I have 8 more, so. Put these alloys away. Now I need obsidian. Hopefully we have a lot. Oh, we do. Who got all this obsidian? Thanks, bro.
Me.
It was not you.
With my milk smeltery.
Milk smelt.
Yeah. Smelted the milk so hard it destroyed the obsidian. I'm saying buzzwords.
Yeah.
What? Okay, this dungeon sucks.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mom told me not to be ashamed of my dungeon.
True.
Frickin' Morty.
Quick 20-minute adventure into the dungeon.
I turned myself into a Morty pickle.
Wait, what?
You heard me.
Rickle Dick. I'm different.
I don't want to hear about your Rickle Dick.
Creeper Rick.
I'm different voiced Rick. I turned myself into a different voice, Morty.
Sure Curse of vanishing, withering, holding,
I love
breaking.
cleaning grimy. Cleaning grimy.
Wait. I'm saying the same thing. You need refined obsidian dust. How do I refine this?
Put it in the smeltery.
Diamonds.
Really?
Yes. Yes. Okay, I need hot. There's no eyes.
No, you osmium it in the osmium compressor.
Same thing. No, you're the ingots?
No, wait, the dust. Hold on.
Yeah, the dust you...
Oh, you infuse. More diamond? Why does it need double diamond? I'm gonna use all our freaking diamonds.
I need 5 more. I need 5 more.
I'm gonna come. This is so stupid that it uses so many diamonds to make you use diamonds in both steps of the alloying. It's like the worst.
Yeah, we need a lot of diamonds.
Alright, let me grab the Eyes of Ender. Tell me your chords for real this time.
Negative 1610. Negative 633.
1610, negative 633. On it, Chief.
An Enderman. It's lagging.
I'm just having a chunk. I'm stuck in a tree. I really shouldn't be chunking that hard. Surely you came the same way as me.
I'm chunking.
You are not. Am I gonna see a big hole in the ground?
No, I came up.
Where?
Pass. Go to the ground. Go to the.
I'm on the ground.
Okay.
There you are.
See me?
Yeah. Alright, I guess I'll mark this.
Thanks. I'm going down.
Indie boy. Is there... I'm trying to remember how the end... Can we make our own end portal in our base later? Is that even a thing?
Is such a thing even possible?
Hmm?
Can we make a more convenient portal location in the end?
No.
So should I just stay here then? Go with you? I guess I will.
Get to the end already.
Okay.
The glasses. I want big layout. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Ender lilies. Give me.
I need to put a bunch of stuff in my backpack if we're gonna be exploring.
Should I just kill? Oh, the ender spiders? No. Ow. Oh god, why is the dragon...
Won't it be really easy to kill it?
Give me the bottles. Let me bottle some... Where the fuck? I'm waiting for it to blow.
Oh, to bottle the breath?
Yep. Coming. Alright, I got 16.
What is that used for?
The question said you should bottle.
The Ender Dragon has annoyed all the Endermen.
Yeah.
I didn't know it did that. Stealth in the herd.
Oh, I got them. I got the magic log.
I think the only thing we need now is to break into the like vaulty ones.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's gonna hurt if I just do it right here.
Just do it.
Do I have any... Frick.
Huh? Whoa! Why did you fly so far?
It's my thing.
Are you guys cheating?
Yeah. I need to get,
Oh, I've seen the speedrun. That's when you kill him. When he perches.
Yeah, you get a bed. No, we need
Yeah,
to
we
destroy
need
all the
bed.
crystals first.
Oh.
What the heck is this? Ender Watcher. It's like a freaking beholder. Okay, I'm ready to strike. I mean, I'm assuming we'll be able to make our own dragons later, right? If we need to.
You mean?
Like respawning.
Yeah, that's vanilla.
I didn't think it was vanilla.
Okay.
In this old version.
Kill him.
Shuriken, shuriken, shuriken. Is there a place? Is there a certain place we have to hit him?
No.
Ow, ow, I'm in his breath. Dude, I
Try
love
not being there.
I love hit scan.
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming for me.
Slowly flying.
You have to hit him in the head or something?
What are you shooting?
No. When he's landed, you can't
Oh.
range attack him.
Blah 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 blah.
Throwing shurikens, Brittany. We're warriors.
Oh.
Ah! Okay, I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Any non-silver
Yoink.
ring are willing to
Let me collect the
breath.
The egg. Oh, there's a heart.
Yeah, I got one too.
No, like it's floating where the dragon. Oh. Okay.
Alright, buddies, how about you all stop attacking me? Can't you just silk
Drop
touch
me
it?
an egg. No.
Hmm.
You have to put a torch underneath it.
Oh, okay, let's check the quests. Where is this? Exploration 3? Yeah. Mine up some resonant instone to get some resonant clathrite.
I just did.
Draconium ore is a lot in the end. Elytra. Collect some dragon's breath. Oh, you didn't collect 8.
What?
The quest wants you to collect 8 dragon breath.
What the f?
Slacking.
There's 18. I only collected 3, and I got 13 Ender Air Bottle. What a f? Oh my god.
Cringe.
What is the okay? Let's actually do.
Same.
Do not right click on blocks. Instead, angle your clicks so you only reach. Man, I wish I fucking. Whatever. We do that later.
Wrecked.
You're sounding like me right now, where you don't read.
Does anybody see a quest called "Don't Think of the Ingredients" or something? Oh, dude, we get a bunch of diamonds from that dragon heart. That's sick. And a bunch of ender pearls. Cause there's like a caves plus quest, but it says you have to do "Don't think of the ingredients," but I don't know
Oh, you get
what that is.
crystals in the multiplayer.
What?
So
Which? Where?
So we can resummon the dragon if we. Inside the multiplayer pack.
Inside the multiplayer pack. Which quest is that? Oh, I see. Yeah, what should I claim? Golden apples, I guess, right?
We really need an elytra. Do we care?
What do we get from the quest? Enchanted golden date. I mean, it might be pretty quick to just obtain one. I don't know. We don't have to, though. I don't really care.
I'm assuming we need chorus fruit and stuff, though.
Probably. Do you want to resummon the dragon?
Do I want to?
Yeah.
No.
Does
No.
anyone want to?
Do you
I mean,
want to?
do we want more bottles?
Let's see what it makes. What?
What is that?
You can make some rings. I guess. It's a decorative diffuser.
There's something weird over here. Is this the portal back?
No, that's how you get to End City.
Oh. Kind of want it. That guy's biotite. Got some freaking biotite. Do I have any blocks in my thing? Yeah, I got some wood.
Whoops.
Just sling up to these if you still have your sling.
Or you just do this. Oh, fuck.
I think someone just missed.
Oh, no, I'm in.
Is that the only way to get in? Do you have to throw an ender pearl?
It's not the only way, but
Can I just walk in?
too tiny.
Well, how else can I get in then?
Well, I don't know if you can in this version.
Alright, I just got in.
Chorus fruit, yeah.
That grows more chorus fruit, right?
Yeah.
You only need like a few.
60, you need a whole stack.
Well, that's not hard. How do you... What's the best way to get the chorus fruit out of these things?
Chop the thing down.
The whole thing?
Forest flowers, you need to...
Wait, why did I hear a... Why am I hearing a
Ghast?
ghast? Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know.
Enderghast.
It looks like a ghast, yeah.
Oh, it's like a Ender Watcher
I can't
thingy.
see it.
See it? Killed it.
Can we grow ender lilies? Anybody know?
Yep. I'm growing one right now, actually.
How?
But it's just not... It just takes a giga long time to...
Well, if you plant it on Instone, does it grow faster?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Wonder if there's an Ender Diamond Door.
No idea.
I don't know either. Do I have 64 chorus fruits? Yeah, complete the quest, please.
I'm getting the flowers.
Oh, we need the flowers. I see. We did it! Well, I need to mark the, spawn before I get lost. Spoon. Alright. Let's see. It would be nice to have like an ender chest as well. So we could put like the spell ingredients in our ender chests. If anyone's back in base, they can spoon feed us. Resonant Instone.
I'm spooning.
Yeah, it's like a fun End City. Wait, there's another teleporter here? Oh.
Wait, you already found it in city?
No.
Oh.
What are you saying, man?
I'm gonna go looking to the east. I don't know where you went.
East.
Oh, I'll go to the north then.
I thought you
Is
meant
there is there any rhythm to the end cities, like in terms of how they show up? They're not like at certain thresholds, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Talon, you needed like resonant clathrate for something, right? Resonant clathrate? I can get you a bunch.
I needed clathrate much earlier. I got what I needed out of the nether.
Well, we're gonna have a bunch of it. because shut up.
That's fine.
I'm fine. Log.
You turn it into resident indoor. Trying to like look at what else it even does. Turn it into coded clathrate.
Yeah.
Ooh. Already found. Can electric. Oh. Easy.
Wait, you already found one? Oh wait, I see something too. A ship?
Yep.
Is that where the elytras are? On the ships?
Yeah.
Whoa! Whoa! I'm an idiot.
Ah.
Alright. I'm on the ship.
Diamond shovel. Sure.
Where are the chests?
Huh?
I said, where the frick? Where are the
Go
chests?
Go inside the ship.
Hold on, I'm getting owned. Go inside the ship. I'm inside the ship, and I see. Oh, I see some things. Shulkin. I'm shulkin. I'm pooping. Oh no, I'm floating. Oh, there's an elytra. How do you take it off?
Left click.
Aha, elytra. Okay, I need to put stuff in my freaking backpack. You can't put a multiplayer pack in a player pack. Why not? What else did I get? I got a diamond pickaxe, smashing. A diamond chest plate, protection 3, iron wall. Just a bunch of diamonds. I'll take those though. What do you need to make a shulker box? Aren't those also pretty good? Oh, you can't make them. No, you can't make them.
You have soared through the skies with the elytra. Indeed, I did.
The frick? What about these weird building things? Is there anything good in there? It's a big old structure.
I don't know, but I'm back at base.
Oh, okay.
Credits.
Stop watching the credits right now. Ooh, Enrons? Question mark? Enron? Any good?
Enron?
Enron scandal? Rods turn into something, into iron rods. That's worth thinking about. No. frick? Why does that happen sometimes? I just want to find a chest full of goodies. Is that so wrong? Do you want an elytra talent?
Is there any need for one?
I don't know. Probably not. Just offering to get you one if you would like it.
Yeah, talent.
Because I'm a good friend.
Thank you for being a good friend.
Yeah, you're welcome. Also, I'm getting shot by 50 shulkers. And I can't get down. And I will never find out if there's any treasure in these towers because the shulkers just keep shooting.
Shulked.
Box lot.
You're really feeling it.
I feel like I should be finding treasure chests, but I haven't seen a single one in this tower. Just some shulky boys. It sure looks like it should be something. Shulker, you're effing dead, kiddo. What the F did you just say about me, you little shulk? Alright, I give up. There's nothing in this place. Alright, I guess I'll come back. How do you use a freaking elytra?
Don't you need the rockets or whatever?
Double tap space.
Alt F4.
Also, no talent. It lets me fly a lot better. Like you get your acceleration from the Sky Soarer.
Hmm.
I did see some diamond blocks. I'm not gonna stop to pick them up, but there are diamonds in the end. I don't know if we care. How did you get back?
Hmm?
You just throw your thing back there, or you what?
Yeah. Or you can just fly. It's just another part of the map.
What is just another part of the map?
Yep.
There we go. How do I stop elytring? Okay, you just hit it again. Oh! It just sends us all the way back to base? Convenient. Unripe pearl. Watching eye. I'm just like putting everything in here. Alright. I need those. Right. That was a fun little diversion.
Alright, back to making machine chassis.
I'm working on it. I'm trying to make a bulk load of them.
Figure out what I want. Not eat today.
What you want to not eat today?
What I want to eat today. What?
What you want to not eat tonight? I had Mexicano.
Name 3 things, Pat, and I'll choose one for you.
John Madden.
Sam?
Jackie Chan.
Yeah, that sounds good. What kind of rap though? What kind of?
I could go for some Jackie Chan right now.
I can't name 5 things that aren't Jackie Chan.
Use the giant nib on some logs. Oh.
Yeah, I'll show you my giant nib.
I made a pen.
Zip.
I see.
A nib?
Zippity
Um,
Ooh, I'll claim these red alloy. Claim your red alloy ingots from the mob fan upgrade.
Get some faux.
Faux?
Faux.
I'm claiming that thing right now.
You don't want faux?
V5 faux from.
I declare it them more.
Exactly.
Mexican sounds good. I could go for some beans.
Beans?
Perhaps on some toast.
Alright, he's been playing RuneScape too long.
And a sausage.
And a sausage, yeah. Reach 75% support. You can do any of the following with your current levels. Rake patches. What do I have? I have a pickaxe and an axe. You need a rake.
I need a rake. I need a rake.
Am I just chopping trees?
Don't you ever forget.
What about curry?
Ooh, curry sounds good. Where do you get that guy? Indian curry?
Tikka, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds delish right now.
Delish.
Garlic nyan.
Yeah, nyan.
Nyan cat?
Yeah, garlic nyan. Yeah, that sounds delish, actually. Get some, what's their rice dish called? Like, the really good one.
Biryani.
Biryani, yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
I had biryani yesterday.
That's it. That's what you're getting.
I'm a biryani man.
I'm getting some tikka.
Tikka's, they're all good. It's all good.
Tikka's good. Yeah. Dude, this, what you call it, Himalayan place near me.
Okay.
Started making tikka.
Nice.
It's so freaking rich. I can't eat it. I'm dying.
It's too rich.
About it. Yeah, it's like dummy thick.
Holy.
Alright, I'm putting my elytra in the hole.
Give the maple logs to Lumberjack Lith. Where is he? There he is.
It's me, John Lumber.
I'm putting all my shit in the steel.
Same.
Wait, how do I check what my support is?
Unripe pearl. Hail.
You will start with 25. Oh, I stole from the fish stall, so I lost some support.
Wow, thief!
Yeah, I stole the fish and then I dropped it on the ground.
This guy's a thief. Arrest this man.
Might as well make this thingy. Get some stuff.
Alright, I've made a bunch of stone burnt. I'm making the alloy now. What else do I need? What else?
I'm gonna use one of the mithril ingots.
I need steel casings. I need a ton of steel plates and steel rods.
Can we make good steel yet or no?
I thought we could make good steel.
There's like another good way.
Oh, is there? Well, I'm all ears because I'm about to need a bunch of it. What? Do you know what it involves?
Yes.
What?
Oh,
Induction smoke. We have induction smelter, right?
Yeah, I think so actually.
Four pulverized charcoal, and 1 iron.
Is that better?
If you don't want to make coal coke.
Oh, I don't want to make coal coke.
Okay, then that's.
And it's better.
That's it.
Well, doesn't are we missing out on doubling though? We are.
Yes. But
That's
we have
kinda
we have infinite iron, so like
I
who cares?
guess we don't have it's not literally infinite.
Yeah, it's safe.
All right, so we need to pulverize some charcoal. Is that all?
Yeah, just.
I'm just gonna throw a bunch in.
I mean, we still have coal coke, so if you need.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll use up all the coal coke, and then I'll start.
Unless we need more hop graphites.
Unless we need more what? Hopper what's?
Hop graphites. The graphite ingots.
Oh, I don't know.
Just saying. Just saying.
Oh, this thing is full of slag. Take it out.
You're a slag.
Don't call me that. Is the coal coke in the thing? Oh, there's a bunch here. Okay.
What does this do?
Oh, we have a ton
Fluid
of coal
storage.
coke. All right, I'm just gonna turn all this into iron.
Fluid
I mean,
storage.
into steel.
Fluid terminal. Shit.
I have to crush the coal coke too, right? To make iron in the arc furnace. Yeah.
You just use a crusher.
I am.
No, the crushing factory.
Oh. You could use the crushing factory. Somebody put nether quartz dust in it. Scrap out of there. Alright, I have 48 atomic alloy. Ought to be enough.
Is our storage gonna be up again?
Yo, if you want to dupe some more,
Fucking bows. I'm taking these bows out.
do you want to dupe some G powder?
Do we have the materials?
Probably. I don't know.
I'm just gonna throw these bows in lava.
Go for it. I'm not gonna lose any sleep. Coke dust and iron ingot. Coke. Oh, pulverized coal is not. Oh, okay, I grabbed the wrong thing. That's why it isn't working. You have to grab the right things.
Which? Well, the mob crusher items are finally
Not backed up anymore.
Yeah.
Nice.
Finally.
Alright, what's in there? That looks like a gear. I don't want metal gear. I want metal rod. Alright, I'm just making a ton of steel rods. I'll make a ton of steel plates. When do we get a better way of making steel plates and rods?
Sawmill.
Oh, that is the sawmill?
Hmm?
That doesn't even make any sense.
What could be better than shoving it on a conveyor belt and having it just get pressed?
How does a sawmill mill steel? That doesn't make any sense.
Hmm.
Alright, well, I'll make one. You've convinced me.
Good arguing, Pat.
Well, we can make the precision sawmill too. One, the upgradable.
And compactor
mechanism.
makes plates. Then we have dedicated buildings.
Yep.
I'm convinced. Okay, 21, 2, 3.
You can make 2 compactors if you want to dedicate one to gears too.
I do. Does it save materials? Probably not.
One-to-one, just like all the other.
Well, gears cost 4 normally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I was talking about. Yeah, gears are always 4.
Alright, sawmill needs tin plates, saw blades, copper gears. Does anybody want to go... You know what would help, actually? I think we're, like, out of copper ore? Did I dream that? No, we're not out, but we don't have much. Alright, I'll use the arc furnace to process what we have, I guess. Wow, that smells really freaking fast.
No, we can't make this.
Is there literally anything we can do with slag, or should I just delete this? You can use it to make clay, dirt, phyto-grow. I guess phyto-grow might be useful at some point.
Florb.
Florb, yeah. I love Florb. I'm a big Florb fan.
Or you Morb. You can actually make a
Morb. Alright, well, I won't delete it then. But I will consider it.
Oh, it's for the mob capture thingy.
Yeah. Which we might need. I think it's kind of good.
You can crush it to make sand.
I need to make
Fucking
some
useless.
tin. We need 10. Maybe 10's what we didn't. No, we got plenty of 10. Oh, we have a bunch of tin plates. I'm taking them all. Alright, can I start making the machine frames yet? The machine frames yet? Can I make the machine frames yet? Yes, queen. Oh, I need to grab my enhanced osmium schminget. I need to energize some more garbage. Bucket. Time to grab some biodiesel out of the diesel hole. Thank you, sir. Can I have another, sir? I think we're almost out of diamonds again. I don't know who did this. They must be held responsible.
I mean, we need some dupe the GPs.
Yeah, I haven't used all of them, but all right, 6 steel casings turns into 6 machine blocks. Turns into whatever the frick we want. So do we have? I'm sure we have quest for sawmill and a compactor. Yeah, sea plater. Alright, I'll make 2 compactors and a sawmill first. Which means I need copper gears and gold gears. Metal gear. Copper. No, I have copper. I need gold. I need to smelt some more of this gold. Alright. Switch to gears. I'm just like gonna make a bunch of copper and gold gears. Pat, you know what would actually be helpful? Can you make more universal cables? So we can have like an actual place to start putting these machines if I'm gonna make a bunch more. I'd like to have like a row of them.
Is there any steel left over?
Any what?
Steel.
Yeah, I'll give you my leftover steel. Do you need it in any particular form? Plates or
rods?
I have 1 steel rod left. I made 1 extra by accident as a joke.
Did you make this sawmill yet or no?
No, I'll make that first. I just need to. Frick! It overshot. I hate these gears. We need the gears. Bad at getting the sawmill. We need the gears. All right, I'll make the. Oh no! But the sawmill. Oh no! The sawmill needs rods. I can't make that first. Oh no! The compactor needs pistons. I'm pissed. Are you gonna make a bunch of rods?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. I need, how many rods do I need for a sawmill? I need, oh god, I need 60. I need
60?
16.
Alright, I'll make more steel.
No, I got it. It's already like in the thing. I just need to put this coke dust in here. Alright, it's making.
My bucket, I always lose my...
Wait, did I not make the machine frames yet? Huh? Oh, because I need seared bricks and 10 gears. I didn't make the 10 gears yet.
Give me some biodiesel.
We're like the ultimate chicken and egg scenario here, and I'm not effing pleased about it. Boop boop. Alright, I have all my steel rods. But I will need to hijack this thing to make some 10 gears. How many 10 gears? I need 2 per, and I need seared bricks. Frick. Did I make a bunch of seared bricks already? I can't recall.
Alright, I got some cables.
Alright, you can decide where we want to put the row of machines, but we can move the existing ones over to wherever. I put all my RF powder away. Inventory is dumb.
Right here, fuck it. Like, can I move this windmill?
Sure.
The RF windmill? Or
Yeah, it just needs its north and south things like not blocked. That's literally all it requires. All right, gear. 10 gears. I need RF powder. Put away some of this crap. Don't need this, or this, or this, or even this. I'm an adult.
We have 5 buildings or 4?
We're gonna have a bunch more, so.
Pressing, crushing, smelting, infusing.
Oh, how many we already had? I see.
Alright, let's just put the buildings here then, I guess.
3 machine frames, sawmill, 2 saw blades, sawmill. See this mill? You can saw it.
I'm gonna take a shower.
What the heck? I just made a sawmill for you. You have to use it right now.
This is what he thinks of your sawmill.
Iron rods, plates. Okay. Slabs. Release the slab. Release the slab or suffer my curse. I really need 4 pistons. Because I need to make 2 compactors. Cool. Inventory is too full? What the actual frick? No, wrong.
Yeah, Pat just threw all the bows at you.
I don't think he did, actually. Compactors is full. Alright, claim my gear working die. Hardened glass is cringe. Okay, pulverized obsidian, pulverized lead, and induction smelter. That's less cringe. In you go.
God dang it.
No yawning.
Just imagine I yawn some more there.
No.
Do it.
No. Okay, at least I only need 2 of these things total, ever. So I don't really need to make a whole lot of this hardened glass, I don't think.
My glass is hardened.
See a doctor.
It's been like that for 3 years.
How do you upgrade? Hardened upgrade kit. Here we go. Invar, Mithril, Red LA ingots. That's not the worst.
See you later.
Anyway, we have rods and gears, and we got them all. We got them all, boys!
Nice.
Yeah. I'm making the advanced buildings now, and then we can circle back around to whatever the frick else we want.
Well, this windmill is gonna be annoying.
It doesn't have to be near the GP stuff.
Hmm?
Oh,
No,
you mean
this
windmill.
windmill.
Well, you can destroy it if you would like.
My baby.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
it's yours to destroy. You killed it. Wait, I didn't make more. Oh, I need more tin gears. Sure.
So we need more. Okay, let me see. No, that's fine.
Yeah,
This
and then
fucking biodiesel generator is literally powering a whole base.
yeah, I mean, it's not like the things are always in use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at some point we might need to make another refinery.
No. No. We'll have dynamos and shit. It's like so much better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know when or how.
Right now.
Like literally the okay, let me look at this. Because
Pat, stop being so passionate.
shut up. Fluid fuel, hot fluids, water and solid fuel.
Food in there.
Wait, is there no gourmet?
It's called a culinary.
Culinary?
Culinary
Generator? Oh wait, this is extra utility. It uses every... Fuck. We can feed it. Oh,
Yeah.
it uses aubergine. You can...
I mean, I know. Ooh. Eggplant.
Eggplant emoji.
But I know you can. Another good thing is like whenever we can automate some form of gems, that thing owns
The numismatic.
Yeah, with lapidary, whatever the frick.
Wait, why does it use only points?
It
Oh,
uses
yeah,
coins
yeah,
by
yeah, yeah.
default. You have to give it an augment.
Cha.
Cha.
I mean, we'll have everything once we unlock mystical agriculture.
One day. I
Damn,
need
diamonds give
treated
1.2
wood. I
million.
need diamond gear. Diamond gears.
What diamond gear?
Alright,
Bipedal.
we need more diamonds, Pat. Get on that.
Dude.
Get on that.
Dude. Wait, when is digital miner?
I'm
is there a quest for
going
it?
digital. Ba-la-la-la-la.
No, we just need the thingy.
Now I'm invincible. Ba-ba-la-la-la-la. I'm getting
We need to
resin.
finish 12 to get the digital miner. Wait, you said something about querying. Quarry.
The frick? He's high as a kite.
You said, yeah, you mentioned this.
Yeah, we have access to it? Question mark.
Huh?
Quarry? That actually mines out blocks, though. The,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So?
I don't know.
What was the other one? The pyramid one. That
That
doesn't
was
mine.
digital. That was a digital miner, wasn't it?
No. Digital miner is it also mines out.
Alright, I need 3 lead. My inventory is full again. Inventory is full. Crap.
I could try and move the excavator, maybe.
Yeah. Coal, I think, gives a lot of diamonds, surprisingly. 15% diamonds.
Where's the hammer?
God
Hammer.
only knows. You had it.
What the
You
fuck?
were the designated hammer schmacker.
Fucking ugh.
Do you have extra wires that I could have from you?
Yes.
Because I need to place this near a tree.
Oh, you're making sap or whatever?
Yeah.
Wait, do I? Where did I put it? I think it's in the storage.
Okay, well, I just want to see the recipes first.
Where's the... How do you make the thing? The sample there?
There should be one. I think it's called the core sample drill. Unless I have it in my backpack, which I do not. It should be in something. It might be in a chest somewhere. I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know.
Needs power, right? Okay, it's just a little building.
The arboreal extractor does not even, like, say how it functions.
Hello?
Hello.
I guess it's out of anything, though.
Man.
I need a tree.
I don't know where you'd find a tree.
I need a tree that I can attach wires to.
Sounds like you need to move a tree someplace.
Yeah, I need a baby tree that I can move someplace.
This is the only thing I have. Fuck it.
Alright, I'll just grow a little oak tree.
Alternatively, it sounds like this game needs power poles.
Well, I mean, we just need to make bulk cables or something.
What else do you need for this?
Nothing. Power. Oh, you got power. You just click it.
Oh, there we go.
And it's per chunk, so gotta actually make sure you're in different chunks.
Yeah, I was. Okay, what the fuck is this? How do you get to the list of
Oh,
chips?
lava there. It's in the book, the Tinker's book, Stupid Tinker book.
Worse.
Alright, I've got a tree. Why did it grow into a big tree? That's really annoying. I didn't ask for this.
Just looking for coal then, I guess. Or... Never mind.
Okay, I'm getting sap. Can I... Does it just need the bottom wood block, I wonder? If it does, then I'm harvesting the rest of this tree.
If we find abyssal...
Whee!
We can find abyssal diamond. That's 60% diamond.
Is that in another dimension?
It's just abyssal lands.
Oh. Well, you'd have to get power out there. That's the only
Yeah, I'll
thing.
just slam a windmill. Wait, no, that's not enough power for the...
Yeah, it needs a lot more power than that. Oh, what the heck? It needs like a living tree.
Wrecked.
I just don't want to fill our thing with coal.
Alright, custom delivery's done.
It's fine. Did you find a coal sample?
There's also Certus quartz.
That would be nice.
Is there like a
But I think
wireless power thing?
I think diamonds are the best. There might be. I feel like
Yeah,
diamonds
just
would be way more
sort of-
useful. Than
Wait, is there one in the nether?
else we could have. Probably. There are diamonds in the nether.
The underworld.
Alright, just give me a nice small tree.
What the fuck is the underworld?
There's a small tree. Alright.
Hmm.
I'm doing science on like how trimmed can I make this tree before it stops being a tree.
In the dimension 50. Oh, I guess it is a different dimension. That sucks.
Still a tree. There we go.
Alright, let's just find coal then. How do I?
How now, brown cow? I wonder if it consumes the Phytogrow.
Shift, wait, is it Shift F3? Wait, how do you chunk?
It's a really high F number 11 or something. F9 maybe?
F11 made me full screen.
got him! It's all part of my plan.
Is it F9? Yeah, it's F9. Give me more shit.
Do we want an aqueous accumulator for infinite water?
We already have infinite water.
No, I mean infinite water that we can pipe around.
Make a pump.
Pump these.
Oh, we can fake craft an Endervar.
I don't think this is gonna make it work.
Okay, then I guess I won't make the water thingy. Even though there's a quest for it. I guess we can wait until see if we need it.
Do we have more relays? Please tell me we have more relays. We don't have any more relays.
Glacial precipitator. Anybody think we need a glacial precipitator or an igneous extruder right now? If not, then I've got some plans. I'm putting all this crap away. Always get it back when I need it. Ah, my inventory's so clean!
You don't have any more insulated. Fuck.
I don't think that's an item.
I
guess it could be.
That'd be called trim wire. Do we know what trim? Thank God.
I do a little bit of trimming. Free.
Brought to you by Manscaped.
Yep.
Press these. Or per. Oh, the sawmill can also make for wires. Nice.
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 Nice. Alright, nickel and iron.
Plates.
Cause I need some Ingvar. Ingvar. I'm varing it.
Oh, my curry's here.
Okay, bye.
Bye 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 bye. Ingvar in it. Yikes. Oh, that's not bad actually. Oh, but it does need the slice and splice.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Who broke? Something broke.
Not me.
It's me, I did it.
Yeah, I saw that too. I don't know what it was.
Axe exam. What? Yeah, I'm so glad it's getting colder.
Same.
Wait, is it always cold?
What?
Canada?
No. Sometimes I'm like I'm like south of Canada, so it's pretty fucking hot.
I too am south of Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not real.
Not wrong.
Fake place. You ever met anybody from Canada? I haven't.
No.
I met a moose once.
I think here they're just called people.
disgusting.
Yummy.
Move our plates.
Yummy.
Mm.
Mm.
Man, they give me fucking silverware.
Did
What
you
do you
need?
mean?
Did you need this electrum plate? Here, Pat, take it. Cheers.
She didn't give you silverware. You're at home. Where the fuck is your silverware?
Yeah.
I have to get up.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Bro. Less waste.
Wasted. I'm making some hardened upgrade kits so that all the machines can go better. I think it makes it faster too, maybe. By default, I don't really remember. You might have to install things in it. Oh, we don't have any more mithril ingots. Is there
Dude,
quests?
Toast went into the Noxus Cup today. Printing.
Who did what?
Or yesterday. Toast?
Toast?
He was in the Noxus Cup.
Okay, day one. Did he lose already?
He went like 8th.
Of course he did. He's an influencer.
Yeah, so is Soji.
Yeah, but the difference is that Soji makes it to day 3. Day 3 influencer.
So
There's
funny.
tiers. There's tiers of influencers.
I need biodiesel and garbage.
For
Yep.
what?
Mithril.
Or insulated
Fuck.
wires.
Well, I'm not going to be able to make
Oh, it's
what I wanna
creosote, not biodiesel.
because we need mithril.
Where do I put this bucket? Just gonna bury it.
Buried in the backyard. Everybody claimed their diamonds for making mithril, right?
Yeah.
I've definitely done this thing.
Good.
I can't auto craft, man.
Call yourself Bob Rosin.
Why?
Do it!
Why?
Do it! Do I have a fractioning still? Did I make that? No. Yes. Is that a Bob like Ross joke? Is that
Whole
the
vein.
joke?
Oh my god, we got so lucky.
Oh wow. Yeah,
It's
that
literally
is,
right here.
that is lucky.
I could have told you that.
Shut up.
I
Shut
made
up.
the seed.
Do it after I use it.
Okay. I just finished eating.
What'd you eat?
I had rice and some steamed fish. Steamed. It was like steamed in soy sauce, basically.
Steam from these steamed hams?
Yeah.
Steamed ham.
Borealis.
Steam from the steamed fish.
Alright, how do I do this? I don't understand how to use this fractionating still. No, I might have to hold on. I might have to make a thing for it. Okay, resin around. No, wait. No, how does this work? Fractionating still. You put the resin in. How do I get the resin in you? Wait, this isn't resin. This is sap.
Yeah, you give that to the mammoths to make things with.
What do I do with sap?
What are you doing?
Trying to get the tree garbage. I got sap, not resin.
Do you need a different kind of tree?
Maybe.
You need the resin funnel. Augment.
No. Lucas, I'm using the other thing.
Oh. What?
I'm using the...
Which
the
resin?
arboreal extractor, but it might do different things from different trees.
The only resin in JEI comes from the thing.
Yeah, this building doesn't show up like that. Okay, oak produces sap, spruce, birch, jungle, acacia all produce resin. What can I do with sap? Nothing?
Eat it.
There's literally nothing you can do with sap. This is
Was Hal not in our game? What the hell?
I was busy playing 14.
He's an addict.
Very addicted.
Alright, so spruce is narrow, right?
We should have sapling.
We don't. We don't have a spruce sapling. Somebody go get me one. What is this?
We not take any spruce out of the early quests?
No one has. I need a spruce tree right meow.
Well, they wouldn't even be in the system.
Oh.
Go look for a taiga. I think they're in the taiga.
I might have a quest that I didn't grab.
Eight jungle saplings. 8
Doesn't that work?
tiger wood saplings. Elder sapling.
Ah, found it. What do I want? Spruce. Got 'em. Spruce Springsteen. Remember that?
How could I forget?
I don't know. Probably pretty easily. Remember humping trees? I miss it.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be
Do
playing,
you really, though?
We need to be playing a mod pack where I can hump trees. Thanks.
True.
Alright, good news. We have a Spruce Springsteen.
Good news, everybody.
Good news, everyone.
I'm Springsteen Rick.
No.
It's true, though. Okay, I've even trimmed the spruce tree just a little bit to make it a little more manageable. Alright, we have actual resin! Hey, Pat.
Final.
Guess what?
What?
I'm out of here. Goodbye.
Oh, I can't.
See ya.
I can't cover you in sap. I can't drop the sap. All right, well, time to throw away
Don't
this
drop the
bucket.
sap.
I just had to delete a bucket. All right, this is filling up much faster too. Spruce. Okay, the tiers don't actually make it faster. They just give more augment slots.
Num num num.
I just want to make Bob Rosen.
No.
Yes.
Hmm?
I'm making Bob Rosen! Sharazangan.
What are you saying?
What can I do? What can you do with tree oil? Ooh, you can put it in the compression dynamo. Oh, but you can also use it to make coated glathrate.
Hmm. I'm gonna need more inventory space to assemble this. Yeah.
I made one resin. Inventory is full though, Pat. Paper. What the heck? We don't have paper. What the heck? We don't have much sugar cane.
No.
What did you do?
Go steal. Nothing. Nothing.
I don't believe you.
Right. That's the wheel. Let's build the wheel first.
Yeah, what an annoying thing is this?
How low? 3 low? Sure.
God only knows. Okay. So I need 2 of these. Boop boop. I need fluid router, which needs treated planks and an iron mechanical component, 2 iron plates. Okay. And I haven't made any mechanical components in a long time.
1, 2. Ground. The same. Fucking what?
Quick and owned.
I think this is
World War II America.
Right.
But in the same period, the Sun Belt was rising.
1, 2, 3,
Cars, suburban
4.
housing, the building of the interstate system, all of that was priming formerly sleepy little places or modest-sized towns to explode into huge metropolitan areas in the coming decades. Los Angeles' explosion was already well underway before the war, as we'll see, but it continued to grow much bigger after it. In the mid-1950s, the nation's center of gravity was starting to pull west. In the summer of 1955, Charles Manson drove cross-country with his wife of a few months, a waitress named Rosalie Willis. They drove from Ohio to Los Angeles. She wanted to go to California, Manson later said, so I stole a car and we drove to California. His first arrival in Los Angeles was on or about July 22nd, 1955, from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt in the mid-1950s. He and Rosalie did not stay long. He was in trouble with the law again after a few months, and they fled back to Appalachia. By that time, there was a
3
bench
rows,
warrant issued for him in Los
3,
Angeles
and
for
1
violating
there.
parole, stemming from charges of, again, stealing the car and driving it across state lines. In April 1956, a month after Rosalie gave birth to his son, Manson was imprisoned here, Terminal Island, between LA and Long Beach. In 1958, he was out again. It didn't last long. Divorced now, living in LA, Manson tried to make a go of it by being a pimp for a couple of teenage sex workers. That led to another federal charge, violation of the Mann Act, transporting women across state lines for any, quote, immoral purpose. In 1960, he was imprisoned again and eventually sent to McNeil Island in Washington state. He arrived there in 1964.
Heavy radiator.
For purposes of our story, Manson finally
the red
learned
stuff?
something while serving time on McNeil Island, at least something other than crime. He learned to play the steel guitar. The guy who taught him to do it was none other than Alvin Karpis, legendary Depression-era bank robber whose gangs robbed, kidnapped, and shot their way through the Midwest in the early 1930s. Karpis, captured in 1936, spent more time in prison on Alcatraz Island than any other single person. When Alcatraz closed in 1962, he was moved to McNeil Island, where he met Manson. While Manson was in prison on McNeil Island, something very big happened. Great Britain invaded the United States. I mean that figuratively, of course, but people did call the sudden popularity of the Beatles in early 1964, fueled by an iconic performance on the Ed Sullivan Show. Anyway, people did call that the British invasion. Manson was captivated by the Beatles, but so were millions of Americans. The difference was that now that he could play guitar, he became convinced that he was going to become the Beatles, or like them, once he got out of prison. In the summer of 1966, Manson was transferred from McNeil Island.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna try to make some dark ingots. So, use a fractionating still with oil, found underground, crude oil obtained from bitumen or liquid coal. Okay.
Was that heavy or... That's heavy. Heavy redstone.
Oh, I need to make a magma crucible if I want to do this the right way.
I should have built this the other way. Fucking A. I'm so mad right now. Whatever, I don't care. Heavy, 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 light, light, light. I'm fucking annoyed.
I need to make a pulverizer.
What the fuck? Oh. It's not right. What the f...
RF powder, 10 gears.
3 to the...
I just need sear brick.
Island back to the prison he'd been before, Terminal Island, thus putting him back into the Los Angeles universe. In March 1967, he got out. He didn't even want to get out, and he begged prison authorities to let him stay in jail. He didn't know anyone, he had nowhere to go, and nothing going for him. If he was going to be bigger than the Beatles, he had a long, long way to go. But something was happening in March 1967 that becomes critical to our story. Though it wasn't yet summer, the phenomenon that would become best known by the phrase Summer of Love was getting started, principally in San Francisco. Before we get there, though, I want to turn first to the context of Los Angeles and its history, especially its environmental history. So I have a chance to use what's coming to be my catchphrase regarding the Summer of Love. Hold that thought. It becomes important later.
We did it.
There is so much that could be said about the environmental history of Los Angeles. This chapter may seem like a digression at first blush, but really it's not. The deep history of the places where the murders occurred and where the killers came from is vital to understand what went on there. The take-home point is that the history of the LA area has been almost totally shaped by two main factors: water and transportation. This is Santa Susana Pass in the Simi Hills of Southern California. This pass is traditionally how you get from the San Fernando Valley to the big basin that now contains the rest of the city of Los Angeles. It's very near the site of Spahn Ranch, the Manson family's eventual headquarters, whose address was originally on Santa Susana Pass Road. The Spanish, who were making a serious bid to explore and control California, first came through this pass in 1770. So the history of the family is tied through geography to the very beginnings of European settlement of this area. Los Angeles was officially established as a settlement by the Spanish in 1781. This is the site of the original Los Angeles Plaza, which was intended to be at the heart of the settlement. This is what it looked like in 1869, a century before Manson. What you have to understand is that for its first 100 years, and even a little longer, LA was a small, sleepy, and out-of-the-way kind of place. It was growing, but there was no particularly compelling reason to go there, at least not compared to the reasons that came along in the 20th century. Water was what changed all of that. Look at this, a rare aerial photo of Los Angeles in 1887, which is taken from a hot air balloon. The river to the side there is the Los Angeles River. This used to be the town's main source of water, but it had a very limited capacity, and as a result, LA was destined to remain a small, sleepy town because, being in the desert, it could never grow beyond the capacity of that small river to supply it with water. Fred Eaton and William Mulholland were the men who understood that. In the first years of the 20th century, working through a water company that was privately owned by them, at least at first, they engineered one of the greatest acts of theft in all of environmental history. They diverted the water that used to be here at Owens Lake, about 160 miles, 270 kilometers or so, north of Los Angeles proper. They diverted this water to LA through a series of massively expensive and publicly funded waterworks, such as the Los Angeles Aqueduct. How they did this and the aftermath of it was loosely the basis of the 1974 neo-noir thriller Chinatown, the classic film directed by Roman Polanski, the widower of Sharon Tate, who was murdered by Manson's goons. So you see how these odd little connections work. Anyway, once Los Angeles sucked away the water from Owens Lake, turning that area into a desolate wasteland resembling the surface of the moon, the conditions were in place for LA's rapid growth in the 20th century. One of the industries that located itself here was the motion picture business.
Figure out a way to
The reason for this was very simple. With a dependable climate,
hoop this in
very
the
little
chest,
rain,
or the
and abundant
system.
year-round sunshine,
You just need a,
it was much cheaper to
an
make
extractor
movies
or whatever.
there than it was in New York or other parts of the East Coast.
Wait,
Most of
where's the
original
thingy?
motion picture producers came from. In the 1900s and
What thingy?
1910s,
Even interface?
most movies, even those taking place indoors,
interface?
or shot outdoors.
I don't know if we have an extra one.
An ME interface, or a.
You just need a exporter. Hold on, come here, follow me.
Industrial.
Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. You need a.
Wait, where'd you go?
I'm over near the drawers. You just need to do the same thing I did to this chest over here. Ugh. You need a ME import bus. That's all.
Doors. That changed, of course, but
We're
these
gonna have so much
environmental
coal.
factors, the climate of LA,
that's good.
Daylight,
We're probably gonna need
rapid rain,
another.
were
meat
part
drive.
of why westerns became.
I'm gonna go get us. Oh, hey, there's some soda squirts. I'm gonna get us this. I'm gonna get us some stuff. Why is my keybind not working?
Oh wait, there is a core here. Steel plate, sticky piston. Piston. Stone. Stone.
Here we go. Why is it still not working?
Steel plate. Steel plates. Iron bolts.
Maybe I turned
Slap.
Stop hissing.
No.
Okay. Now that I want some oil sands, I'm not going to be able to find any. Oh, there's some, I think.
Oh no, I'm making gears.
Yeah, one of them's for gears and one of them isn't, you fool.
Yeah, I just picked the wrong one.
Wait, can I not silk touch this oil sand? What? Why can't I silk touch it?
Says you should be able to. So maybe
It's
you
not
need a
working.
shovel.
A silk touch shovel? I don't have one. Oil sand itself can be obtained by mining it with the silk touch thingy. Does anybody have something with actual silk touch? I mean, maybe it's just not working right with the squeaky thing. Do we have silk touch books somewhere? I'll make a shovel.
I definitely saw one in a question word, I think.
Yeah, but where?
Look, I can't tell you where it was, but it's in there somewhere.
But where?
Smart cable? No, I don't need a smart cable, right? I just need the Flux cable because it uses one channel.
Yeah. Found it. Alright, I'm gonna grab a shovel.
Wait, do I put the hold on. Yeah. Glass.
We just have a diamond shovel. Yes, we do. Alright, how do I use a book on something? I have to go to enchanting table?
You need a anvil.
Anvil, okay.
Quartz fiber.
Is there a way to remove is there a way to remove enchantments from something?
There's a disenchanter. But that's, I don't know if the thing is different.
We cannot make a disenchanter. Alright, I'll just make a new diamond shovel. It's whatever. Pat's getting us all the diamonds. I have a Silk Touch diamond pickaxe. Let's go.
Thing is so slow. How do you make upgrades for this thing? What's it called? Speed upgrade, I think.
Speed these nuts. Alright, that worked.
That's
Yeah, I
acceleration.
just needed actual Silk Touch for some reason. Which is fine. That's fine.
Why does this need so much random shit? Oh my god.
Ow! I'm getting attacked by a Groot. Alright, oil sand, oil sand. I'm gonna get all the oil sand. Nobody's ever cared about oil sand, so it's all over the frickin' place.
Do you have any signal in here? No, we have
I
one ingot.
signaled your mum.
Copper, silver.
Yeah, signal isn't bad to make.
Silver. Let me just throw this in here.
How lost am I gonna get? Place your bets right now.
Hello? Wait. It's like this? Yeah, it is. Oh, we might need to repair our graphite electrodes soon.
Oh, really? It's wild.
Good stuff.
Guys, I'm lost. Why did Talon let me get lost?
Close. Good. Come on. I made mistakes. That should be faster. Oh my god, it just sucked everything instantly. How much diamond do we have now? 41 ores.
I think you can get extra from it somehow. I don't know how. But when I was looking at diamond recipes, there was some building. I don't know if we can make it yet or not. But there's some building that does allow you to double. Or triple, I think, from the raw ore blocks.
There's a sag mill which has a chance.
Yeah.
Or the crusher, 20% for 3.
Yeah.
The lightning crusher gives 3 dust. It's actually worse than just mining it with the fortune pickaxe.
Yeah. Wait, can you get multiple with the fortune?
Yeah.
Oh. You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh. Well, never mind.
Yep. I got 2 that time.
That's not 3.
I got 4 that time.
Okay, well that's more than 3.
I got rare earths. Fuck.
I think you want to hold on to those for some reason.
Alright, 39. I had 44 diamond ore. And I mined it to, this is 113. Yeah, I almost fucking tripled it.
I have 48 oil sands. I guess we'll see how far that takes us. It's not exactly rare.
Hmm.
We need more viaducts. I love these things. They're so freaking stupid. Viaducts, I love them. Okay, so I think I want to put these in the pulverizer. Pulverize me, Seymour. What can you put in the pulverizer? Can you get a auxiliary sieve? I kind of want one of those. Please hold. I think I have an auxiliary sieve in one of these other machines right now, and I'm going to take it out. No, I have metallurgic recovery. Okay. Well, maybe the quest gave an auxiliary sieve. That would be nice. No. More RF powder, though. Everybody claim your RF powder from the freaking crusher. Stuff's worth its weight in RF. Oh, never mind. This thing's way too annoying to make. Oh, I'm not even sure we can make it right now. Cool. Cool! Good news. I made one dark ingot so far. God, I want to make these buildings faster, but these upgrade kits are really annoying. They need mithril.
Where is your RF?
Crusher. I hate that we can't make upgrade kits in a way that doesn't suck. The fact that they need mithril is like insane. Because mithril requires RF powder. Refined fuel. Naphtha, sulfur, refined fuel. Naphtha. You've got to fractionate oil. Okay. I'm getting hit by an invisible man again.
Okay. That was dumb. Anyway, what are we doing? Bob Rosin.
Just doing stuff. I'm just doing some stuff.
All right, we have infinite diamonds, so just
That's good.
use it. Use it.
Alright, now use
So I
it.
found infinite diamonds.
Go crazy.
Should we build another one for Service Quartz?
Sure.
No.
I mean, you can go right ahead.
No. I was just kidding.
I won't be
I didn't
doing
mean
that. You did mean
Do
it.
it.
You meant it. You meant every freaking word. You freaking weirdo.
What I was gonna say.
I don't know.
Oh, you can also use pulverized coal.
For what?
That's where all our coal's going. In our iron. I'm just gonna make a bunch of steel. Fuck it. Because we have 1,800 iron ore.
Sure.
And we have 400 ore. I'm not even gonna bother like mining this thing. I'm just gonna toss in the crusher. I think. Crusher gives 4. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm just.
If anybody has empty tanks, put them in the network. I'll find a use for them.
I do not have any.
I'll find a use for them. There's some from quests that are like kind of convenient.
What are you making here? Coated clathrate? There's still not enough power to support that much arc furnacing.
Yeah, I think you would need.
No, this capacitor's empty. What
It's
the
only
fuck?
it's only MV, right? So you're only taking. You need like a whole nother connection.
Well, no, this capacitor's like empty.
Yeah. Because you've got everything. You've got the arc furnace running on it and the miner.
Oh, right, yeah, that's right.
So you need like a whole nother connection to really siphon more power.
I wonder.
I would just do like an HV in the air or something.
Think. Let me cook.
No.
Alright, let's see if this generator... This generator's always going to be running now, I think. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's still spurting.
Why isn't this working? Oh, because I forgot to turn the redstone off. There we go.
Dude, HV... I don't want to get burnt. I don't want to get electrified.
Well, that's why I'm saying take it like really high up in the air. Like you just don't care.
Nah.
Why isn't this working? Smoldering tar goes into the fluid transposer, not this thing. Oh. Okay.
I will solve this problem. If I make a relay from there to there, to another thingy, then... Yes. Okay, do that then.
Is there a flush button for the fluid transposer? Need to flush out the rest of this. Save that there. Maybe I can just mine it and get rid of the rest, I guess. The frick was that?
Oh no. Is that a creeper or something?
I don't know.
Oh no, what the hell's...
No, that's me. I'm
Oh,
putting
that's
it
you?
there for safekeeping.
Oh, I guess something blew up down there.
Froze to death, yes?
I don't know. I need more thingy. Do I even need to make an MV? Can the wire connectors connect to the, like, other shit? Have a cable.
Oh, I need to give it slime, I see.
This works. Oh, it does work. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not making no fucking capacitors.
Why? What'd you do?
I can just use a cube.
Oh.
So we just slot this
That's
to
epic.
here. And then we need another connect from here.
Okay, so I need... What do I need? I need refined fuel. Which I make... Fractioning naphtha. which I get from oil. Which, how do I actually get oil?
I don't even need to do that. I'm a genius. I'll just intercept. Dude, whoa, 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 blowing up. It blew up a building.
Oh, what's happening?
Smoldering tar? What is this?
Bad, I guess.
I bucketed it.
Ow, frick. We need to. We need more buckets or something.
No, the bucket. It's just. It's like spreading now. It's like that's it.
Why does it just explode? Nothing warned me that it would just start exploding. My tree's on fire.
You mean asphalt?
The frick is going on? This is really annoying.
Did one of the buildings explode?
No. No, luckily none of the buildings exploded. It exploded a few fluid ducts, but I think they went back into inventories. That's so freaking dumb.
What are you trying to make?
I'm not trying to make anything. I'm trying to get rid of this. I wanted to repurpose this portable tank, but instead it just blew up.
What would you put in?
We got a quest reward of a smoldering tar-filled tank, and so I was turning it into tar, but I guess it just blows up randomly. I was putting it in the fluid transposer.
I guess it just blows up.
Yeah. Even when it's in a... Like, it was in pipes, and it was in the actual
it's
container.
probably the pipe. It's probably the pipe then that blew up.
The fluid duct?
Yeah, because like there's different fluid ducts that can only hold
Warning
yeah,
might have been nice.
contents may be any temperature, like the hardened fluid ducts. Yeah, it says will break if contents are extremely hot or cold. The normal fluid duct.
I didn't even know the contents were extremely hot or cold.
Smoldering tar sounds.
Yeah, I mean it sounds a little hot. Just a little hot though.
Well, I have a bucket of smoldering tar.
Okay, its temperature. Well, you can just pour it in the fluid transposer.
Or the tank.
You can pour it in the tank, sure. I'm just going to put it in the fluid transposer. I'm just trying to get rid of it. I want this tank. I want this goddamn tank. I'm trying to figure out how to actually get oil the fluid. This is what I don't really understand how you get oil out of oil sands. Which sounds really stupid, but it isn't. I don't really get it.
There we go. Oh baby.
What?
I just connected directly to from the HV to this thing. So this, yeah. So now, yeah, I can handle like fucking a million at a time. Oh, never mind, not a million. It can handle 7.
That's good. Wonder if we're consuming all the biodiesel or not. Seems like it's keeping up.
I mean, the thing still works. The little trigger. Where's our induction smelter?
It's right here.
Oh. Yeah.
Alright, back to trying to figure out how to get oil.
Make a bunch of steel. It's still crushing all the coal that I threw in.
Okay, I need a magma crucible. That's what I need. Okay. Which I haven't made yet, but I think I have one more building thingy worth.
Is it? Did it empty the thingy?
It's weird that it didn't tell me to make a magma crucible. There's no quest for making a magma crucible? That's like really strange. Did I already make one? Am I crazy? Yeah, I did create a magma crucible. Where? Where is it? It's right here. I can put oil sands in it.
I broke the arc furnace.
How?
I don't know. Oh, the slag, that's why.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you might want to take a slag output to a chest or something. Alright, I have crude oil. So I fraction it into... Okay. So... let's try this again. It's not hot.
What is?
Crude oil? Crude oil
Crude oil.
should not be hot. There's no reason crude oil should be hot.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, but now I'm doubting. As soon as anything explodes, you can blame it on Pat. Alright, I'm fractionating it into naphtha. Is naphtha hot? Naphtha shouldn't be hot, it's just explosive.
What?
Well, naphtha shouldn't be hot, right? Why would naphtha be hot? Yeah, it's not hot.
Well, you can start making the item conduit, or the actually conduit. Fluid conduit. Yeah, you can make.
I could use some fluid conduits.
Yeah.
Make
You
some
can
for
make it.
me.
You need energized dark dust. Oh wait, we can't. We literally can't make it until you make refined fuel.
I'm working on it. Give me your portable tanks and I will make it. How do I empty this portable tank? Maybe I can just craft it in my inventory.
Can you put the thing in the thing directly, or no?
What?
Can you not put the tank in the fluid transposer directly?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't try. What the heck? It didn't do
What?
anything. Oh wait, maybe it will. Maybe I had to change the mode to empty. No, it's still got 600 mebble bubs.
You can also put it in like on top of it, and then change the configuration.
Well, that's what I tried that, and it's not. It ain't sucking.
Well, you need to hold on. Let's see. Up is orange.
Oh, whoops,
Yeah,
that's the
there you
wrong
go.
way.
Wait, what?
I was filling it instead of emptying it, but see, now it's not empty.
Should be able to work like that.
Well, it's not.
Wait, filling.
See, emptying is emptying out of the machine and into the portable tank. See, it's filling up.
Yeah.
But when
Isn't
I
that
said
what you want?
no, I want to empty this tank into the fluid transposer, but it's not. It's not doing it.
You need to put it as an input. Oh, you already did.
Oh, auto input was disabled. I enabled it, and it's still not working.
Good work.
Well, it not work. You figured that out. I'm fractioning.
I don't know.
Well, I need you to know.
Oh, we can almost make the crafting terminal. It's gonna be dangerous. Gonna be like, oops, accidentally crafted 800 something. I guess I can do that.
Claim your smoldering tar portable tank. I want it. It's from the Dark Ingot quests. I just want the tanks. I just need more tanks. We're in the fluid overload part here.
Estimation processor. Whoever put these extra fucking press things needs to be shot.
Hmm?
More silicone. Silicone. Silicone.
Don't be silly.
When can we make the advanced inscriber? Because this shit is annoying.
The advanced what?
Inscriber.
I don't know. I haven't checked.
It's like a way to... Oh no. Is that modular machinery? Bro. No. Heavy duty... Stupid.
Oops.
Okay. Need more stone. that. And the crafting terminal. I gotta upgrade your terminal. Okay. We need 2 of these. We need a formulaic symbol in the 4. Oh, that's not bad. I think I'm making all this steel.
I don't know why this one building just doesn't want to work. Maybe I can do this.
And make me some steel cases.
Whoa. I just want to get the last 600 things out of this. Help.
Do craft. Man, there's no easy way to make these crafting tables, dude. Fuck. Actually, what crafting bin? No, it's the same shit.
Oh my gosh, I finally emptied it. God dang. I'm a genius. I'm finally free.
Stone axe and stone pickaxe. Stone.
Making more dark ingots. I don't know how many we'll need, but I'm prepared. Or rather, I want to be prepared. Alright, now I'm filling this thing with naphtha, so I should get refined fuel, and I can put that in another tank. There we go. We got refined fuel, baby. We're getting it. We got a bunch of dark ingots cooking. We're eating good. We're eating good tonight.
What does this actually do? It's just a crafter? Auto crafter? Steel, glowstone, quartz, glass.
I guess I could probably
Can't
do
crush
this a lot
this.
faster in the thing. What are you trying to crush?
Here's quartz. Oh, you can't crush pure. That's
Nope.
Wait, you could just make a regular. Let's that. Eel, redstone, glowstone. Make some illuminated
Good
panel.
news, everyone. Alright, we got another tank, baby! Oh, unending bowl. Yeah, with ender ores. That's funny. Alright, anyway, we have energized dark.
Quartz do we have? Core. We need an annihilation quartz. So,
Oh yeah, we can make all these conduits now. That's sick. Oh, we have to get grains of infinity. Remember grains of infinity? They're back. Oh no, we need machine frames. Make a bunch of machine frames.
need some fluids. Do make this. ME terminal. We need one. Crafting terminal. This solution. Red. Need two of them. Okay. Cool. Alright, where am I putting the crafting terminal? I'll just put here. Wait, smart cable, oops. Crafting tip. Terminal. We can craft here. Where did that zombie come from?
Don't know.
What are you getting hit by?
I don't know. I've been getting hit.
Happening?
I'm getting hit like all the time.
It's literally never happened to me.
Well, it must be nice.
Yeah.
You just got hit. I heard it.
Yeah. Is it Vexus?
I think I know what a Vex is.
Looking. Be villager trophy.
I've got 24 energized dark ingots.
What is a view cell?
Don't know.
We get to go to Ender IO. Yeah.
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah.
We gotta make some dark steel.
You make an atomic disc? No, we can't. Never mind. I don't even know why I bother asking. I hope we don't have to make like a fluid storage Remy.
I don't think we do. Alright, Pat, make a bunch of machine frames. I'll give you my stuff. I'm gonna AFK for a minute.
What? Which machine?
I don't know. You can just keep progressing the quest a little bit. Just give you some of these things. I'll be right back.
Grains of a... I have to go to the bedrock.
I mean, that's the easiest part of what you need to do.
Oh, dark steel ingot. Hmm.
Yeah, this is literally the easy mode.
Refined steel. Bulk. Oh, you already did mid. Oh, you made that. And then okay.
Yeah, we have a bunch of the just dark ingots in the deduction smelter right now, just going. So should be good. We'll have refined fuels in this tank back here. I don't know how much we'll make total, but a decent amount. And yeah, there's more naphtha you can claim from the energized dark ingot. You should claim your naphtha and throw it into this bucket on top. And yeah, you can progress that. It looks like we're getting all the Ender IO buildings next, like Sag Mill and random stuff, and eventually we get the... I don't know what that is, like the thing that uses the mob heads. I can't remember what it does, but I think we're getting that way, going that way. Just all the Ender IO stuff. Alright, bear back.
name. God damn it.
I'm back. Did Pat build all the buildings yet? Seen Ender IO expert.
I need more RF powder.
Well, good luck. That feel when no GF powder to make the RF powder. Should have them. What if I ate a little bit of leftover curry? What time is it? I actually have no context of what time it is right now. Somebody tell me. What time is it?
7:50.
Oh, it's earlier than I thought. I thought it was like 11.
Cheaper version of the arc furnace multiplicates spaghetti only in 3 inputs, but 3 is more than what the induction smelter can.
What? What did you just say to me, you little? You're looking at the Ender buildings?
Stone gear. What the frick?
Stone gear. That's right, they use all different components than the frickin' other stuff. I feel like I do wish these mod makers who combine all these things were more consistent. Like, everything should just use gears, plates, or things. But I guess that would mean they'd have to do more manual, like, new mod stuff to introduce items that don't exist in individual mods. And maybe they don't know the lore on how to do that. It's possible. That's a lot of curry. I'm not eating all of this. Or will I? What if I just drop smoldering tar all over our base? Do you guys like that?
I think it was pretty funny.
The pack maker's favorite ingot.
Oh my god, this crafting terminal's so good.
I'll throw my greens of infinity in the thing.
What is this? Crafted enchanter. What does this do? Oh wait, you can actually make a specific. Oh. You can like craft specific enchantments. Mending. We can do mending, but
Wait, why do we get a draconic evolution thingy?
Okay.
Oh, I see, because it gives us Ender IO information as well.
that is so sick.
Is it? Do we even need that? I mean,
Cares?
I guess
We
we
can.
get. Yeah, I guess. Well, it needs 5 dark steel blocks. That's the only thing to make the building. The
Yeah.
enchanter. Yeah.
I mean,
I guess that's not that bad.
make-
You haven't crafted enough machine frames yet, so for that reason, craft another. That's an epic. Next quest. Craft another, Pat. I'll put my green to infinity in the thing.
Organic green dye, nether quartz, crushed lapis. Why? Why would you do this?
Hmm?
Ugh. There, I'll put the alloy smelter down.
Wonder if does it say if it's faster?
Hmm.
Doesn't say. There's 64 more dark ingots in the thing, by the way. So that's good.
Need more. Shit. Oh, we need the alloy smelter to make organic green dye. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, a bunch of this stuff needs organic, different weird kinds of organic dye.
He uses egg.
What suck egg?
Green dye, pulverized coal, and egg. Okay.
I think we have a bunch of pulverized stuff.
Good thing we have 300 eggs.
A fortune. That's excellent. Excellent. Eggs.
Shut up.
Me? No, never.
We need more osmia.
I'll make some conduits.
Fuck, that took forever.
Ridgify up, Pat. Just do it. Just do it. Oh, free
Can you
dark
make
steel.
this?
Free dark
Ugh.
steel.
Huh?
We get free dark steel from that. Nice. Well, you can make another. You can make another chassis.
God.
This is getting. It's getting weird.
Getting stupid. Fifth way to crush. Oh, it's a sag mill.
We can make an actual alloy smelter. I'm not sure what's new about that though. Just in case you need another. I suppose.
Critical path is to coarsen up.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Solarium. Wait.
I'm
That
waiting.
means we're getting close to agriculture. Not really. It's not. But
You wish. Solarium's just gold and soul sand. That's not bad at all. That's the easiest thing I've seen so far.
so we need that, and then we need soul attuned. Fuck you.
Same.
Organic brown dye. Where's brown? Oh, it's the cocoa.
Browner than I expected.
Is there any way?
Nope.
You could just walk a little bit more to the side and it wouldn't be too bad.
Oops.
Yeah, it wouldn't be ideal. It would definitely be one of the more annoying ABCSs that people would definitely complain about all the time.
see, I need sand, and gravel, and clay.
There used to be a shrine here back in my day.
Wait, where's your crafting terminal? Oh, right here. Weird. What did you do with the other terminal?
I think I'm gonna stop.
I guess
for
you
now.
maybe you needed to.
I think basically got everything figured out with the route. I just need to do timing on which direction we want to go at the end. Short stream, sorry. Sorry I only went through the entire route. But yeah, I think I'll stop here and go time some stuff off stream. So thanks for watching, guys.
Became such a huge part of American pop culture in the first decades of the 20th century. Westerns were particularly cheap to shoot, the kind of wild country that most audiences thought looked like the Old West was just a short drive from the central city. You're looking at one of the places where this kind of thing was done. This is Bronson Canyon, a former rock quarry located within the limits of Griffith Park in the city of Los Angeles. Countless movie and TV productions have been filmed here since the late 19-teens. One of the old quarry tunnel entrances was used as the entrance to the Batcave in the 1966 Batman TV series. This location is so ingrained in the fabric of Hollywood that, yes, a living cliche, the Hollywood sign, it used to say Hollywood Land, is visible from it. This too intersects with the Manson story. As the movies became a huge industry in the 19-teens and especially 1920s, the phenomenon of the movie ranch was born, and Spahn Ranch, one of the family's hideouts, was one of those kinds of facilities. I'll talk more specifically about Spahn Ranch and its history in Chapter 7. So much for water. Let's talk about transportation. The Pacific Electric Railway Company was founded in 1901 by Henry Huntington, a railroad executive, and Isaiah Hellman, a banker. Huntington was to trains in LA what Mulholland was to water infrastructure. This railroad, which later was nicknamed the Red Car, extended transit from the central city of LA out to the hinterlands, the outlying suburbs. In 1901 or even 1921, hardly anyone lived out there. But Huntington built out the Red Car before anyone arrived there, precisely he and others could get rich by selling land in those hinterlands for residential developments that already conveniently had transit access to the city. The Red Car and most of LA's mass transit system died a long, slow death beginning in the 1940s, though some historians claim that it was murdered by a conspiracy of automakers, tire manufacturers, and oil companies to dismantle transit in favor of private cars, and there is significant evidence to support that theory. Incidentally, that story is the plot of another classic film about LA's environmental history called Who Framed Roger Rabbit. There's so much more I could say about the environmental history of Los Angeles, but I think I've given you the basics. The take-home point is that the physical landscape on which the Manson murders occurred, Los Angeles and its hinterlands, had developed in a very specific way over the previous decades, mainly due to how water and transportation infrastructure was arranged. But let's leave Los Angeles for a moment and pop up back north to San Francisco, and specifically to what Charles Manson was doing there in 1967. Get out your striped bell-bottoms, beaded headbands, and patchouli oil. We're headed into the heart of darkness, known as the Summer of Love, which, as you'll see, was hardly as groovy as its name makes it sound.
What does it even do?
This is perhaps the most famous intersection in San Francisco, where Haight Street and Ashbury Street come together. In the early part of the 20th century, when most of these buildings were built, this was a thriving middle-class neighborhood. The Great Depression, though, changed its
fucking things.
A lot of residents moved away, and these old buildings were converted into smaller apartments, many eventually occupied by workers in San Francisco's
Wait, where's my
many war-related
cables? Did I use them
industries
all?
during World War II. Those people moved out after the war, leaving a lot of cheap rooms for rent. Two waves of counterculture then started to congregate here, those surrounding the Beat movement of the 1950s, and then much more famously, the hippies of the
Oh, this needs
1960s,
capacitors.
especially in
Fuck you.
1967. The Summer of Love actually began in the winter, January 14th, 1967, when an event called the Human Be-In occurred at Golden Gate Park, not far away from
What the
Haight-Ashbury.
hell is this?
This was where drugs advocate Timothy Leary issued his famous call, turn on, tune in, drop out. Drugs, particularly LSD and marijuana, were essential to the counterculture that flocked to the Haight. That's what this neighborhood was called in the succeeding months. So was music. At spring break 1967, and especially after school let out for the year in May or June, thousands upon thousands of young people streamed into San Francisco, looking for drugs, music, and a way of life different than the conservative middle-class values they had come to rebel against. There was a generational war going on in 1967 in America. The middle-aged, middle-class adults of that time, many of whom came of age during the Depression and or participated in World War
I don't understand how to make fused glass. None of the recipes I can find are like the... Oh, you need to use the alloy smelter. You have to use the alloy smelter. That's weird. We don't have an alloy smelter though, right? The Ender IO alloy smelter. We have the simple
Literally
one.
do.
Maybe that
You have
works.
the
I'm
yeah,
not
that should
sure.
work.
It just says alloy smelter. Oh yeah, it says okay, simple. Yeah. Okay, fair.
Energized dark. Oh, the regular energized.
Can I take your crap out of this? You can have your organic brown dye.
Yeah. What's our bio refined?
What?
Something.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Refined fuel.
Here, behind
There.
you.
Throw your crap at me.
Are we running out of it? Not quite. I'll have to go mine more oil. It takes forever to make a fused glass. This sucks. Better make more than one.
We have more dark.
Yeah, I've got them in my inventory. Here. You have half of them. I'll need a few. Okay, it makes 3. Good.
Where'd my grains go? They gone? Right here. I made that. Make that. We need that and that and that and that. And...
Two were comfortable in their post-war prosperity. But their kids, the baby boomers, were disillusioned about a lot of stuff, especially the Vietnam War. American involvement in Vietnam was reaching its peak in 1967, now almost 2 years since Lyndon Johnson had committed U.S. combat troops directly after the long, slow ramp-up of the Eisenhower and Kennedy years. Disillusionment over Vietnam, plus changing ideas of gender roles, liberation struggles by African Americans, women, the LGBT community, Native Americans, and many others, were taking a toll on what those middle-class, middle-aged adults, most of them white, thought, perhaps erroneously, was the consensus of what America should be like. This was the powder keg into which Charles Manson inserted himself when he found himself a free man for the first time in almost 7 years
You're making fused
in
glass?
1967. He went to Berkeley to visit friends he'd met in prison, but it just so happened that Berkeley, closely connected to the San Francisco scene, was a great place to sit around with his guitar and attract the attention of young people to whom music spoke in a way
Okay,
that
hopefully it
didn't
makes
to the elders that they
some
saw
more.
themselves
I'll have
in
one extra
conflict
after
with.
this.
So I took LSD and I saw God that day, man. 2.5
Can
years
you
ago,
like
and I saw
spread
him.
it out like this?
And I watched a friend of mine
Or no?
who was a poet, who was Steve Fortier, who was Christ,
I'm pretty sure you can do
who was Judas.
I don't understand. I
In
made
this period-
this fused quartz glass, but it needs quite clear glass. But what's the difference?
This doesn't.
Oh, you put glass in the okay. Here, then you can have all this. Because I made the wrong thing. Also, what you just did didn't speed it up at all. It takes 12 at a time. Alright, I need to put glass.
No, you can craft 3 at a time though.
It
Just spread it out.
already is crafting 3 at a time by default.
Well, it crafts 1.
No.
What?
If it's all the same material, it grabs 12 at a time and makes 3.
Oh, I see.
It just works, TM.
Okay.
Yeah, you're wrong-o.
Solarium block. Soul vial. Get me out of here.
Not yet, Johnny. Need to make the goddamn soul binder.
I'm gonna make another chat.
This is why I wanted you to do. I didn't want to do this.
I need more RF powder. Can you make more RF powder?
You have the thing right here.
What?
I'll click
there's
it.
10. I didn't. My God. Alright, I made one.
Easy. Game's too easy.
Simple machine chassis. Industrial machine chassis. God, I need more quartz.
Do you need more fused glass?
No, I need the grinded. Make some of that, make some of that.
What is
and
this
then
even
more.
going to give us? I'll swallow your soul gives us.
Where's my black dye? Oh, you're using the thing?
We get some sort of teleporter soon. That's kind of cool.
I have 70 levels.
I have 39?
You get a bunch from killing the Ender Dragon.
Mm.
I'm gonna sit on this thing.
Yeah, sit on it and spin. Alright, everybody claim your conduit binders. Give them to me right now. Conductive iron needs... Oh, just iron and... Okay.
I can't fill it. Oh, man. This fucking liquid XP tank sucks.
Well, you can make another... you can make
No.
another thing.
Where's my egg?
Thank you. Talent away.
Hurry up. Take your glass. Take your dang glass.
Thank you. I'll go mine some more coal. I mean, oil. Coil.
Manson met two girls, Mary Brunner, who worked at the Berkeley Library, and Lynette Fromm from Redondo Beach, who Manson is rumored to have met in Venice, a location we'll cover heavily later in the video. These were the first two members of what would become his family. Both were considerably younger than he was. He was 32. This is one of the early places they lived, 636 Cole Street, only a few blocks from the corner of Haight-Ashbury. Today, the rents are so high in San Francisco that you'd have to be a tech billionaire to afford this place, unless you're lucky enough to have rent control. But in the 60s, Haight-Ashbury was full of little hutches like this, where young people lived communally, indulging in drugs, free love, and lots of half-baked philosophy, which Manson was very good at imitating. The summer of love became a bummer pretty quickly. Perhaps 100,000 people had jammed themselves into this tiny area of San Francisco, most of them without jobs. Social services were overwhelmed. The Haight-Ashbury district became dirty, polluted, and squalid. Venereal diseases ran amok. By October 1967, it was mostly over. The young people left, went back home, got jobs, returned to high school or college, or moved on to some other place. Communes, for example, swelled in the autumn of 1967.
We got a soul.
By that time, though, Manson had moved on and was quickly accumulating followers. They moved up and down coastal California, panhandling, crashing on couches on park benches, taking advantage of friends for temporary lodging,
the other
drugs. I'm going to talk a little bit more about Manson's manipulative nature in the next chapter. But it's clear that he was very good at
mechanism
electrolytic
doing
what he wanted and convincing
we need more
them
myth
that they were
troll.
somehow special. We don't need to go through all the twists and turns of the family's travels in 1967 and 68. Suffice it to say, Haight-Ashbury was a significant place on the map of Manson family geography. The whole summer of love ethos made it possible for Manson to attract followers and eke out something of a lifestyle, however precarious, without gainful employment and while also fueling his dreams of becoming a recording star. That, I think, was what he wanted more than anything else. Remember, he told Alvin Karpis that he was going to be bigger than the Beatles. For a shiftless ex-con who couldn't hold down a job and had no skills other than playing guitar, at least no legitimate skills, music stardom was really the only conceivable path to the fame and influence that Manson dreamed of. But you can see how the summer of love and what happened at Haight-Ashbury could have made him believe that this was a unique moment in time where that kind of thing could become possible for him. Before we leave San Francisco and return to LA, let's make one more stop where we're going to meet another of Manson's future associates and delve more deeply into the esoteric and occult aspects of the story, which is a feature of this landscape too. This amazing building, located on Fulton Street, about 3/4 of a mile or 1.2 kilometers from Haight and Ashbury, is officially called the William Westerfield House, after the 19th century businessman, a candy magnate, who built it in 1889. It miraculously survived the 1906 earthquake and fire. It's colloquially named the Russian Embassy, although no diplomatic office was ever actually there. Probably it's called that because the Russian Club of San Francisco, an anti-Bolshevik organization, was headquartered there in the 1930s. By the 1960s, the Russian embassy was sort of a commune for all kinds of counterculture types that drifted through. Ken Kesey, closely associated with the groovy drugs and mind liberation movement we just looked at, lived here. So did experimental filmmaker and LGBT pioneer Kenneth Anger, author of the controversial and mostly fraudulent Hollywood expose, Hollywood Babylon. Anger made short experimental films, many of them dealing with gay themes as well as Satanism and black magic. Anger was a devoted follower of the modern religion of Thelema, founded by English occultist Aleister Crowley. In 1966 and 67, Anger was gearing up to make another one of these films, called Lucifer Rising, based on themes from Thelema. He was on the lookout for someone, not a professional actor, to star as the title character, Lucifer. He found a young man who was drifting through San Francisco at that time. Bobby Beausoleil, who turned 20 in 1967, was drop-dead gorgeous, a talented musician,
I don't know what this
heavily
soul
in
binder.
tune with the counterculture and dark spiritual ethos that was reverberating through Haight-Ashbury at that time. Anger brought Beausoleil to live here at the Russian embassy, not only intending for him to star as Lucifer in his new picture, but also to do the soundtrack through a new band formed for the purpose, called the Magic Powerhouse of Oz. Anger did finish Lucifer Rising, and you're looking at little bits of it on the screen here, but that's not Bobby Beausoleil.
Steel, machine chassis.
He and Anger had a falling out, and Beausoleil's next patron was Charles Manson. Anger didn't finish the film until 1972, after Beausoleil was in prison for the murder of Gary Hinman, and the film was not exhibited until 1980. So why is this black magic stuff relevant to the Manson story? Bear with me, I'm getting there. A similar kind of arrangement existed in Southern California about 15 years earlier. Jack Parsons, another well-known adherent of Crowley's religion Thelema and co-founder of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, lived in a Pasadena mansion on Orange Grove Boulevard, nicknamed the Parsonage. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore. There, Parsons, his wife Helen Northrup, and their friends imbibed a lot of drugs, conducted black magic rituals, had sex in a number of unusual ways, and explored the fringes of reality. Parsons believed Thelema was related somehow to the laws of physics. One of the residents of the parsonage was a science fiction writer and ex-Navy officer, Lafayette Ronald Hubbard. Yes, that guy. L. Ron Hubbard, who wrote the pseudo-scientific landmark Dianetics in 1950 and founded the cult of Scientology a few years later. In fact, Hubbard eventually ran off with Parsons' girlfriend, Sarah Northrup, who was the sister of Parsons' wife, Helen Northrup. Are you following this? Parsons blew himself up in a lab experiment in 1952. Sarah Northrup divorced L. Ron Hubbard the year earlier, despite having had a significant role in the development of Dianetics. So here's another connection to the Manson phenomenon. Charles Manson was not a Scientologist. He never formally joined the church. He didn't know anything about Xenu or body thetans, that sort of thing. But while imprisoned at McNeil Island in the early 1960s, Manson did receive up to 150 hours of what's called auditing, the basic procedure at the heart of Dianetics and Scientology. This was just part of the self-help and self-actualization material that Manson consumed while in prison. Manson drew both material and tactics from any source he could find on how to deal with people and to get them to do what he wanted. L. Ron Hubbard was just one of many source materials. The mishmash of psychology, religion, and self-actualization that Manson spewed in geysers, particularly to disaffected baby boomers who flocked around him, was largely incoherent, but it sounded good to many people. Was it black magic in the way that Aleister Crowley, Kenneth Anger, and Jack Parsons might have conceived of it? Well, no, I don't think so. But Manson's world was close enough to this kind of thing that it's easy to mistake him as being part of it. A kind of satanic-inspired Svengali, duping his followers with evil occult mind control. I don't think it was like that. But there are enough connections between Manson and this kind of black magic mansion that existed in Pasadena in the 1940s and in San Francisco in the 1960s that I thought it was at least worth mentioning.
I need an Enderman head.
Manson
Enderman
was
head.
not
We have one of those.
magic. He was, however, motivated by the allure of fame and celebrity. That's the subject of the next chapter, and a very important location in our geographic history.
Where are the ender pearls? Am I
This
blind?
is one of the
I
most important locations
took
in
them.
the story, and
All
one
of
the
them?
most frustrating.
They might
Google
be
Earth
in
doesn't
the
have
alloy
much to show
smelter.
us here,
We
and
didn't
that's
have many.
definitely by design.
I had to
The
make a bunch
address
of
is
vibrant alloy.
4400
We can
Sunset
grow.
Boulevard, Pacific Palisades, and on the street view, you might walk or drive right past it without giving it a second look, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. Behind that nondescript wooden gate, though, hidden away from the world, behind trees and walls and fences, is the thing that Charles Manson wanted more than anything else: stardom. This is the former house of Dennis Wilson, drummer for the Beach Boys.
Wait, is there like
This is what it looks
nucleus
like today, at
Anderson
least on the
stuff?
real estate website, themls.com, and it could be yours for only $40,000 a month. It was originally built in 1923 and was once owned by comedian Will Rogers. One thing you'll quickly notice about these Hollywood and entertainment industry properties is that few of the stars live there for very long. They cycle through houses like this, buying or renting. They live there for a while, and then they sell or rent usually to another celebrity. In 1968, this was Dennis Wilson's place. The story of the Beach Boys is long, sad, and disturbing. Three brothers, Brian, Carl, and Dennis Wilson, were raised in Hawthorne, California by their tyrannical and abusive father, Murray Wilson, who was their manager when the boys formed a band in 1961. The Wilsons were one of the most screwed up families you could imagine, and all the boys were psychologically, emotionally, and physically scarred by it in many ways. But in the early 1960s in Southern California, the right place at the right time, their sound captivated listeners across the country and the world. They all became millionaires in their 20s,
I didn't
and Dennis
save
bought this
the location
house.
of
On April 6, 1968, Wilson picked up two young women hitchhikers in Malibu. One of them, Patricia Krenwinkel, would become one of the core murderers within the Manson family. Her friend Ella Bailey was also a Manson girl. They told Dennis about this groovy dude they were hanging out with who was like a big guru, who knew lots of deep truths, and who could sing, write music, and play guitar too. Wilson often invited young drifters to stay at his house, even if he didn't know them very well. Manson and his crew were good at insinuating themselves into the lives of others so that they could get places to stay, drugs, and new followers. But Dennis Wilson was their biggest score yet. Within a couple of weeks, members of the Manson family, including Manson himself, were staying over at Wilson's house so often that they were basically living there, playing guitar, doing drugs, having sex, and orbiting the fringes of the celebrity lifestyle. Naturally, Manson encouraged all of this because he hoped that his association with Wilson would lead to a record deal. Dennis Wilson had two important friends. Terry Melcher, aged 26 in 1968, was a producer for Columbia Records. He was Hollywood royalty, the son of Doris Day, the superstar actress and singer whose peak of popularity had passed in the 1950s, but who was still quite influential in the entertainment business. Melcher's girlfriend was Candice Bergen, much later famous for playing Murphy Brown on TV, but at that time, 1968, she was most famous for being the daughter of celebrity ventriloquist Edgar Bergen. Another friend of Dennis Wilson's and an employee of Melcher was Greg Jacobson, a talent scout. Jacobson was Hollywood royalty by marriage. He was married to the daughter of Lou Costello of
This was
Abbott
he's a
Costello
fucking smelter.
Manson met all three of them at Wilson's house. He wasted no time in trying to hitch himself to their stardom and connections, and he sometimes accompanied them to nightclubs or parties in LA that were frequented by celebrities and people in the entertainment business. For his part, Wilson thought that Charlie Manson was pretty groovy and he liked his music generally.
Oh no!
He encouraged Melcher and
It's howling to
what they
something.
could do about the recording business. Another important connection that was made here was with
The fuck
Charles
is Vivid?
Watson, known as Tex. He was a
Vivid
young
alloy.
drifter from Copeville,
It's very
Texas,
vivid.
whom Wilson picked up while hitchhiking and brought back
What
to
do
his
we
house
need?
during the
Use-
time that the Manson family was staying there.
I
Tex
guess we'll need
Watson
it for
eventually
something.
became one of the core members of the family and participated in all of the major killings except for Gary Hinman. Dennis Wilson liked Charles Manson, and he and his friends liked the young girls that hung around him, But the Manson family abused Wilson's hospitality prodigiously while they were staying with him, running up bills with doctors, dentists, even caterers and food suppliers that had relationships
What was I
with
doing
Wilson.
again?
I have
They
no
helped
idea.
themselves to
this
his
thing.
clothes and even stole his
reading more
gold
myth-
Beach Boys records. The
I didn't read
doctor's
myth-
bills were especially bad.
Oh,
Most
God.
members of the family had some form
Man,
of
it-
STD, and they passed it around to everybody. Members of the Manson family also totaled at least one of Dennis
Make
Wilson's
this
cars, either a Mercedes
premium.
or Ferrari. The sources seem to differ. In September 1968, Wilson recorded a song that
We need
Manson had
basalts.
written. It was called
Wait, how do we not have
Cease
basalt
to
rods?
Exist. Wilson reworked it
Oh,
slightly,
wait. Maybe we
retitled
killed
it
Bliss, it's not
Never
basalt.
Learn Not to Love, and released it as the B-side for the Beach Boys single Bluebirds Over the Mountain, released in December 1968. Manson was not credited as
Claim
the
your
writer.
dark steel
You have no
ingots.
basalt
Wilson
stuff?
did prevail on Meltzer to audition Manson for a recording contract. It
I
didn't
said, do we
go
have no
well.
basalt stuff?
I don't know. I still don't know what you said.
Basals. He says, do we not have any basal stuff?
We do not. Wait, so it's not redstone. Redstone alloy is different than red alloy.
Of course.
Redstone alloy. What the?
Claim your dark. Claim your dark.
Oh, it's just redstone with silver.
Also, this quest says, once upon a time there was a village in the far west. They were in dire need of outside help because they were invaded by forces. Village elders, until we have something they don't let you use it. Masters of ore creation. They use dark stone or refined graphite. What the frick am I reading? The origin of the Oregon. What the frick?
Alright, turning these into whatever ingots into the armor.
Oh no, I need hop ingots. No.
No. I don't want pad, I want Ivan.
Just throw it in the thing. I don't need it right now.
Fine, be that way.
I will. I am being that way. In fact. Okay, do we have a better way to make hop ingots? Yes, you can just put coke dust in the alloy smelter. That's brilliant.
Oh my god. Okay, so we need 2 of these, which means I need 4 of those, which means I need 8 of these. Which means I need 16 16 energized. Uh-oh.
Wait, what, whoa.
Refined fuel.
I don't want to hear an auto. Take your organic black dye. Just throw it in the network and tell you to die. Graphite bar and the alloy smelter. Just put coal in.
How do I make... Oh no. Where's all the steel?
The thing where you made it. This says I can make. Why isn't it working? Graphite bar, alloy smelter, coal. I did that. Where's my stuff?
What are you making?
I'm trying to make these graphite bars. And if you go to the alloy smelter, it just shows coal in there. Yeah, it's not working.
It needs coke dust. What?
No, it doesn't. No.
Wait. What
Graphite bar. You can make it with graphite dust, coal, or charcoal, it claims.
Yeah.
But yes, but actually it's not working. Why?
Hmm? Something special?
I don't know.
Just smelt it.
Like, you can't. Can you?
That's weird.
Oh, you can. You maybe you can. Okay, yeah. You can just smelt it. Okay, whatever. It's working. I don't know why it showed up as a recipe in that.
This is access the furnace.
Your furnace. Need a Yeta wrench. It's too annoying. The frick is making a horrible noise. The head thing? Oh.
Alright, the machine chassis. Are we out of machine frames too? Oh wait, that's loud. Just.
I'm trying to progress down the next thingy. Save us some. Do some parallelization here. Don't know if it'll work. Or I don't know how well it'll work, I guess I should say. Don't get shocked. Create a mechanism electrolytic core. Wow. Look at that cute sentient ender.
End steel, end stone, dark steel, obsidian.
Are there any more quest rewards anyone wants before I go try to find some basalts?
Nope.
Are we out of obsidian?
No, there's like 1,000,000 obsidian.
Oh, it's 500. Give me your lunch.
Why do I keep getting Dugonias pooped into my inventory? Is that normal?
Give me your dark steel and your dark energized dark. And your grains of infinity.
That's so needy. Needy boy.
We'll discuss that in more detail in the next chapter. By the end of summer 1968, the Mansonites had sucked close to $100,000 out.
Are you using that?
Wilson.
Oh, yeah, you are.
He soured on them, but he was reluctant to throw them out. Possibly Wilson was afraid of Manson, though again sources
This
conflict on
melodic.
this. Instead of throwing them out,
Oh, of course.
Wilson
Good thing we
moved out of
fucking
his
farmed
own
1,000,000.
house, renting a much smaller place on Pacific Coast Highway. He made sure it was
Are
small,
botany pots in
too
here?
small,
No, we have
for
close.
to live there in case they happened to follow. Not long after,
Oh,
Dennis
yeah.
Wilson's
Cat.
manager kicked the family out of the house
Until
on
mystical
Sunset
agriculture.
Boulevard. They retreated to their main hideout, Spawn Ranch, the subject of the next chapter. Geographically and historically, Dennis Wilson's house is absolutely central to the whole story. It's a place where connections came together and motives began to come into play. Wilson himself largely exits the story after this, but as among the locations profiled in this video, this is one of the most important.
Oh, why am I so falling? What? Oh, that's my lecture.
Even shinier, even brighter. Oh, hyper diamonds. Pulverize some industrial grade. What? Explode some industrial grade graphite dust to create this item.
Oh, it's not getting enough power. That's why. What the? Why?
What do you mean? What's not?
Oh, never mind. The fucking bar was empty. That was weird.
What is your issue, kitty?
This thing is taking
things to do.
very.
I have to make 9 hyper diamonds. This is cringe. I don't have 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
Can't even alloy this because stupid.
Town's rocking out.
Yeah, something.
I'll take those.
Oh, entering the Aether through the sky completely rewrote my map.
Wait, what?
I don't have like any of the previous map exploration I did on the overworld. I guess because I came in through the sky. It's like treating it as a whole new dimension.
What do you mean you came in through the sky? You just flew up?
No, when I dropped that one time, I dropped through the sky, out of the sky with the Aether, when we were done with it.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. I agree. But that's what I'm seeing on my journey map. So
Maybe we should just make the alloy smelter. Maybe it's faster. Oh, you can upgrade it. Oh. Maybe we should upgrade this.
Yeah, I mean, all the upgrade stuff is really annoying. But we probably should. You're probably not wrong.
And?
That's all. You're probably not wrong.
I'm making more steel.
Shouldn't we have like 1 million coal? Or is it... Oh, okay, it's coal
It's in the
ore.
ore.
I
It's,
see.
yeah.
What do? You crush that into coal?
Yeah, you can crush it. Is it already 1 million?
Oh, there it is. Okay, I didn't look. I didn't look. I just wanted to make some coal coke. Because I needed to make... our arch nemesis.
I knew it. See?
Hyper diamonds
you.
need us to make it. And I guess that kind of makes sense in a stupid way. So just everybody calm down. I'm working on it. Let me cook.
You gotta make another machine. Mother.
Could be worse. You could have to make hyper diamonds. Alright, can I crush this and get double? Yeah, pulverizer.
Polish. Fulk. We need more polished. Okay, we need more stone. Okay. We need.
Hyper diamonds, here I come. I have to. Do we have TNT? I need to actually blow this up. How do you make TNT?
Our aubergine farm is.
Oh my god. This is annoying. Making TNT is annoying.
Alright, I had thought about making it. Maybe I found some, and that's why I decided to actually make something with TNT. Yeah, it's.
Wait, where did
what's
you?
annoying is.
Where did you put it? Where'd you put the TNT?
No, I think I used what I found in craft or something.
What the heck? You're under arrest.
Should we turn off this aubergine farm?
Why?
For what purpose?
Because it's just pooping items because the drawers are full.
Well, it's part of the automated power. You can't turn
I
it
know.
off.
I'm just saying, like, just for now.
I mean, a lot of the automated farms are turned off. Yes, they're just leaving their items there. I don't.
It's fine.
It's life now.
They'll disappear. Disappear eventually.
They just despawn. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Alright, I need to make a gunpowder barrel.
What was I doing?
Oops. Make a wooden barrel.
Alright, this is cool.
Treated wood planks.
I just found a freaking castle in the middle of nowhere.
In the Aether?
No, I'm in. There's the basalts are in the overworld, I think.
Machine frame.
In the Aether?
No.
Simple machine chassis. Simple alloys. No. Fuck.
I'm smelling it. Are you smelling it now, Mr. Krabs? I'm really smelling it.
No, I'm in a desert, not that far from our base.
He's in the middle of the desert. What?
You're crafting something while I was crafting something.
I'm crafting-y. Making TNT. Trying to explode you, Pat.
What are you doing?
Making hyper diamonds. What's TNT proof? Or is obsidian TNT proof?
Yes.
Alright, I'm going down. Should probably minimize the casualties here to just myself.
Donkey! I found a dookie!
Yeah, but I bet you haven't found any bald eagles.
You know, I haven't. I also haven't found any basalts. Oh, I'm also stuck on the
Where's
ground.
my steel? You're out of grain. Never mind.
Who do you think enthralled this Drakernix? Who was it?
You think you can just go and say that on stream?
Yeah, you can't say that.
A Drakernix?
Bro.
Stop!
Your pie is very disappointed in you.
I need a witch soul.
Choice specs. That should be.
Soul vial with a witch.
You got a morb. Oh.
No, it's like a soul. No, what? Oh, you just need another Z logic. Yikes.
Alright, fire in the
Look
hole.
at these white cliffs. The Sherlock Holmes estate is gonna freak.
How do you activate TNT?
Punch it.
It's just breaking.
No, you light it on fire. What?
No. Look, I've never grouped people in Minecraft, okay?
I'm trying to grief myself right now, but it's not working. I gotta go get
Getting
it.
low on quartz.
Oh, a village. That's not a basalt.
This is Spawn Ranch.
Yeah, I wonder if
now
we
in
should
Santa
have
Susana
been
Pass
courting
State Park.
villagers.
It's probably the most famous geographical location in the Manson story, with the exception of the places where the murders occurred. I talked a little bit about the deep history of this site back in Chapter 3. This place is intimately connected to the movie business. This property is adjacent to a place called the Iverson Movie Ranch, a go-to location for making Western pictures. At some point during the 1920s, the future Spawn Ranch property was owned by William S. Hart, one of the cowboy stars of silent movies of that era, who, like many silent movie stars, couldn't really survive the transition to talking pictures. In 1928, the property changed ownership again, and by the late 1940s, construction of a new freeway essentially cut Iverson Movie Ranch in half.
I wish all
As
the mobs
Westerns were
had a
now
page you could
becoming
look up in
popular on
GEI where you
television,
could see where they
business
spawn.
opportunity existed to pick up some of the productions that
Wait,
would
is there
otherwise
no flint
have
and
been made
steel
at
here?
Iverson. A couple named Lee and Ruth McReynolds bought the property and began constructing buildings that could be used for Western pictures. For instance, a fake saloon. These were the buildings, decaying and falling into disrepair, that the Manson family would appropriate in 1968 and 69. Much has been written and speculated about George Spahn, the dairy farmer who bought the property in 1953 and who was managing it when the Manson family first showed up there, looking to crash in 1968. Spahn, too, was connected to the movie business. Before moving to the ranch, he had supplied horses and livestock for Hollywood productions, mostly for westerns. Spahn was elderly and partially blind by 1968.
Dark Steel
He
again?
seems to have had some sort of relationship with Manson girl Squeaky Fromm,
which has been the subject of a lot of salacious gossip.
Oh, it's the-
What is clear is that there was a basic arrangement that Manson and his people could stay there in exchange for them
Find
maintaining
obsidian.
the place. Until they moved to Barker Ranch right after their murder
Obsidian.
spree, Spawn was their main base. Life at Spawn Ranch was dirty, hard, and squalid. The family lived hand to mouth, mainly by foraging food from dumpsters behind Los Angeles supermarkets. Manson himself mentioned this a lot and employed a metaphor based on it. Just as his followers culled garbage from commercial stores, he took in young people who saw themselves as having been cast out of society, garbage people, so to speak. There were frequent trips from Spawn Ranch into the city to forage for garbage. What you're seeing, incidentally, is footage taken on the site of Spawn Ranch by fellow YouTuber Joe Bowie, who has visited many of these Manson-related sites. We will interview him in Chapter 17. Most of the rest of what the family had, drugs, weapons, cars, and eventually the famous dune buggies, were obtained either by barter or by stealing. Manson controlled the finances of the group. Stealing credit cards was a major preoccupation, and stealing and flipping cars was a source of income. Any money or credit cards that were owned by members who joined or even kind of orbited the family were often appropriated by them. At one point in 1968, Manson had wooed Dee Dee Lansbury, daughter of actress Angela Lansbury, and he'd gotten control over her credit cards until the future Jessica Fletcher cut them off. Spawn Ranch was part of the hinterlands of Los Angeles. It had always existed on sort of the fringes of the city and its entertainment industries, and it continued to do so while Manson and his people were there. In this period, late 1968 through most of 1969, Manson was increasing his cult manipulation of his followers. Drugs were instrumental to Manson's control of the family, especially LSD. In order to secure a steady supply of it, Manson developed relationships with various criminal elements, especially biker gangs, like the Straight Satans, some of whose members eventually testified against him at the main trial. Spawn Ranch also brought some other people into Manson's orbit. Steve Grogan, who would later commit murder for the Manson family, was living on Spawn Ranch before the family showed up, having been abandoned there by his frustrated parents. Ranch hand Donald Shorty Shea, the last of the 9 principal victims in the core set,
Why was Ivan on fire that long?
was a sometime employee of George Spawn.
I was trying to put out some lava.
The car that the killers would eventually take to the crime scenes in LA proper, a yellow 1959 Ford, was owned by Johnny Swartz, another person who frequented the ranch before Manson got there. Manson abused all of these relationships, as he'd done with Dennis Wilson and friends. But again, notice the role that Spawn Ranch has in this story.
Okay, Hyper Diamondo!
And
now I can make an exchanging gadget. Oh, I see. That's dumb. Make a Quibbit crystal. Quibbit.
Mountainous and barren.
How do I make a vibrant crystal? Oh, okay, that's not too bad, actually. How do I make vibrant alloy? Is that annoying? Probably. A little bit. Okay.
Another...
where the motives for the murders, whether financial, drug-related, or ideological, started to come to the forefront. In order to keep his cult together, Manson had to maintain a web of connections between this hinterland out on Santa Susana Pass Road and LA. There had to be cars, and there had to be people who could drive them. Manson didn't even have a driver's license, even though he did drive on numerous occasions. There had to be supplies of food, drugs, and eventually weapons. Manson had to maintain enough control over his followers to maintain these connections. If any one of them broke, his cult would disintegrate, his power would evaporate, and he'd never make the big time that he dreamed of. A very important thing happened at Spawn Ranch in May and June 1969. Terry Melcher, the record producer and friend of Dennis Wilson, auditioned Manson for a record contract. Manson's failure at this was probably one of the major reasons for the murders. Wilson had stopped contact with the Manson people, but Melcher still had some interest, particularly in the idea of Manson and his
Sounds
group
British.
as
Also, you
subjects of
can
a
claim
film
vibrant alloy
documentary about
ingots. That's pretty nice, actually. Alright. Craft an advanced circuit. Craft a mineral sapling and start duplicating it to get into integrated dynamics. Oh, that sounds good. It needs 5 mithril ingots. We don't have any mithril ingots here, do we? I want to claim some mithril ingots from something. Somebody go finish a quest that gives me mithril ingots.
I need mithril ingots.
No, I need mithril ingots.
I just need 1.
I need more than 1. Oh god, I need a darium.
What the hell? Grains of Peasiality. Oh. We need a sack. We need a sag mill.
This guy's sagging.
He's
This
nuts.
guy's sagging. I continue to spawn Dugonias. Help. They just keep showing up.
I am impressed you are still spawning them.
How are you not?
Did you just walk by the Dugonia farm?
No.
Hmm.
This is why it's weird.
Maybe you're just slow.
Doesn't answer any. It doesn't answer any questions. Lead, platinum, interpearl.
This isn't a canyon. I'm at the top of a mountain. What?
Pony Canyon.
Right, maybe there won't be basalts here. You know, maybe I should have grabbed a compass. The biome compass, that is.
Nah. I need 4 ender crystals, which means I need 12, 14. What? How am I supposed to get so many ender crystals?
Target acquired. The heck is this? It's market stalls.
We are out of RF powder.
How?
I used it all to make machine
Oh,
chats.
RF powder. I see. I thought you meant GP powder.
No.
One of these is.
You need more grains. Wait. Someone claimed their greens.
I already did. You're out of luck.
How do you make fire water?
Excuse me? Can't
Target
say
acquired.
Oh, we need a vat. No. Nope. Not even. Nope. Not even gonna look at that. Go back to my bedrock hole.
Cinnabar and nickel to get platinum. Don't mind if I do.
I've literally just been clicking on recipes for the past hour.
Oh, I need Cinnafrickin' bar.
Hippies living on the land. Melcher visited Spawn Ranch a couple of times. In
Fuck,
March
there's diamond.
1969, he led Manson to believe that he'd be coming to hear him sing and play music, and deciding whether or not to sign him to a record contract. Melcher didn't show. This was the reason for Manson's visit to the
there a
Drive House, which I'll talk about in Chapter 13.
way to
Melcher did
infinitely
finally return to Spawn Ranch
light
and
things on
begged
fire?
to hear Manson play. By this time, the producer
Netherrack?
had pretty much decided that he wasn't
No,
going to
I
sign
mean
him,
like
but
a
he let Manson down
indestructible flint and
easy
steel.
and half-heartedly
I don't know.
promised to return for another session, which occurred on June 6th. Manson's preparations for the visits were feverish. He told all of his followers that this was it, this was his big chance, and he made sure that the ranch looked as good as possible for Melcher's appearance. Of course, it didn't work out the way that he wanted. Sometime in early June, Manson spoke to Melcher on the phone, and the producer told him that although he liked his music, he wasn't going to sign him. So much for his dream of being bigger than the Beatles. At that point, in early June 1969, Manson and the whole character of the family changed. The weird helter-skelter race war apocalypse thing was in the air before then, but after the turn down by Melcher at Spawn Ranch, Manson, now openly angry and resentful, started directing his followers to step up the preparations for this doomsday. So, historically and geographically, Spawn Ranch was the seed of the murder spree. It was where the central thing that happened that ignited Manson's resentment, his failure to get his just due as he saw it, being a big record star. And it was where he fully developed and indoctrinated his followers with the helter-skelter philosophy, if you could call it that, and it was the home base from which the murders were planned, coordinated, and launched.
Oh, this doesn't give me Cinnabar? What's the best way to get Cinnabar?
This is the intersection of 116th
Redstone
Street and
ore?
Avalon Boulevard, just west of the traditional boundary of the neighborhood of Watts. On August 11th, 1965, at this intersection, a California highway
blitzes.
patrol officer pulled over a 21-year-old African-American man, Marquette Fry. The traffic stop drew a crowd, including Fry's mother and brother. An officer pulled a shotgun, there was a lot of shoving, Fry's mother got roughed
Fluid
up,
transmitter.
and the locals started throwing rocks.
Here we go.
This was the beginning of the Watts Uprising, which raged for 5 days, left 34
I need
people
more
dead,
cactus.
and parts of LA being occupied by the California National Guard. Charles Manson was still in prison at McNeil Island when the Watts riots occurred, but the racial geography of LA, which is fabulously complicated, simply cannot be ignored in this story. Because race does intersect with the Manson phenomenon, a brief primer on that geography is, I think, necessary. In the 20th century, there were two great migrations of African Americans from the South to mostly urban spaces in northern and western cities. The first one, around the time of World War I, largely missed Los Angeles, but the second, in the World War II era, made up for it. Two executive orders by the Franklin Roosevelt administration heavily shaped black history in Los Angeles. The first was an order that prohibited racial discrimination in staffing for wartime defense contracts, which meant that those war industry jobs were available to African Americans. The second was FDR's infamous Executive Order 9066, which provided for the rounding up of Japanese Americans and putting them into internment camps. LA's former Little Tokyo neighborhood along Central Avenue, where many Japanese Americans in the city lived, was suddenly emptied of residents. African Americans moved into that neighborhood in great numbers. For several decades after 1940, African Americans were by far the fastest growing ethnic group within LA's population. But the problem, one of the problems, was that LA's property records were rife with racial covenants. These were prohibitions written into deed records that said that property could not be sold to anyone who wasn't white. The U.S. Supreme Court made these prohibitions unenforceable in 1948, but it largely didn't matter in L.A. A lack of affordable housing, racially discriminatory mortgage lending, including by the federal government, a practice called redlining, and discriminatory practices by real estate agents like blockbusting, all converged to keep African Americans from living in various parts of the city that were traditionally thought of as white. As a result, black neighborhoods, Watts and Compton were the most well-known, but by no means the only one, but these neighborhoods became much more homogeneous. Layered on top of this was a long and very entrenched tradition of discriminatory and racist policing. William Parker, LA's racist police chief from 1950 to 1966, cleaned up the legendary corruption of the Los Angeles Police Department, but on his watch it became much more powerful and generally much more antagonistic toward people of color. The incident that touched off the 1965 riots was just one of many that fueled intense resentment in the black community, which was fed up not just with racist policing, but the decades-long housing crisis, the decline of manufacturing and good jobs, government disinvestment in schools and neighborhoods, and a general lack of understanding from white Los Angeles about what life was really like there for people of color. All of these tensions were sharpened by the civil rights movement of the 1960s and the white backlash to it. To be sure, this was not happening just in LA, obviously. Racial violence broke out in dozens of American cities in the 1960s, and racist policing was an issue everywhere, not just Los Angeles. In 1966, in Oakland, Huey Newton and Bobby Seale founded the Black Panther Party, an openly Marxist-Leninist black nationalist organization whose initial focus, at least in Oakland, was to organize armed patrols to protect African-American communities from police violence. The Panthers were portrayed, at least in the media, as dangerous gun-toting radicals, and the federal government, especially J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, went to considerable lengths to infiltrate and disrupt this organization. Many white Americans saw armed African Americans as an existential threat to the social and political order. The Panthers, however, were just one part, a highly visible part, of a continuum of black liberation movements in the 1960s. Malcolm X, assassinated in 1965, had constantly critiqued the limitations of the expressly nonviolent civil rights leadership organizations, like Dr. Martin Luther King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference.
Where are my ender pearls?
When King himself was assassinated for
God
racist
damn it!
reasons in
Can you stop?
No, I need them.
Many African Americans thought the civil rights
Yeah, so do I. Like, what the fuck? Why do you think I made them?
militant
I made them for you.
Oh, he made them for me.
Black
They're all
Panthers
mine.
did a lot more than just tote guns.
I'm putting them in the storage
rarely got
out of courtesy, not for you to fucking steal them. Okay?
That's what courtesy is.
The militancy of the
It's me stealing them.
You don't take everything though. You take half. You always take half. You take half until
I need all of it.
when they looked at them. That was certainly Charles Manson's view.
Well, then fucking
Manson was
replenish it after you take
extremely
it.
racist.
I'm
and
trying. I'm
anti-Semitic.
stuck getting
This was at
Cinnabar
odds
in
with
the
some things
in
that he told
jail.
his followers, that everybody was unique and special, and
hate
that
you.
love was an ordering force in the universe. But it should be fairly obvious by now that Manson's ideology, if you can call it that, was utterly incoherent.
Pulsating
He
crystal.
understood nothing about the reality of race
Diamonds,
in LA
million
or in
diamonds.
America in general. By 1969, the Black Panthers were in decline. Those operations by Hoover and the FBI were largely effective at disrupting. But Manson, entranced by the gun-toting militant revolutionary image of the Panthers, seems to have been convinced that they were growing stronger and even more radical as time went on. This played into his apocalyptic delusions, particularly Helter Skelter. Helter Skelter is tough to understand, at least for anyone who's not insane. Manson told his followers, often during long rap sessions at Spawn Ranch, that a race war was coming in America, which would be spearheaded by militants like the Black Panthers. Blacks would win this war, according to him, and take over America, or possibly the world, but being inferior in Manson's mind, they would be unable to run the world once they had it. The family, and especially Manson, would then be able to take over. In other words, in his delusion, people of color would do the dirty business of taking over the world and then would hand it over to Charles Manson and his followers on a silver platter. The family would hide out from the carnage while the war was going on in a bottomless pit whose entrance was somewhere, Manson told his followers, in the Death Valley desert. Supposedly, Manson got all of this from divining messages in the Beatles' White Album, released in late 1968, which got heavy play at Spawn Ranch. Did he and his followers really believe this? People have believed stranger things. L. Ron Hubbard's fantastic mythology about Xenu is at least as weird as Helter Skelter. But whether this was the family's primary motivation for the killings, or one of several competing motivations, or simply not part of the motivation at all, is one of the big unanswered questions of the Manson phenomenon. It's also possible that Manson himself didn't believe it, but wanted his followers to, or that they pretended to believe it in order to please him. The historical record doesn't really offer us any compelling answer to this conundrum. What we do know is that this racist helter-skelter doomsday scenario was in the mix somewhere, and it offers a bizarre glimpse into the feverish mind of Charles Manson.
Why is Cinnabar so rare? I just need platinum.
And politics of Los Angeles. The reality on the ground in LA was that there was no race war. The Panthers were not nearly as powerful as Manson believed they were, and the struggle for black liberation was much more about jobs and housing and health care and freedom from police harassment than it was about ruling the world. This is an ordinary street in Watts as it looks today. This, and not the grandiose delusions of Charles Manson, is the reality of racial geography of Los Angeles. Ordinary people trying to live their lives. Having spent the majority of his life in prison, Manson was always incapable of understanding what went on in places like this, or anywhere really, in the world outside of his head. This is a fascinating chapter in the Manson story, although there's not much to see here now. That parking lot behind the stucco wall is the former site of the Franklin Garden Apartments. Built in 1920 in the classic neo-Spanish style very typical of LA in that period, one of these apartments, located at 6933 Franklin Avenue in Hollywood, was the site of a shooting by Charles Manson of an African-American drug dealer, an act of violence that preceded the murder spree. It happened on July 1st, 1969. This was not long after the failure of Manson's recording contract Dreams, and after he decided that he'd move his cult from Spawn Ranch to the much more remote hinterlands of Barker Ranch, which we'll get to in Chapter 17. That was going to take money. Manson had to keep his followers fed, had to be a steady supply of drugs, and to move around in the desolate Death Valley wilderness, they needed dune buggies. Manson had drug connections. He had to. It's how he kept the family stoned and high on LSD. Sometime in late June, he decided to swindle one of his drug connections, a man named Bernard Crow, called Lotsa Papa. The deal went through an intermediary, Rosina Kroner. She was Tex Watson's girlfriend at the time, and she lived here at Franklin Garden Apartments. On Manson's instructions, Tex Watson, Rosina Kroner, and Bernard Crow went to El Monte to purchase a large brick of marijuana with the money fronted by Crow. Tex and Rosina took the money, $2,400, possibly more.
You said we
we're
have a
not
sag
sure,
mill?
and then ran away,
Yep.
leaving
Good.
Crow empty-handed. A few
Good.
days later,
You're
Crow
allowed to use
appeared
it,
at
though.
Rosina's apartment.
Why?
She called Spawn
It's
Ranch,
so-
whose link to the outside world
Wrong.
was a payphone near the corral set, and she told Manson that Crow, enraged at the swindle, was at her apartment threatening to kill her if he didn't get his money back. Manson took off in the 1959 Ford, later used in the Maine murders, along with a cult member, Thomas James Walleman, or TJ. They drove from Spawn Ranch to the Franklin Garden Apartments. Manson was prepared to kill Lotsapapa Crow. When they got to Rosina Kroner's apartment, TJ proved unable to do it. Manson took the gun and shot Crow in the stomach. The gun used in this crime was a .22 long-barreled revolver and would be used again at the Polanski-Tate killings. Crow was not dead, but Manson thought he was. There was a rumor that after shooting him, Manson kissed his feet and told him that he loved him before leaving him for dead. Like many career criminals, Manson had now graduated to even more serious crimes. This time, he had fully intended to kill someone in cold blood, personally, and even thought that he had done so. Furthermore, in his blinkered view of race, Manson believed that Crow was a member of the Black
How do you
Panthers,
make more,
which was complete
oops.
nonsense. He had nothing to do with them. But Crow apparently told him he was one of them, and that if he didn't get his money, the Panthers would come up to Spawn Ranch
How do you make
and
more
kill
of
everyone.
the thing,
shooting
the
ratcheted
refined
up.
fuel?
It should be making it. So the thing needs naphtha in it. The transposer, the thing at the top uses naphtha, but I had it working on it. Maybe the naphtha didn't actually go in, but there should be some.
Wait, naphtha into what?
Into the building on the top. The same building that produces the naphtha processes the naphtha. It's just like a two-stage thing.
It is not working.
Well, you might just need to fiddle with the conduits a little bit, or something. Or the building itself, maybe the wrong inputs.
Fractioning still?
What? Yes.
The fractioning still? It has crude oil in it.
Yeah, so it's producing naphtha.
Uh-huh.
And then eventually, when it runs out of crude oil to process, it'll... I mean, like, you can take the stuff out of it and have it, or make another fraction.
Oh, it's because the tar was full, that's why it stopped working. And then the... Okay, no, good.
Yeah, it's just annoying, like... But a second fractioning still would make it easier, I guess. I'm just trying to get back to the surface, personally. I'm a little...
Well, this is never... The crude oil is never going to be empty, because
Why?
There's too much.
Then...
Okay, whatever. I'll fiddle that later.
Yeah, I mean, it's... You just need to put it somewhere else. Put it somewhere else. Cinnabar is so freaking rare, but I guess that's what the sag mill's for. I just want to get out of the basement, mommy. Just want to get out of the basement. I'm trapped. Auntie Eb.
Damn it, that took fucking forever. Ooh.
Sorry about it. Probably would have gone a lot
Sorry.
faster if you had these ender pearls.
Don't mock me.
It's too late for that. Dude, I just want to get back home. Hunt torches again. What part of base are you in, Pat? So I can... No.
What?
What part of base are you in? Oh, never mind. I found it. I found my way. Whee!
Wait, what the?
I'm drunk.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Wait, how do you freaking what?
What? You looking at my SAG?
No, I'm trying to put XP in here, and there's a slot for a bottle, but what?
DK.
It's four. It needs 4 experience levels, but oh, I need a what? So confused. Right click a mob to capture its soul, right click again to release it.
Morb? We morbin? Is it morbin time?
Wait, I'm so confused. How do you... What?
For Gilgamesh, it is morning time!
What platinum ender pearls? By your powers combined, I'm Captain Dick Butt.
Yes.
I think I probably need more ender pearls.
Don't you dare.
What do you mean?
Don't you dare.
I gotta do what I gotta do. I'm trying to complete quests, same as you. I need to make 4 of these, which means I need 12 gears. Yeah, I definitely need more. Metal gear. Ender. Wait, where did we get all these ender crystals? Dropped from Enderman? Since when? Hold on. Stop. Cease. I made a horrible mistake.
Yes, you did.
I swear I checked. There weren't any, but now there are. But I guess there are.
Can we summon a witch in the with summoning summon? Talon, do you know?
Don't ask me, I'm not in base.
The Vich.
Wait, no. Oh no! We need so many pedestals.
I need to coat Clathrate. Which means I need Rosengard.
Do we have a lot of rune stones?
Probably.
We have 23 rune stones in my pouch.
Great.
Who decided we needed all this oil? They're probably a bad person, whoever it is. Could be anyone though.
No, you fool!
What?
I put the now they're both filled with naphtha.
Yeah, that's the plan. The naphtha needed to go somewhere is full.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Take out the thing. Take out this oil, sand, so it stops making oil.
What?
Now you're refining naphtha.
We need another fractioning still. Is what it comes down to.
We
need like 3 fractioning stills. Because I need to make rosin.
Talon, I need your rune stones. I need to make more catalyst plates to summon a witch.
Alright, I will return home then.
Do we have a machine frame in here? That'd be convenient.
Unless I could just make.
Little guided lights.
Oops. Boop, 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 boop. We need steel rods and plates.
Back on the city.
I'm gonna make fractioning stills. Where's all our steel? Did you already use all of it? Thought you were gonna make a bunch. Doesn't appear like there's a bunch in here. You know it's gonna be a glorious day, just the most, just the best in the whole world.
When we finally get Botania?
Yeah. I can't wait. I just can't wait to make steel. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. No one's saying steal this. No one's saying smell more.
Smell more.
Smell more, smell, smell more.
I'm running dangerously low on quartz.
Oh, I just can't wait to smelt steel.
Server, could you keep up? I'm trying to chunk here.
Stop chunking.
Chunk my way home. I must chunk to get home.
I'm gonna make another fractioning still, and it's not gonna be for making refined fuel. Don't ask. Don't ask what it's gonna be made for. Don't ask. Don't ask.
What's it going to be made for?
Glad you asked. I need it for reasons that I can't disclose. We need bottle XP! This is impossible.
I got it, don't worry. Here.
I'm gonna go fill it more.
I literally put the thing in the crafting
Alright,
panel
just
for
make
you.
RF powder then.
How much?
I don't know, several. 10.
Alright. I don't want to use up all the GP powder accidentally. We have 8 GP powder left. Don't use any more GP powder.
I'm using all 8 right immediately now.
Hello?
Hi.
Did I make it back to base?
Yeah. I literally just saw you move.
Well, I came over here to click on this terminal and it's not working, so...
It doesn't work sometimes. I don't know why.
It didn't work for like 4 times.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Oh, I just can't wait to gear nickel. Da 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 da. Okay.
Can't say that.
Why? Explain in detail.
Energized dark ingot. What? Oh, we need more refined fuel.
We need what? More refined
We need
fuel?
more. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm working on making a building that will make all our
Yeah, but
dreams come true.
that's in like 10 minutes.
No, it's not in 10 minutes. Don't say that.
Is storage full?
Probably.
No.
Why?
Trying to put crap in it, it's not going. I might just be lagging really badly.
You're probably just lagging.
Try using the one over here.
I cannot because I think I am lagging out now.
Okay, well, that's not my problem.
Let's do this.
Alright, Pat. I've got your second fractioning steel. It's yours to use. I'll wait to make mine. You have to wire it up, though. I don't have any other wires.
What? What do you mean?
Right here. Just it needs power. I don't know. Do whatever you
This
want
is
with it.
fucking machine gore.
Put whatever you
Oh
put it
my
wherever you
God.
want. We have some.
Don't you have the energy?
Yeah, we do. They're in the thing. I put them all
Alright,
back.
I'm putting.
Put them all back. I just take your thing. Never ask me for anything. All these ender pearls are mine, and no one can have any.
I'm gonna murder you.
I turned them all into Endarium ingots that I didn't end up needing. Don't ask things. Don't ask questions.
This is terrible.
We need more stone burnt, which means we need more GP powder. I'm gonna use some of it. Not a lot, just some. Just some. Trust.
Sometimes these conduits are a little bit stupid.
Yes.
How do I make it so that doesn't...
What in the frick is going on here?
There we go.
Okay, the problem is you still haven't given it fluid. I'm guessing you're working on it, but I figured I would criticize anyway.
What?
It needs the naphtha to go in it. And I don't think it can grab out of the side of a tank. That's why I say,
You only
like...
need one tank. Okay, here, look. Let's... Wait. That one goes there. Okay, this... We don't need this pipe here. And we don't need this pipe here.
It's yours to deal with.
And then...
Talon Exodus has left the game.
Yeah, it's something weird's happening. I'm gonna have to reset the whole client.
Good.
We
I never liked him.
always active. We don't insert. Extract. Okay, so that's doing that, and then this is gonna be that. And then, okay, this is very dangerously close to our crystallizer. We do this.
Yeah,
and then
that whole thing's messed up. It's also like near the ME thing in case we need to like multi-block that out. But whatever, we'll deal with that later. It's my philosophy.
Wait, the front doesn't take. We can't do that. Shit. There's not enough spaces on this. We can just move the fucking crystallizer. Like, where's my bucket?
Pat, we don't have any seared brisk.
Or what?
Hold on, I'm dealing with it. I need to get seared brick for us. I'm trying to make the third fractioning still. This one's mine.
We need more dark steel as well, or dark ingots.
Not my problem.
Do we have the things?
Probably. I have some tar in my inventory.
We need bitumen. We have a lot of tar.
You can turn the oil ore into bitumen.
We have a stack of.
In the smelter? No, in something. In one of the buildings. You can... I'll leave it as an exercise to the reader to find which building.
Oh, you can just arc furnace this. Okay.
10 gear. Need 10 gear. 10.
Why is there lead in here?
I needed it. I don't need any more.
Putting them in the store. You have another tank? Wait, hold on. I think there's a thing. Please tell me I have a thing. Portable tank basic. Hell yeah. Claim.
It's probably got stuff in it.
It does not.
What? What quest? Tell me right now.
Oh wait, no, it has. That's nap. I have 2 tanks with naphtha.
You fool! You fool! You absolute
That has generated extra naphtha.
Wait, hold on. I can do this. All right. I hope there's enough. 8,000. No, there's not.
All right, here's my secret fractioning. Still, no one can take it. It's all mine.
Insert.
What did I need this for? I've already it's been so long I forgot. Oh, I needed to make coated. Oh, I needed to make rosin. That's what I need. Rosin god. Oh, if that's what I need, hold on. I should put this somewhere else. I should take this tank with me. Okay.
I'm just gonna bury some of this naphtha.
What do you mean bury it? What are you doing?
I can't bucket it. I can't unbucket it.
What the fuck are you doing, you psychopath?
Damn it, I was gonna bury it.
He's making more naphtha tanks.
This needs red. There we go. Perfect. I don't even need a fucking pipe.
Alright, how do I do this? There we go, like that. And then I can put this tank on top. Alright, I have
What am I doing
automated
Wait, who took this?
my rosin god. What?
Wait, Talon's here, right? I know. Or no?
I would be if my game would actually function. I was like, every time I tried to turn the camera, the game wouldn't let me do anything and just locked me back in place.
That's where he deserves to be.
Need more steel.
I'm making some in this alloy thingy. Oh, it's ran out of coal. Needs more pulverized coal.
Much more.
Okay, now I need to coat some clathrate in the alloy smelter. Coat me, coat me, coat me. Coat me.
Stop.
Estimation circuit. These integrated circuits better, like, change the whole world. That's all I have to say about it. I was on such a quest to get that done. 16 more Enderium ingots. This is what I asked for.
I'm gonna upgrade the stupid alloy smelter.
Create a quantum dick. What is a crystalline brown slime ingot? This is not real. But it can hurt me.
There we go. We have an upgraded alloy smelter.
I need pink slime ingot and grains of pizzality. Did you make grains of pizzality? Do you know what that is? Because I don't.
Yeah. Yes.
I need more mithril.
Wait, did you use it all?
No, I haven't used any mithril.
Well, then
I need some
yeah,
for
you
the
need one
next
of my
quest.
one.
Oh, what if I grab
Anyway.
these two in here? What if I grab these two here? What do I...
No, I'm taking one.
Oh man.
I'm putting. Wait, no, I already have one in my backpack. You can have two.
I literally need two. Yeah.
I need to make another capacitor.
Alright, I'm grabbing these two. I need pink slime. We don't have any.
I need more stuff.
You make pink slime. How do you make pink slime? A pink slime. Pink slime fluid? What is pink slime fluid? That's gross.
I'll show you some pink slime flavor.
This doesn't give me any indication of how to make pink slime. It just has a bunch of fluid transposition recipes.
Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? It's faster? No, it's not even. What?
I don't know how to
pulverized
make
coal and
pink slime.
All right, the new way to make steel. This is the third and the alloy smelter. You need two pulverized coal and one coal, or two coal.
What? What
But
alloy
it's-
smelter? The big, the one
Is
you
it
just made?
faster? You're able to upgrade this. Oh, the capacitor upgrades it. Okay. So if we put a better capacitor in here, it'll go faster.
Wow, amazing. Okay, how do I get pink slime? God dang it. Oh no. No, wait. Wait, yeah, oh no! We have to go down the whole other chain to get pink slime, I think?
Yep.
Is that really what that is?
No, you just need the mineral tree, right?
What? I don't know. Why do you think do you think that?
Because isn't that what that is? The pink slime gem thingy?
The mineral? Why I don't think so. It might be. I need 5 mithril ingots though. That could go to hell.
No, you need a mineral sapling.
To get
Oh,
pink
you need
slime?
mithril.
I need to get pink slime is what I actually need.
You can pink slime. We have pink slime.
How? No, we don't.
Can't you just get it off Slime Islands?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Yeah. That's like the only way right now, I think.
Well, let me make the mithril thingy too, I guess.
Where's Talon?
Yeah, what do you need?
I need the runestones.
Check your inventory.
Oh, what the fuck? When did this... Is this enough? I don't think it's enough.
That's what I had.
Alright. If there... Wait, did I put my wand in the thing?
Yeah.
What's it called? Staff?
Staff.
Thank you. Alright. If there's no pink slimes on this island, I'm gonna kill you guys first and then myself.
Well, I'm looking at this island from here, and it looks to be blue, so I'm going to guess there's no pink slime up there. I'm going to guess you need a pink island.
Well, I don't think there is one, because I don't think pink is the same mod pack as the rest of these. The rest of these are Tinkers. And the pink slime is industrial foregoing.
Wait, what the hell? Wait, what? Is this different than the... Oh, wait, I need... God.
You need God, I'll say.
Yeah, we need like a million
Mithril?
runestones. How much charge stone do you have?
I'm not sure I have any. Let's check. I have 3.
Okay. Okay. We need
We'll
more
walk back and
terramoss.
hand you the 3.
Bark. No, don't even bother.
Alright.
Terramoss, shale, limestone. Hope limestone works.
Download the game.
Crap.
Yeah, it just crashed me out.
Stop crash.
What, Chichi?
Yeah, you might have to make a mob slaughter factory in order to get pink slime.
What did you say to me?
Mob slaughter factory. I think that's down the other path. The left side of 11. That leads to the pink ingot there that says bouncy bouncy. Comes from a subtle massacre. I think that's all. I think it's all connected here. Did you already make a sentient ender?
Yes.
Did you use it to make an electrolytic core?
I'm working on that. I've been working on that.
Okay, I'm just asking. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. Just asking questions. I'm just jacking.
Does andesite work as stone?
Yes.
Do we know? If you're lying to me.
I'm not. We need blitz. Blizz. There are blizzes all over that one place, Frostland.
Oh, it's stone brick. Can you make andesite bricks or no?
I don't know. Are blizzes everywhere in the ice dimension? Pat's the only one who's been there.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Oh, found one. I guess I'll turn off my global traveler so I can see the blizz stuff.
Why?
Oh, they are literally everywhere. Wow. Hello? Why is there a Cryagonal here? What is it, Talon? This Talon's game? Why did you make this mod pack, Talon? What is exploding at me? No one warned me about explosions. It must be the Cragnal.
Does not work to make charge stone. Why?
Okay, I hate Iceland.
Yup.
I just want blizzes, I don't want the rest of you things.
Yup.
Hmm?
Yup.
What are you yapping? The language of trees. What language did you learn, Pat?
I'm making with some fucking rune stones.
What language do the trees speak? Italian? Mamma mia. Why are there sentient snowmen here?
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, this is enough for now. Get me out of here. There's so many mobs in this stupid mod pack. It's insane. I'm just trying to get us more mithril. Is that so wrong? Is that a crime?
Yes.
Oh. Well, then I'm guilty. Oh, this one's not a crafting terminal.
Alright, it's 6.
6.
Where do I put the plates? Can I put them anywhere?
Put them up your
Do you know,
butt.
Talon? You know, Talon?
I
salad.
I killed him. I killed him with my own bare hands.
Whatever. See if this
Who did you
works.
kill?
You. You're dead. Stop talking.
Gonna keep talking.
No.
Ivan couldn't kill his way out of a paper bag.
This is a very resilient paper bag.
Ivan couldn't kill his way out of having an inventory full of Dugonias.
Why do you keep putting them in my inventory? Stop.
You said I did it.
I don't know. I did. I said you did it. Why is
You have no evidence.
Gunpowder, glowstone, stick, bottle.
Mana dust, platinum ingot, demon lord.
I need more. I need fucking moon glow seeds.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty in the drawers there.
Yeah, it just makes me walk all over here. Moon glow.
Why isn't this making?
Flesh.
Make! Do they both have to be over here? Whatever, I'll just use the other thing. There better not be crap in here. There's crap in here. Pat's been making steel again.
Who's crapping?
Pat.
Who the heck?
Oh my god, Pat, I believe you're crapping.
He's taking a poopy.
We have 1,600 rotten flesh. Who did this?
You. With your
I
mob
know.
farm.
Probably the mob fight grinder.
I know.
The mob fiber. The chime. The hash.
Do you have any wildwood? Do you have a wildwood
Flame
log?
slasher.
Do you need to like place something under it for rituals?
No, I need to use it for the summoning
No.
ritual.
Okay, yeah, I've got the good 31. How do I get it out of there? There you go. One log.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Should be everything I need. And then I could summon a witch finally, and then I could do this stupid.
Stupid is as stupid is.
Wait, I want to confirm that I can actually. You just right click soul vial or what?
You know why they call it my thrill? Because it's mine.
Did you finish Bookworm yet?
I
So
did.
Kanzo?
I finished,
Good.
and then I read all of the prepub
What the heck?
that was available.
Is it
because
worth it?
was too good. Yeah, it's worth it. But the new one comes out tomorrow, so you could just wait till tomorrow.
Is that the end of the book?
No, it's. I think it should be everything up to the epilogue, or maybe everything including the epilogue, but not including the stories, the extra stories.
What the heck?
So. But then, if you read the prepub, then you're gonna have to wait like 3 weeks for any real new content. So.
When's
then it'll
the
only be,
actual
like, 2
next book
chapters.
supposed to come out?
Oh, like 2.5 months from now.
That can't be true.
Cursed.
I'll look it up. If it's in November, I'm gonna cringe and die and then melt into it.
Yeah,
Candy
just
corn.
read the prepub.
Shrivel into a corn cob.
Yeah. The next one comes out November 15th. Well, it's pretty bobbin time.
I have to start working from the office tomorrow, so I'm spending the entire day setting up a like VPN so I can listen to the music I have on my file server at home from the office instead of being able to listen to it from home.
Somebody needs to justify their real estate.
Real estate
Yep.
scam.
Yep.
I'm King
My manager
Arthur
was like-
Minthrill.
My manager's like, everybody should sit in this one spot, and the spot that he picked is the place that's next to IT and where there's no cue balls. So we're just gonna get to listen
Nice.
to other people on the phone all day. It's gonna be great.
Oh my god. We
That sounds
finally did it.
Less than great.
We finally.
Talon, did
Okay,
you
I
throw
got
more
this.
Dugonies at me?
No.
Why do I keep getting them? Where are they coming from? Make it stop.
Is it red alloy or is it redstone alloy? It's redstone alloy.
How do you do fellow trees? I need to grab a boner meal.
I did it. That took.
For
You
what?
mean we did it?
Oh, for making the thing. We can all claim mithril ingots! Everybody claim your mithril ingots immediately.
We need to make these cores for every single fucking.
No. I'm sure it keeps. I'm sure it keeps.
2 mithril ingots. Alright, I'm gonna make these
I
into a
don't
weapon.
think so.
I'm sure there's no way it doesn't keep.
No. Definitely no. I promise you. Where's the critical path? I don't care about this fucking building.
Both of the two lower ones.
We need all 3. I think.
No, you don't need all the. Oh yeah, you might. Yeah.
Need 3 of these fucking components.
Ooh, it's the chemistry pack, baby. Ow, who's hitting me? There's a spider hitting me below us.
What?
I don't know. I got hit again.
Oh, there's a spider.
Why can't I hump this tree to grow it? I guess I'll read this book. Mineral Basics. This mineral tree is not even growing.
Oh my.
Okay, it has to be able to grow right here. I will hump you with all the bone meal in the world if you will. There we go.
What? Do.
Harvest.
Okay, well these 2 mithril ingots I have to use to make these component things.
That's fine. I need my 2 mithril ingots as well, so. I have to make a mechanical squeezer. How? Oh my god, I wish I was dead. I wish I was killing Pat right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
So, why didn't it tell me I needed to make a mechanical squeezer? Crystallized mineral chunk. Maybe there's another way to get these chunks? No.
Alright, which one should we make first?
Ah, okay. Good. Alright, I can do this without a squeezer.
Enriched mineral wood.
Yeah. Why are these things so picky? They won't grow.
Well, floating log probably isn't helping.
I didn't even see
Other
it.
than that, it's probably the tree stuff up there.
Oh, Probably.
Well, we need to make the electrolysis first, I guess. And it needs a butt ton of steel and electric steel and dark steel and
Steel.
Ugh. Okay.
Chop. Suck. Alright. What next with this? Claim. Craft a squeezer in a drying basin. The mineral goo. I don't want goo.
Tell me more about the mineral goo.
It wants me to make variables.
Heck.
I don't know. I don't freaking know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have a freaking clue. Craft a squeezer in a drying basin. Dark steel ingots. Enhanced machine parts.
Shut up.
Do you have any
Don't talk to me.
leftovers that I can use?
I have to use them all, so no.
It would be a shame if somebody were to... ... Alright, we are alloying more steel. That's good.
We?
Oh, iron, coal, and silicon. Oh, that's not bad. You don't even need steel to make electrical steel. I made silicon and I don't remember how I did it. Hopefully we have some.
We need more quartz. Where's my bucket? Keep fucking losing my bucket.
Stop losing your bucket! This guy keeps losing his bucket. He's a freaking moron. Alright, I can go get some quartz. What do I need for this garbage? So I need dark steel, I need a fluid pump, which that doesn't need anything. Okay. And then I need a block of steel and some electrical steel and some enhanced machine chassis. Wait, that looks really annoying.
Yup. What do you think I've been doing?
Make me some.
Nope.
Alright, what do I need for the drying pan? Nothing. I can do that. Alright, I'll get us some quartz. This mod pack is getting a little annoying.
Oh my god, it's so fast now.
What is?
I put the level 3 capacitor in the smelter, the alloy smelter, and it's fucking zooming now.
They really couldn't have spread these industrial mods out a little bit more and given us some automation steps between them.
Maybe there's something missing for the automation. I don't. Sounds like everyone's in a nightmare.
Well,
I don't know because I'm not touching it.
I think when I looked it up, it was just like, oh, use excavators, Lamau, but it's like, no one's gonna build 50 excavators. I mean, I guess somebody could if they were psychotic, deranged.
So, Minecraft players?
Oh, yeah.
Zarkanso, would you build 50 excavators?
No, that's stupid.
Zombie pigment, just leave me the F alone. I'm busy.
What was I doing? Oh yeah. Dark steel block. Jesus.
Dark steel's not even bad.
How do you make refined? We need more.
I think we have some.
We have like 10.
That's some.
I need 18 of these things. Make 2 block. Bro.
Somebody go on their Discord and look up how to do things. Well, good. I've served my penance.
Do what now?
I don't know. Maybe their Discord has like progress ideas, how to do things well. I really don't know like how they're intending us to automate some of this stuff in a way that's not bad. Because like, what are you supposed to excavate? Certus quartz, diamonds, iron, tin.
Yes.
I mean, I guess you get a few different types. Okay, zombie pigman, you're cruising for a bruising.
Pressure. I need 4 pressurized fluid tank. Oh god, I need
Chest
so much
stocks
dark
are tanking. Why? Why are
We
they
stopped
tanking?
using chests a long time ago.
What's this thing? This thing looks funny. Blood gem ore. The most valuable thing in this whole mod pack so far has been Talon's teach us to fly mechanic. Literally free flight estate.
My VPN works.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Let's look
Yeah,
at
what?
meetings. I hope I don't have any meetings tomorrow morning. I have actual work to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday for meetings.
It's not too bad. All right, I can make do.
Always be smelting steel.
All right, nether quartz in the hole. Yeah, what did I need from Pat?
Not getting anything.
What did I need from the network? Yoink.
Is this not working? Steel? Oh my god, we burned our graphite. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna
Plates.
What are you doing, spider? Get out of here.
How fast is it?
Pretty fast.
Nice. That's good. Alright, I need 5 dark steel. And then 8
If you find more
electrical
osmium,
steel
I can make more dark steel.
Steel.
Or you just steal it from me, of course.
Hold on. Ew, what? Huh? I can find more osmium. I found 10. Do you want it, or do you just want me to put it in the thing?
Put in the thing.
I stole it from the immersive engineering thing we're not using anymore. Half of it. Talon's trying to put Dugonius in my inventory again.
I was depositing the ingots I picked up from Quest Rewards.
I'm on to you. Really curious. What kind of ingots? Dark?
There was some dark steel in there, I believe.
Curious. That doesn't look like very much dark steel you put in there.
It was 16 dark steel and
No, it definitely
like
wasn't
8 iron.
16. Somebody should check your
math. Just because you grabbed them already doesn't mean it wasn't 16.
I did not grab 16 dark steel ingots.
I am looking at the alloy smelter quest right now. It was 16 when I put it in there.
Well, I didn't grab it all. Oh, I could probably alloys, like the big boy alloy smelter had a quest reward.
Whatever the most recent one is, I think. Well,
claim these solarium ingots though. Claim. Yeah, 16 dark steel, baby. All right, I got my drying pan. Now I just need to get my squeezing pan.
all the bodies of water near us suck. Why aren't we near an ocean? I want to listen to the whales and the crabs.
Alright, I'm gonna make us some silicon. Because I need to make some and steel.
God.
I will crush you.
That's a wisp, actual.
I hate living in this world. This world is an illusion.
Oof.
Okay, iron mechanical component, 3 plates, and fluid pipes. I don't know if there's enough fluid pipes in here. I sure hope so. Frick, there's not. Frick, I need more iron plates. Frick, I need more paper. Frick, 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 frick.
Scaffold.
I'm gonna actually have to pay a visit to the goddamn... God dang. Remember in that one mod pack when Zerkan's automated some crazy like sugarcane farm or something?
That was fun. Yeah, there was some snad.
Yeah, but it was like vanilla. It's like a vanilla farm. It didn't even involve mods.
Yep.
Who's ever made a farming thing in a vanilla Minecraft server? No one. No one has ever done this.
Oh, me all regularly. 5 years ago.
Only VTubers have done this. Are you a VTuber?
Yeah, you guys just haven't found my VTubing channel yet. That's why I disappeared. I'm busy raking it in as a,
Zerkan's is actually Mother V3, Pat's favorite VTuber.
God damn it.
You can tell. You can tell he loves his mother. Parentheses V3. I need one more.
Now I need dark steel.
Somebody guess how many diamonds we have. Do not look it up. You have to guess.
634.
37.
873 or.
We need a.
Where'd you get all those diamonds?
We need more.
Pat made the excavator.
No.
Well, Pat, make another excavator. Make another excavator to excavate osmium.
Don't they need like specific tiles or whatever to do the thing? Or?
Yeah. Yes. What's your point?
Are you using the?
It really got lucky and it was just right over here.
Yeah.
You're using the crusher,
Am I?
dude.
Am I using the crusher?
Yes.
Well, that's nifty. You can see what ore is in the excavators. It brings it up.
Oh, I was using the crusher for all of us.
What?
No, it's done.
No, you're using both crushers.
I'm not using this crusher.
Why is nether quartz coming out of it?
Oh, I might have thrown stuff in there when I realized there was already charcoal in there. It's fine. It's almost done. I didn't throw that much in there. I was doing it for everyone. This is the people's crusher. Comrade. This chiseled stone stuff is really freaking weird.
I wonder if the other ones are less annoying. Probably not. Why would I even think that? Nope, they're all. It's all shit.
Yeah, I don't know what you expected.
Are we making any more coal coke? Oh, yeah. Ingots.
I don't understand what I'm doing here with these oh, we're full.
Take some bows out and just toss them.
Oh my god. What has science done?
Alright, we made one of the shitty ass buildings. Where do you want the chemistry?
I don't give a dick, but it probably needs some space. You need to blacklist bows or something. I guess it's not that many. I'm almost done. Pat, how do you make these? How have you been making these chiseled stone seamless double slabs for the machine case or whatever?
What?
The machine case? You needed to... I'm pretty sure you had to just make a machine case.
No. For what?
For the building you were like literally just making. Maybe you didn't. Look up the recipe for machine case.
Yeah.
What are these things? These chiseled stone seamless double slab stone brick 2s. I don't understand what it wants from me. It wants me to make these chiseled stone double slabs, but
Yeah.
it's not.
Make a double. It's what? How is this confusing?
It's not like working with the slabs I'm making. I'm making them out of like andesite, and it's not working.
No, just make it out of stone.
We don't have any stone, do we?
We do have. All right, here's the trick. Turn all of these cobblestones into compressed cobblestones, and then you can turn them back to regular cobblestones.
I have made a bunch of cobblestone. God help us. God save the queen. And the bean. Queens on beans. On toast.
I'm gonna make an indestructible building one.
Did we get anything cool from that thing you just completed? Pressurized fluid tank. Meh.
How many hyper diamonds did you make?
10. Or I have 10 left. You may not have any. Iron coal. Okay. I'm hoping something eventually allows us to make more hyper diamonds in a less annoying way. They're very, very annoying. Oh, I have the silicon. It me. I'm making a bunch of electrical ingots. Okay, well, I'm not making a bunch of electrical ingots because I can't figure out how the recipe works. I'm gonna make them in this thing. Oh, that's a speedy boy! That's one speedy boys.
There's so many inputs in this thing.
I don't want to make this. I don't want to play this anymore. I just, like... I'm spiraling now. The machine chassis thing, I I don't want to make this. I just don't want to make this anymore.
What machine chassis?
I have to, you know how you had to like go all the way up the freaking tech tree and back down? I have to do that too.
I can make the machine chassis.
I have to make the really advanced one.
Yeah, I do too.
But this
For
is the worst.
casing or the whatever.
The end steel chassis.
Yep.
This is awful.
Well, it should be faster now that we have a better.
We're out of steel again.
Alex.
What's the correct way to make steel these days?
Coal and pulverized coal and iron. Stick it in the smelter. Or the
Coal, pulverized coal, and iron.
Yep.
I have 2 of those 3 things.
I need more rods too. We just make conduits, not right. Fuck it. Been this.
Huh? Now we don't have any osmium, and I don't feel like mining it. I was just down there mining a bunch of stuff, and there's no osmium left.
I told you.
What?
Told you. 10
me what?
times. There's no osmium.
Yeah, I don't want to go mine it.
There's 40. I have 45 on me. How many do you need?
We just need more energized osmium again.
I'm making some.
I just don't understand why it won't give us any resource generation. It like doesn't make any sense to me. Organic green dye. Okay. Wait, you have to make this in the alloy smelter?
Mm-hmm.
Frick. Alright, break from steel. Temporary timeout. We're gonna make some freaking loads of green dye. Suck my egg. Oh, that's really fast. Well, at least that's good.
Oh, I use my buckets for the pump. Alright. Fuck you, Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetleboob. Industrial machine chassis.
Can't bury this either.
I need Solitude dye blend. Okay. Alright, well this isn't the worst thing ever. Fine. This wasn't as bad as it could be, but that's because Pat made all the things already. One block of steel. Enhanced dye blend. Grains of piezoality.
Alright, I'm moving the dummy over there.
Sagging, pulsating crystals.
Wait, I can't move the... How do I move dummy?
Pick them up. Oh.
I have to shift left click it.
Alright, I think I might cry again. Do we have any ender pearls? No. What have you been using for ender stuff? Is there something we can...
Resonant.
Resonant endstone?
No, resonant clathrate.
We don't have any more of that. But you just threw it in the smeltery?
Yep.
I might be able to just throw this in the smeltery. Oh no, apparently not. Oh, but yeah, I can throw it in the sag.
I hear a witch.
It's me. I hear it, Mr. Krabs.
Well, I might as well soul violet. I'm gonna need another one.
The iron. Two blocks of pulsating iron.
Alright, we're making hydrogen and oxygen, I guess. For some reason. I forget why.
Because we can. Is this even enough pulsating iron to sate my lust? Why am I even doing this? I don't even know. I've already lost it. I know I can kill. Oh, and hence I need to get the brains of paisanos. You only get one, but you need 4. No, you need more than that. You need 8. Can we make a diamantine crystal? We need an atomic reconstructinator. Oh, we can't make that. We can't make that yet.
How do you make substrate?
These grains of paisanos are too expensive.
Your pressurized reaction. Alright, let's do that.
I don't understand how we're even going to do this. We don't have enough inter stuff. It's the only way to get a grain of paisality.
Check the Ender farm. I planted a few. Yeah, they're all bloomed. Come over here.
Where's here?
Where the farms are.
Ow, ow. How can you tell if they're bloomed? Why do they hurt? Why do they hurt me?
They shouldn't.
Oh, I
Did
think
you get
it's
any
the
lilies?
mobs. Yeah, I got 2 lilies. Just
Stick
plant
them
those.
down.
Yeah.
Ow.
We
The fuck is
we
this?
made a mistake. We stepped through the farm.
Dugonias, no.
You've
Dugonias.
effing come to the wrong zone, kiddo.
Dark steel ingot, atomic alloy, elite gas. Dark steel ingot.
Oh, I'm pulsing.
Okay, oh my god. We need so much dark steel. I have 2. I feel like we should be automating somehow.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know how. We don't have like with what resources.
We get 2 enhanced machine chassis from the pressurized reaction chamber plus.
That's exciting.
Alright, help me make this.
No. I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened. I'm busy scrounging every freaking ounce of pulsating garbage I can get to make one of these stupid bastards. I can't believe you need 4 of these to make 2. That's so insane. That's so insane. That's like beyond the pale. You need like 80 ingots to make 1 machine. It's unbelievable. Everything we're doing makes me feel like we're doing something wrong. Just like objectively wrong. But there's no way that can be true.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so much pulsating iron for a squeezer. Like a very niche piece of equipment here.
I go farm some more grains.
Surely this is enough, right? 5, 6, 7. Okay, yes. Just need to go claim an frickin' get. Alright, pulsating my balls. I need to make these melodic alloy thingies, which that's not that bad, I guess. I think I just need 4 of them. Please tell me my long nightmare is over. Enhanced machine chassis. 8 of these stupid things. Machine case. Do I want to make? Whatever, I'll just grab all the parts myself. Alright, well there's 4 extra enhanced machine parts in the thing now, so hopefully that helps someone, somewhere, sometime, somehow. May God have mercy on all our souls. It means somebody can make an extra machine case, so that's probably good. Probably.
I smell more iron. Oh wait, I can't. This is a graphite.
I'm not gonna make that. Not gonna make that either. What's the point of this mod? Integrated dynamics. What is the point of this mod? Anybody know? Was this pointless? Maybe.
I don't know what it's for in the context of the mod pack. It's like for making pipes for items and power and crap. It has like a visual programming language where you could drag tiles around or something. I don't know how it works.
Oh, it makes you... never mind. It tears up from Ender conduits in this mod pack, so it's useless. Cool. Alright, well, I'm glad I made this. Put it out in the boonies. I'm just sad I wasted those resources thinking this would be useful to anyone in any way. I got a block of crystallized mineral. Anyway, you can, I at least gave you 4 more enhanced machine parts, Pat. They're all yours. They're in the network. I guess that's the only value I've brought to this whole equation. I'm just gonna put stuff away. Put the hyper diamonds away. All this crap. Okay. I might be done with Minecraft running. Might do some reading on the Discord or something. This is so stupid. I hate Discords.
Solium.
Just read tips and tricks. Getting syringes fast. Agricraft seed leveling. Like, all this stuff makes, like, it's just useful. Why aren't all these tips about automating stuff? None of them are. Why?
Bro, are you saying you don't know how to automate in Minecraft?
I mean, I think they just want you to make 40 extractors. But even then, that doesn't extract, like, ender pearls. Maybe it does in the end. But, like, how do you get...
Yeah, you extract
how do
in
you
the
get your
end.
power to the end? We don't have, like, quantum power tunneling. I don't think. Maybe
You make a farm in the end.
Maybe we do. Maybe that's why we do the IMI teleport channel. You can make the flux for a metallurgic infuser 8 times as efficient if you stick them in an enrichment chamber first. That's interesting. I didn't know that. You can do that with diamonds too. Okay. Wireless item and energy transfer. Oh, wireless item transfer. No, wait. Energy. Wireless energy transfer with RF tools power cells. How to cheese Baycock. Oh, GP and RF powder passive. Okay, that's not true. It's not passive. It's like, here's how to auto craft it if you already have the resources. That's a laser drill. Coal and sulfur automation is early as Ender IO. 5x ore processing. Oh, that's dumb. It's not until a later chapter. No, like literally, no one is talking about how to get resources. These tips and tricks suck. I guess it's just excavators.
Hmm. You did a.
What did we do? You made a guess, boy.
You claim your enhanced machine.
Oh, I
chest.
claimed it. Oh, I claimed it.
Substrate and ethylene, you can use more ethylene to multiply your substrate. Okay.
Oh.
We make plastic, then we get into industrial forage. We make pink slime, I think.
Eventually.
Plastic.
Tab, are these quests being completed in?
11. Are we done? Are we done here for tonight?
I mean, we can take a break if we want. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep going for now. You're just spilling crap. I'd rather play some Riinscape right now.
Riinscape. You can stop.
Call me when you've got some. Call me when we're done making machine frames. I'm fried.
It's just the dark steel ingots that are.
I think it'll. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll probably pick up again. Probably. It's just sitting around waiting on machines or going back to the mine. It's just not an enticing prospect.
Need more bitumen.
There should be some oil sands, unless you've used it all. In which case, oof.
You just crush it or you sag it? Sag it.
Oh yeah, I guess we didn't have the sag mill. I guess you could sag it.
Oh, you keep grinding balls.
This is what was completed.
What have you been up to? You just building?
I've done literally nothing.
Same. Where did it go so wrong? Answer me, Talon. Oh yeah, Pat made us play Minecraft.
Oh, I've been getting weird. Okay, I swear the messages I've been getting for quest completion haven't actually been attached to the right quests. That's why I haven't been able to figure out where they freaking are.
Sus?
Well, I got an achievement called something about ore doubling.
Yeah.
I went to get whatever
that's
machine
right.
chassis Pat was talking about, and there wasn't. I couldn't find it. It wasn't in 11 because it wasn't. It was some old thing in an earlier one, and it wasn't what I was looking for.
No, the machine chassis is in 11. It's from the.
Yes, but that's not the. It was attached to a quest called No Pressure, though.
and even thought that he had done so. Furthermore, in his blinkered view of race, Manson believed that Crow was a member of the Black Panthers, which was complete nonsense. He had nothing to do with them. But Crow apparently told him he was one of them, and that if he didn't get his money, the Panthers would come up to Spawn Ranch and kill everyone. The shooting ratcheted up Manson's paranoia. Not long after, at least according to Tex Watson, not the most reliable of sources, the family supposedly heard that the police had found the body of a Black Panther member dumped near the UCLA campus, and Manson believed that this was Crow. Now he was afraid that the Panthers would put a hit on him. This location, Franklin Garden Apartments, is interesting for another reason. Right next door were the Franklin Avenue Apartments, also no longer there. Manson himself lived there in 1959, during one of his brief stints of freedom before he began serving his long prison term in 1960. This location is next door to the famous Magic Castle, built in 1909, headquarters of a not-so-secret society of celebrity and wannabe celebrity magicians. The Franklin Garden Apartments were torn down in 1978. Franklin Avenue Apartments probably at the same time, but I'm not 100% sure of that. In any event, this is a key location in the story. The crime that happened here, technically attempted murder, not actual murder, represented a qualitative shift in the scope of Charles Manson's crimes. He had demonstrated that he was willing to both commit murder to advance his objectives and to command others to commit murder for him. The big murder spree was about to begin. In the universe that is the Los Angeles area, Topanga Canyon is a planet all its own. It's long been a sort of bohemian enclave, a place where musicians, writers, actors, and artists go to live semi-off the grid and pursue their art supposedly unmolested. But it's also within easy distance of the city. In the 1960s, you could find a lot of people here that, while not exactly hippies, shared a sort of hippie-adjacent ethos of free-spirited living, drugs and sexual experimentation, music, and alternative lifestyles. One of these people was Gary Hinman, a music instructor and UCLA graduate student. He lived here at 964 Old Topanga Canyon Road. Like the Dennis Wilson house, it's shrouded from the road, sort of hiding from the world. The house was built in 1934, and it's distinctive for the wooden railed balcony and large bowed-out windows. Apparently it was much smaller in 1969 and has been added on to considerably since. I can't imagine a graduate student today affording this house. Although the sources are a little murky on this, Hinman and some partners may have been involved in the manufacture of mescaline, a popular substance in the casual drug scene in the late 60s. He'd come into the orbit of the family through Bobby Beausoleil, who met him in 1967 after leaving San Francisco and the Russian embassy for the LA area. Hinman was known as exceptionally friendly and welcoming. Like many others in that time, he was fine with letting casual friends crash at his house. He sometimes let the Mansonites use his cars, but he was not a member of the family. In fact, as he was deeply into Zen Buddhism, Hinman was incapable of being seduced by Manson's weird cult philosophy, which was apparently a source of frustration to Manson. The murder spree truly began here, in this house in Topanga Canyon in late July. Now truly under pressure, with his hopes of recording stardom dashed, and in his mind the Black Panthers now hunting him down, Manson was desperate to leave the near hinterlands of LA for the much farther hinterlands of Death Valley. He had swindled Bernard Crow.
Wonder if
for money
there's
to
more
do this.
osmium in another,
At the end of
like,
July,
one of the other
he seems to have
dimensions or
settled
something.
on Gary Hinman, who by now was clearly not going to join
It's like
his
pretty
cult
rare
anyway,
in
as a source of funds. In any event,
So
about
close
July
to
25th, 1969,
fucking
Manson sent
culture.
4 of his minions, Bruce Davis, Bobby Beausoleil,
Overworld,
Mary
Twilight
Brunner,
Force, and Deep
Susan
Dark
Atkins,
Dimension.
to Hinman's house in Topanga Canyon
Guess
to
we
get
never
as much
went into
money out
Twilight
of him
Force.
as possible.
No, we didn't.
And if there was
Maybe
no
that's when
cash
the
forthcoming,
land of osmium.
get his 2 cars plus their titles. He had a Fiat station
I mean, we
wagon
could
and a
technically
VW minibus. What
I mean, we can
followed was
move
a
the
grisly
excavator now that we
ordeal.
have like
Manson
a
himself
fucking
was there at one
big
point.
ton of diamond.
We could. The question is, where is the osmium?
We just gotta get lucky again.
I mean, I guess we could also make some like small generators, some of the like thermoelectric ones.
Slashed Hinman with a sword.
Put them in the same
that would
chunk.
later turn up in a scabbard on Manson's Death Valley dune buggy. Gary Hinman was murdered on July 27th.
It doesn't have to excavate at
Manson
full
wasn't
power,
there,
really.
but the 4 underlings he'd sent to Topanga Canyon all participated in the killing, with Bobby Beausoleil apparently striking the fatal blow, though none of the murderers told consistent stories.
That's a problem for another
At
time.
times contradicted themselves.
He didn't last much
Hinman's
longer.
body was discovered on July 31st
Well, I was gonna play when you're
in
not.
the
You
corner
won't
of the
play.
living
So.
room of his house.
Yeah, I
covered
mean.
by a
Now is
green
Pat done now?
His killers had
Oh, we're done. Like we're done
prints on the wall
as a group.
in blood and the words "political pig."
Right?
This was intended.
I mean, for now.
For now, yeah. I mean, we don't have
Yeah.
to wait forever.
To implicate the Black Panthers, whose symbol was
Somebody
a
do
paw
some,
print.
Pat, do some studying.
As hard as it is
No,
to credit Helter
you do it. That's
Skelter
you.
as
You're the
a
reader.
motive,
I've read
savagery
every
of
one
this
of the
crime.
tips and tricks, and literally none of them talk about it.
I think we just need to get through this part.
Far
And
in
then,
excess
you
of what
know,
would have been necessary if it
it'll
was
be like a
Pray there's
graph.
automation on the other side.
money.
Because what's
does
next is
seem
like
to
magic
suggest
stuff,
an
Right back.
ideological or ritualistic
which doesn't
motivation.
require, I guess,
It
like
also indicates
heavy
that the
crafting.
Manson people were
And
pretty
then
far
agriculture.
detached from reality. The murderers of Gary
get mystical
Hinman were
agriculture.
not too careful about hiding what they'd done. Susan Atkins started blabbing to everybody at Spawn Ranch about the killing. Bobby Beausoleil traded one of Hinman's vehicles, the VW bus, to the strait. It was a grisly ordeal. Manson himself was there at one point and slapped. The murder spree truly began here, in this house, in Topanga Canyon, in late July. Now truly under pressure, with his hopes of recording
Another
stardom
week, huh?
dashed, and in his mind, the Black Panthers now
when's the next
hunting him
holiday?
down. Manson was desperate to leave the near hinterlands of L.A. for the much farther hinterlands of Death Valley. He had swindled Bernard Crowe for money to do this, and at the end of July he seems to have settled on Gary Hinman, who by now was clearly not going to join his cult anyway, as a source of
Those are
funds.
Kansas' fault.
In any event, about July 25th, 1969, Manson sent 4 of his minions, Bruce Davis, Bobby Beausoleil, Mary Brunner, and Susan Atkins, to Hinman's house in Topanga Canyon to get as much money out of him as possible. And if there was no cash forthcoming, get his 2 cars plus their titles. He had a Fiat station wagon and a VW minibus. What followed was a grisly ordeal. Manson himself was there at one point and slashed Hinman with a sword that would later turn up in a scabbard on Manson's Death Valley dune buggy. Gary Hinman was murdered on July 27th. Manson wasn't there, but the 4 underlings he'd sent to Topanga Canyon all participated in the killing, with Bobby Beausoleil apparently striking the fatal blow, though none of the murderers told consistent stories about what happened and even at times contradicted themselves. Hinman's body was discovered on July 31st, in the corner of the living room of his house, covered by a green bedspread. His killers had painted a paw print on the wall in blood and the words "political piggy." This was intended to implicate the Black Panthers, whose symbol was a paw print. As hard as it is to credit Helter Skelter as a motive, the savagery of this crime, far in excess of what would have been necessary if it was simply drug-related or solely about money, does seem to suggest an ideological or ritualistic motivation. It also indicates that the Manson people were pretty far detached from reality. The murderers of Gary Hinman were not too careful about hiding what they'd done. Susan Atkins started blabbing to everybody at Spawn Ranch about the killing. Bobby Beausoleil traded one of Hinman's vehicles, the VW bus, to the Straight Satan's motorcycle gang. But then he went tooling around in the other vehicle, the Fiat. He decided to leave Spawn Ranch and the family and take off for San Francisco, in the car belonging to the guy he'd murdered, with the murder weapon stashed in the tire well. Within a few days of the discovery of the body, Los Angeles County Sheriff's officers had carefully cataloged the evidence left behind at the house on Old Topanga Canyon Road, which included a clear fingerprint, and also papers belonging to Gary Hinman that mentioned members of the family, including Bobby Beausoleil. Most importantly, they knew his cars were missing, and they put out APBs on them. hoping they would lead them to the killer. They did. On the night of August 5th, 1969, Beausoleil was driving Hinman's Fiat station wagon when it broke down on Highway 101, the Pacific Coast Highway, near San Luis Obispo. Beausoleil slept the night in the car, but was awakened the next morning by a highway patrol officer who knew the Fiat was stolen when he called in the license plate number. Beausoleil took his last breath as a free man on the side of Highway 101 at a place called Cuesta Grade, right here, on that morning. He's been in jail or prison continuously since that time, 54 years ago. The fingerprint found in Hinman's house was his. The next part of the story rarely gets told, but I find it especially fascinating. This is the Esalen Institute in Big Sur, California. It was formerly Slate's Hot Springs, established by homesteader Thomas Slate in 1868 on the site of a naturally occurring spring of mineral-rich water, which was thought to be highly therapeutic in the 19th century. In 1962, 7 years before the Manson murders, the spring site was leased by two Stanford University graduates, Michael Murphy and Dick Price, who incorporated the Esalen Institute here. Murphy had a connection to the site through his family. The purpose of the Institute was to explore spirituality, consciousness, and alternative modes of living. Esalen is a retreat center, heavily geared toward meditation. It was the epitome of so many ideas floating out there in the public consciousness in the 60s about self-actualization, the power of thought, and spiritual connections to the environment. It seems a bit quaint now, but this sort of exploration was all the rage in the late 1960s. The kind of thing that went on at Esalen was depicted sort of obliquely in the final episode of Matthew Weiner's TV series Mad Men, set in the 1960s. Broadcast in 2015, the episode depicts wayward advertising executive Don Draper meditating at a decidedly Esalen-like place, and then coming up with the iconic 1971 "I'd like to teach the world to sing" Coke commercial. So what is this place, 239 miles, 385 kilometers from downtown Los Angeles, doing in the story of the Manson murders? Well, on Sunday, August 3rd, a week after the murder of Gary Hinman, and 6 days before the killings at the Polanski Tate House, Charles Manson visited Esalen Institute for reasons that are
I've been
a little
muted.
unclear. What
Classic.
happened?
How long have you been talking?
I don't know, since Pat blamed me for messing up Minecraft.
How did you realize you were muted?
I unmuted my microphone, and then I started talking, and then nobody said anything, and then I waited for a while, then I tried again. And then I realized I was also muted in Discord.
see.
The classic double mute button press.
Congratulations.
I was saying it's crazy how cheap VPS is now. Like, I just got one for $11 a year.
Nice.
Yeah.
Happened to him while there is also.
And now I am trying
we know
to
is that by the 1st of August,
Nginx
Suppressor
reverse proxy, and not working.
Nice.
Yeah. All this effort just to have a fancy domain name that I can type in instead of just using an IP address.
Zark.ninja.
Yep. And I guess also it's nice to have a SSL certificate and actually route things through HTTPS if I'm going to be trying to stream stuff over VPN.
Zark.ninja.
Yep.
I wonder what games it's been up to. That rascally Gams VN guy.
of everything that had gone wrong at Spawn Ranch was becoming intolerable to him. To get away from it all, he decided to make a trip up north, meaning farther north in California, to scout for potential family recruits. One of the many vehicles the family managed to get their hands on was an old Hostess bread delivery truck from the 1950s. On or about August 1st, Manson left alone in this truck, and he headed for Big Sur. At some point on this trip, Manson picked up a 17-year-old hitchhiker, Stephanie Schramm, from San Diego. There are various reports of Manson's whereabouts in this period, including one where he has dinner with the girl's family and girl's sister and her family in San Diego, during which he talked about people being slaughtered and lying dead on their front lawns. How charming. But he insisted that he did go to Esalen on Sunday, August 3rd, and suffered some sort of rejection there. Probably the gatekeepers of the Institute either threw him out or wouldn't let him come in at all. Esalen was geared toward upper-middle-class people, usually white, often intellectuals, literati, bohemian academics, and such. Buckminster Fuller, and in a later era, Deepak Chopra, are typical of the kind of people who have taught and lectured there over the years. A grungy ex-con driving up in a second-hand bread truck and shrieking about murder isn't the kind of clientele you would traditionally have found there. After tooling around coastal California, including at the Esalen Institute for several days, Manson returned home to Spawn Ranch, with Stephanie in the bread truck on the afternoon of August 8th. She was the only new recruit that he brought back. Rejected again, disillusioned, and a bit paranoid, his followers told him the news that Bobby Beausoleil was in jail for the Gary Hinman killing. Later that afternoon, two more of Manson's followers, Mary Brunner, who had participated in the Hinman murder, and Sandra Good, were also arrested in San Fernando for possessing stolen credit cards. As they ate garbage scavenged from grocery store dumpsters that evening, Manson told his followers, quote, "Now is the time for Helter Skelter." The episode at Esalen involving Charles Manson is mysterious. Was it the final rejection, the straw that broke the camel's back, that finally sparked him to order the two big nights of murder? Or, as some testimony of family members had it, were his plans already made, even before he left the ranch in the bread truck on August 1st? We can't know for sure, but it's an interesting piece of the puzzle, and a piece that doesn't quite fit. Metaphorically, Esalen is an interesting element because it so perfectly exemplifies the kind of quest for higher consciousness and better living that many people were undertaking in the late 1960s. Exactly the sort of idea that Manson and his bloody racist philosophy turned on its head. One last curious fact about the Esalen Institute. On the afternoon of July 30th, 1969, someone at the Polanski Tate residence, the Cielo Drive house, called Esalen Institute. We don't know who made the call. Abigail Folger is a good guess, and we don't know what the call was about. It was just listed in the phone call records when the police investigated after the murders.
Okay, maybe
it's an eerie coincidence, but probably not more than that. This location might have seemed like a digression. It's not. The next one may also seem like it's coming out of left field. It's not. We're going to go a bit farther afield now. Bear with me. This location is in London, on a street not quite so ordinary. This is one of the most famous crosswalks in the world. You may not recognize it immediately from the Google Maps spread, but I'd venture a guess that many people watching this video have seen this crosswalk before. It appears on the cover of the Beatles' Abbey Road album, released in September 1969, their second-to-last studio release. Abbey Road is the street fronting EMI Studios, where the album was recorded. What you may not know is that this photo was taken on August 8, 1969, the very day that Manson's killers snuffed out Sharon Tate and 4 others across the world in Benedict Canyon, Los Angeles. This location, Abbey Road, is more of a synchronicity in time rather than place. But as you can't tell the Manson story without mentioning the Beatles, I thought it fair game to include in this video. Much ink has been spilled and many suppositions spun about the role of the Beatles in the Manson killings. It's obviously true that Charles Manson was obsessed with the Beatles from the first moment he heard them while in prison. He idolized their fame, their talent, their influence, and their lifestyle. Parts of his own half-baked cult philosophy may have been inspired by them. In the later 1960s, the Beatles became acolytes of the Maharishi Yogi, developer of the Transcendental Meditation movement, and something of a cult leader himself. In early 1968, the Beatles and their significant others traveled to India to meet with him. While they were in India grooving with the Maharishi Yogi, the Beatles wrote 19 of the 30 songs that turned up in November 1968 on their famous White Album. Technically self-titled, it's known as that because of the cover. The Mansonites seem to have gotten a lot of their nomenclature from the White Album, including the term helter-skelter, which in ordinary English usage, British English, refers to a particular type of playground slide. Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch to apply that term to an apocalyptic race war. Susan Atkins, perhaps the bloodthirstiest of the family's murderers except for Manson himself, had a lot of ridiculous nicknames during her time under Charlie Manson's spell. One of them was Sexy.
Anyway, it's going to be interesting. Returning to Bookworm, it's going to be interesting to see. It feels like we're getting a semi-return a little bit to the common folk having, you know, a closer position to mine, which is kind of interesting.
Yes.
Okay, so that works out.
I'm not sure of that one yet.
You mean?
I mean, she's communicated to everyone that we might have to move, and they are ready to do so. But I mean, I'm not sure through what channels she will have to. Yes. Those that are willing or able to follow her.
Oh, I mean, it means she gets to stay close to her real family.
I guess it's really going to depend on whether or not they are able to go immediately, because she's planning that in the next 3 years, then she'll be able to run her printing industry. But
sure.
Will it really work out that way?
I mean, Ferd's just writing her a Bible, so that's fine.
Yeah, if he's immediately taking over once the big plot event is over, then
well, I think he's just gonna.
Then things might change.
He's gonna give it up. But
that will be his plan.
Yeah.
I'm sure his plan is not to take over the kingdom or anything. But will it actually work out that way?
I could be reading Prepub right now. Talon could be reading Prepub right now.
Yep.
Hold on.
Very true.
Go see if it's up.
I mean, I know where I can find a prepub.
There's Prepub 5 of 8 is the one that's published.
Yes, 5 of 8 is up.
Tomorrow at 2 p.m. my time.
Yeah, can't we at least wait for 8 of 8?
No, because 8 of 8 has, like, I think 8 of 8's the final editing pass.
So, 8 of 8 is always up before the release. So no. 8 of 8 never has the final editing passes in it. There's usually like typos and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, like 7 of 8 is content complete. 6 of 8 has the epilogue but doesn't have the extra stories.
See, Talon, it's fine. We could read it right now.
Yeah,
aren't the extra stories usually the epilogue? I don't. What are you separating here?
So there's like the main epilogue that was originally published in the web novel. That's like.
Oh, I guess the one labeled epilogue, and then.
Yes, the one with the chapter titles are published for the book version only, and were not part of the web novel content. So.
Well, then we can wait for 7 out of 8. Like I don't.
But we could read it right now.
Yes, but then we're just going to have to scroll back through when more comes out. You're not understanding.
But we could read it right now, Talon.
Also, the earlier we read it, the longer we're going to have to wait for more new content.
Yeah, but Sarkhan's already read it, so that's our excuse.
But that's because he's a dork.
We're dorks.
We are, but he has broken the pact of not reading that much into the pre-pub.
This is true, but it's broken. You don't
It's broken
understand.
now.
Q is going to cry so much.
Well, you guys don't have to follow. We're not
Yeah, but
obligated.
how long can we resist? I'm trying to make it a little longer, but I don't expect to hold out forever.
Broke the pact.
The pre-pub was very good. I will say that much. From what I've read so far, it's very interesting.
See, Talon, we gotta read it right now.
My Kindle isn't charged. I can't read it right now.
I need to charge my Kindle. You can read it on your PC.
I explicitly ended up getting that Kindle because I don't like reading on the PC if I can help it. Hurts my neck.
Well, plug your Kindle in and put it on your Kindle.
I have to go get the Kindle.
Uh-huh.
Also, pre-pub still not done. You're ignoring this fact.
Yeah,
not
but
finished.
you read.
That is true.
It you won't finish it tonight, and then it'll be done tomorrow.
I probably wouldn't. I would probably stay up and finish through it. Yes.
No, you don't have to though, because you can split it into 2 days.
And I don't re-downloading it again. No, stop. Bad, Ivan. Bad. Control
takes
yourself.
3 seconds to download it.
True. You don't even need to torrent it. There's a direct download link in every.
Control yourself. So Kenzo, stop that. Bad devil.
Sorry.
Bad devil.
My bad. My bad.
I could read it right now. I could read it. Then you'll
We
have
could
to
just
read
wait
it.
a
Then you'll
little.
have to
At
read it.
least
Then
wait
you'll have
a
to read
little
it. Then you'll
longer.
have to read it.
Yes,
Then you'll
I
have
know
to
what you're going for.
Yeah, Ivan, you could read it, and then you and me can just talk about it.
Yeah.
It'd be great. And Talon
You
will
could
get to
just
join the
control
conversation.
yourself.
Remember when
Just
the
a little
chest
longer.
came out of
Curious.
Wilfred, and then he said, "I am the law," and he shot his water gun.
The way Kansas putting it, we have to wait 8 days for them to complete it, and then just get it all at once. It'll be something to do. Just read it tomorrow while servers are down.
Yeah.
Do you remember to unset your animals, by the way?
No, I didn't do it.
I'm not sure what exactly all will be in tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be everything, including the epilogue. It changes from month to month, so. If you really want to wait, you could just wait 3 weeks, and then the pre-pub 8 out of 8 will be done. So, and then you'll be a lot closer to November 15th. You'll only have to wait 5 more weeks.
November 15th will be irrelevant.
Yeah, true. Might be some out-of-place commas that get fixed. And the pre-pub 8 out of 8 is missing the part at the beginning where it shows all the pictures of the characters and writes little descriptions about them. So
I have never read that page.
Yeah, me too.
Usually those parts are in my 8 out of 8s. I don't know.
Oh, really? Maybe I have a 7 out of 8 for the last one.
I mean, I always get the download the day before, the night before or whatever. So it's possible that's a mostly finished version.
You know what? Who needs SSL certificates anyways? Let's just run it over HTTP. What's the worst that could happen? I'll fix this tomorrow. I don't understand. Brain too small. Man, I sure hope I don't forget all these like 15 different passwords I had to make today.
You just listen to some music on the YouTube playlist.
YouTube is banned his workplace, clearly. Just like you.
It's actually not banned, but... At least this way I'm tunneling through my own VPN instead of having to expose my work administrators to whatever YouTube playlist I'm listening to on my phone that's also connected to the work internet. I don't know.
This guy doesn't want them to find out about his VTubers.
It's true.
That's how you make
Yeah.
friends.
I haven't made friends at work yet, so we'll see. Maybe going into office.
That's how you make enemies.
True, yeah.
Sadie, which is also the title of a track on the White Album. At the Central Manson trial in 1970, the prosecution made a lot of the title and lyrics of the song Piggies, suggesting that the cult interpreted it as referring to their intended victims. That one also seems a stretch, but again, it's at least possible that they believed it. Moral panics over popular music were nothing new even in 1969.
Alright, I should go to bed because I need to get up really early tomorrow.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Going
the
into
Beatles
office
had already
is
been the focus
good.
of
Works
several
out.
moral panics.
Yeah, I
during
think
their
I'm gonna
years
have like
as the world's
6
top
hours
entertainers,
of meetings
including
tomorrow.
the Beatles
So,
were more
I
popular
mean,
than Jesus.
all of my
It's
meetings for like the
curious
entire
that the
week
Beatles
got
became
moved
so
to Mondays. So
ominously
now I just go
intertwined
sit in a
with the
conference room
motivations of the Manson
for those
crimes.
meetings instead.
But
It's
the
not
Beach
too bad.
Boys, on the other hand, managed largely to escape this kind of blame, despite the
Anyways,
fact that
see
Manson
you later.
was
Have a
much
good night.
more closely
See ya.
involved
See ya.
with them than he ever was with the Beatles, to whom he was, like millions of others, merely just an obsessed fan. But the Beatles did epitomize, perhaps even more than the Beach Boys did, the life story trajectory that Manson desired for himself. What you're looking at here are the industrial loins of Liverpool, England, the grimy port city where all 4 of the Beatles grew up and eventually came together as a music group. They were all from lower or working class backgrounds. Through talent, determination, and a fair bit of luck, the Beatles achieved the kind of mega stardom and influence over hundreds of millions of impressionable young people that comes along only once in a generation. Manson was from a poorer and even more desperate background than any of the Beatles. But if John, Paul, George, and Ringo could go from this to communing with the Maharishi Yogi in India and living in posh mansions with built-in recording studios, why couldn't Manson achieve that? Of course, the success and influence of the Beatles was so extraordinary that just due to the law of averages, you're not likely to see more than one example of it in a lifetime, if that. I doubt Manson ever considered that. A moment ago, I referred to Manson as an obsessed fan. You know, of course, where I'm going with this. One of the Beatles had a particularly tragic end, which does have an odd connection to our story. This is the Dakota, the famous co-op apartment building on Central Park West in Manhattan. It was built beginning in 1880, when this part of New York City was still something of a wilderness. It has since become one of the world's most famous addresses. Lauren Bacall, Judy Garland, Paul Simon, and countless other celebrities have lived here, including John Lennon, who moved here with his wife Yoko Ono in 1973. It's the inspiration for the building in the title of the TV show Only Murders in the Building, and in a curious connection to the Manson story, the Dakota is the building depicted in, though not specifically named in, the 1968 horror film Rosemary's Baby, directed by Roman Polanski, the picture that made him a big-time director in Hollywood. John Lennon's murder occurred outside the building, right here on the 72nd Street entrance. On December 8, 1980, Mark David Chapman, a deranged man obsessed with a J.D. Salinger novel, popped up with a .38 revolver and shot Lennon 5 times. He died shortly thereafter. The world has debated Chapman's motivations for more than 40 years, and they're still far from clear. But one argument maintains that he was seeking a shortcut to exactly the same thing that Charles Manson wanted: fame and celebrity, even by way of infamy. So here we are again. Cielo Drive in Benedict Canyon, the site of 5 of the 9 core murders, which occurred August 8, 1969. As I said in the first chapter of this video, the house you see here isn't the one where it happened. That place was definitely and deliberately scrubbed from existence, every brick, every blade of grass. But this is the location where it was. This location illustrates my central thesis in this video, that the Manson killers came from the hinterlands of Los Angeles into this carefully controlled, class-segregated landscape to commit crimes that were primarily motivated by resentment that they couldn't have, or Manson couldn't have, the things that enabled the victims' control over this landscape: money and celebrity. Environmental history isn't just about water and forests and where people live. It's about how landscapes are built and controlled, who controls and enjoys them, and who's excluded from them. You have only to look at Benedict Canyon all around you to see what kind of place this is, and the kind of people who live here. The house was built during World War II. Michelle Morgan was one of the most prominent actresses in French cinema at the time. She was in the United States temporarily, waiting out the German occupation of her own country, and in 1942 she commissioned a house to be built here by architect Arthur Hawes, based on designs of European farmhouses. An almost identical house was built nearby. The house was completed in 1944. This is a picture of what it looked like at that time. In fact, this is the very room, and the very space in that room, where Sharon Tate's body would be found 25 years later. As you can see, it has a very rustic, very homey sort of look. Benedict Canyon, where the house was located, was originally settled by movie stars when silent comedy megastar Harold Lloyd bought over 15 acres of land at the head of the canyon, which is a large ravine, and he built a mansion there, which still exists, a famous Harold Lloyd estate. I noted earlier that Hollywood stars don't tend to stay long in these kinds of places. Michelle Morgan went back to France after it was liberated from the Nazis, and the Cielo Drive house then went through a succession of owners and tenants. Lillian Gish, another silent era star, lived here for a time. So did singer and dancer George Chakiris, who won an Academy Award for West Side Story in 1961. The house was the honeymoon cottage of Cary Grant and Diane Cannon, who were married in 1965. They were just renting. By that time, the house was owned by Rudy Altabelli, a manager and talent scout. In 1966, the house was rented to Terry Melcher, friend of Dennis Wilson. During 1968, Melcher was living there with his girlfriend of that time, Candace Bergen, who I also mentioned earlier. There was also a caretaker's cottage out back, which is where Altabelli lived. Now remember that, it becomes important later. In January 1969, Melcher split up with Candace Bergen, and they both moved out. And as was usual for a Hollywood star house, it went up for rent but did not stay on the market for long. On February 15, 1969, film director Roman Polanski and his wife Sharon Tate Polanski moved into the Cielo Drive house. She was pregnant, due in September. Both Polanski and Sharon were working on film projects, which took them to Europe pretty frequently. On or about March 23, 1969, Charles Manson paid a visit to the Cielo Drive house. Remember when he was trying to get Terry Melcher to audition him, and it seemed like it was set, but then Melcher didn't show up? Well, Manson was angry and a little desperate. Unwilling to deal with trying to reach a record producer by phone, he went to his house instead, or what he thought was Melcher's house. Unaware that he'd moved out, or perhaps he was aware, but was seeking information on where to find him. A butler directed him to the caretaker's cottage. Rudy Altabelli said he didn't know where Melcher could be reached. A lie, obviously. During the brief time that Manson was there, Sharon Tate did see him. In fact, she mentioned it to others. She would have had no way of knowing, even in the end, that she had briefly encountered the strange man who would eventually order her murder several months later. Tex Watson had also been to the Cielo Drive house. Dean Morehouse, a middle-aged man whose teenage daughter was a Manson girl, both of them had lived at Dennis Wilson's house for a time, was allowed to stay on the Cielo Drive property briefly between tenants, and Tex had visited him there at least once.
Okay,
because
guess
Tex
I'm going to
knew
bed.
where the house was and roughly what the layout was, Manson,
We're gonna play-
who
are
did
you
not
gonna
do the dirty work himself,
play tomorrow?
chose Tex to lead the mission from
I guess we
Spot
can.
Beach.
Alright.
It
We'll
didn't
see.
matter who
See
the
how
victims
it goes.
were, so long as they were rich, famous, and white. Manson knew from his own visit that those were the kinds of people who lived there, but even if he hadn't been there, he could guess that somebody famous would be living there. The instructions he gave to Watson about how the murders should be done seem to have been intended, at least in part, to provide a sort of copycat scene to the Gary Hinman murder, which it was hoped would cause the police to look away from Bobby Beausoleil as the killer. And Helter Skelter probably did have something to do with it. How much is a debate that I don't have much interest in. It was in the mix somewhere, and that seems beyond question. Not all of the victims were wealthy. The inclusion of one of them, Steve Parent, was even more of a tragic coincidence than the others, and I'll talk about him specifically in a moment. Just for the record, the 4 occupants of the main house at the time of the murders were Sharon Tate Polanski, her friend and former boyfriend, Jay Sebring, another friend, Abigail Folger, and Folger's boyfriend, Polish emigre Wojtek Frakowski, also a friend of Roman Polanski's. The evening of the murders, the 4 main occupants of the main house went out to dinner. They went to this restaurant on Beverly Boulevard called El Coyote, which is a longtime fixture in the area. As you can see from the awning, it was established in 1931. El Coyote occupies the same spot in Manson lore as the restaurant Mezzaluna does in the O.J. Simpson case, the famous place where the victims ate their last meal. They returned home from the restaurant about 10 p.m. The 5th resident of the Cielo Drive property and the only survivor was one William Garrettson, age 19, from Lancaster, Ohio. He had hitchhiked out to LA in the spring looking for a job, or perhaps a gig of some type. Surprisingly little is known about Garrettson, who remained remarkably quiet in the decades between the murders and his own death in 2016. But we do know that Rudy Altabelli, who picked him up hitchhiking one day, hired him as the caretaker to stay in the cottage and look after Roman Polanski's dogs and his own dogs while Polanski and Altabelli were in Europe. August 8th was toward the end of his job. Soon he'd be headed back to Ohio via a plane ticket paid for by Rudy Altabelli. Garretson didn't have a car, so hitchhiking was his main mode of transportation. At some point during that summer, one of the people who'd picked him up was one Stephen Parent, age 18, from El Monte. Parent had recently graduated from high school and was scraping together money to go to junior college the next fall. He was very much into electronics, a hi-fi enthusiast, as they said in the 60s and 70s, and he drove a white 1966 AMC Ambassador belonging to his father. On August 8th, 1969, late at night, Parent decided to drive over to visit Garretson at the Cielo Drive house. He knew where it was, from having dropped him off there before, and Garretson had told him that he could come by and visit any time. Parent's motive for being there was financial. He was hoping to sell a clock radio that he'd come into the possession of, and he hoped that Garretson might buy it. He arrived at the house at about 11:45 p.m., and Garretson led him into the caretaker cottage. Parent demonstrated the clock radio, which Garretson did not want to buy, but the caretaker gave him a can of beer as sort of a consolation. Parent then made a phone call to a friend in Hollywood, and that person's place was going to be his next stop. As he was leaving, at 12:15 a.m., the killers had just arrived. The dogs that Garretson was looking after were barking at them. Stephen Parent died because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. If he'd left just a few minutes earlier, he probably would have survived. Moments after he left Garretson, before he could even start the engine of his car to drive away, Tex Watson walked up and blew him away with the same gun that Manson had used 5 weeks earlier to shoot Bernard Crowe. Garretson was the only human being left alive at the Cielo Drive property after the massacre. When the bodies were discovered the next morning, the police took him into custody because they simply had no other leads. 5 people dead and 1 left alive. Well, the one alive must have done it, right? To the police that following day, and even at the Manson trial in 1970, and for years afterward, Garretson insisted that he had seen and heard nothing while the murders were going on. Eventually it was clear that he was not involved in the murders, but no one could quite believe that he hadn't seen or heard anything. Years later, in the 1990s, Garretson granted a rare interview for a TV program in which he admitted that, yes, he had heard something, the shots that killed Stephen Parent, and he also heard a woman scream. He thought at first the shots were perhaps firecrackers, and the scream was the kind of thing that happened when a woman was pushed into a swimming pool, that sort of thing. This is why he said he was not alarmed. After she brutally stabbed Abigail Folger, who was lying dead on the lawn, Tex Watson ordered Patricia Krenwinkel to go to the guest cottage and kill whoever was in there. She claimed to him that she went to the guest house and found no one there. That's what she told Tex Watson anyway. If she was telling the truth, where was Bill Garretson? Ed Sanders, the author of The Family, one of the main sources for this video, supposes that Garretson heard the murders, understood what was going on, and then hid in the bushes, which is why Krenwinkel never found him. Now, here is my own theory. It's possible, just barely possible, that he was in the guest house, and that Krenwinkel did see him. He must have been terrified. He might have told her that he wouldn't say a word if she spared him, or they might just have looked at each other, and she decided not to kill him for whatever reason. It's hard to imagine Garretson having to live with that from age 19 for the whole rest of his life. When the killers returned to Spahn Ranch, Manson had Tex Watson tell him what had gone down. Apparently, the cult leader was very displeased at how his minions had carried out his orders. Manson himself took the 1959 Ford and drove to the scene of the murder to see for himself. Sources conflict on whether he was alone or not. Probably he was not, but whoever he took with him
Right,
has
I've solved all the problems for the
conclusively
dogs.
identified. Steve Grogan, known as
Except the
Clem,
problems where
or
they fight each other.
Scramblehead,
That's
is
not
apparently
solved.
the leading contender, based on remarks that he made to one of the bikers the next morning. Quote, "We got
How's
5
Riinscoop?
piggies." Someone
Good.
obviously went back.
Temp-o-ross.
The murderers at their trials and later interviews meticulously described how they had left
Sure, you
the
shouldn't be
crime
doing
scene.
some
But how it was
gauntlet?
found by the police
No.
the next morning was not
Too late.
exactly the way they described.
Too sleepy,
Some trunks
clearly.
inside the house had been moved around. Sharon Tate's body had apparently been moved. A towel was thrown over the face of one of the victims, Jay Sebring. And most bizarre of all, police found a pair of glasses at the scene which did not belong to anyone in the house, nor it was turned out to any of the killers. Someone had planted the glasses whose owner was never identified as a red herring. The person who planted them was probably Charles Manson himself. Unlike the Cielo Drive property, the La Bianca house is still there, and much the same as it was in 1969. The address has been changed to 3311 Waverly Drive, formerly 3301. This is in the Los Feliz section of LA, and as you can see, it's very close to Griffith Park, which is important in the environmental history of Los Angeles. The house was built in 1922, again in that critical boom phase of Los Angeles' 20th century history. While not as posh as the Cielo Drive mansion, it's still pretty nice, and it's exactly the kind of white upper-class space that the Tate House also occupied. The property came into the LaBianca family in 1940 when it was bought by Lino LaBianca's parents. Lino lived there for a while, even after he was married to his first wife, Alice Schofield. They separated in 1955 and were eventually divorced. Lino bought the house from his mother. His father was by then deceased in 1968. By then, Lino had been married to his second wife, Rosemary, for 9 years. In the summer of 1969, they were planning to sell the house and move somewhere else. Lino LaBianca had been successful in the supermarket business, but he had just concluded a deal that would allow him to get out of it, which he very much wanted to do. Racing and breeding horses was his true interest. On the day before the night of their murder, the LaBiancas drove up to Lake Isabella in Kern County, California, about a 3-hour drive from their house. Rosemary's son, by her first husband, was vacationing up there, and the couple also had with them Rosemary's daughter. They were towing a boat. After visiting the lake, they drove back down to LA late at night, dropped off the daughter where she lived, and then returned home to Waverly Drive. It was 1 a.m. on August 10th, 1969. Manson, as I said, was perturbed at how his murder minions had carried out his orders the previous night. He said that it was too messy, there was too much panic, and he was also upset that they hadn't gone all the way up and down Cielo Drive killing other people instead of just stopping after that one house. So this time he decided he'd come with them, not to do the actual murders, but to direct them more closely. He also brought more cultists with them, 6 in all not counting him, which included a few who had been involved the previous night and some who had not been. Manson's idea was apparently to split the group into 2 squads and commit a whole bunch of murders, fanning out through the rich celebrity neighborhoods. The reason why the LaBiancas became victims of the Manson family was an accident of geography. Look at this house, which is right next door to the LaBianca residence, 3267 Waverly Drive. In 1968, that house was being rented by a guy named Harold True, who had friends in hippie scene. In the spring and summer of 1968, he held LSD parties at this house, and Charles Manson was present at more than one of them. So was Patricia Krenwinkel, one of the murderers who visited the LaBianca house next door more than a year later. At the time the Mansonites partied with Harold True in 1968, the LaBiancas didn't even live here. They moved into their place after Harold True moved out of his. Manson had cultist Linda Kasabian, who later became the star witness at his murder trial, drive around in various neighborhoods, looking for exactly the right kind of place where the people he wanted to kill lived. By happenstance, she approached Los Feliz, and Manson suddenly got a brainwave. He recalled the parties at Harold True's and decided to attack the place next door. Manson spent only a few minutes inside the LaBianca house. He scoped it out, he saw people were inside, and then went down to the car, parked beneath the long driveway.
Can you accept the risks and responsibilities?
The 2 of them entered the house through a back door and tied up the LaBiancas. Manson returned to the car. With 3 of his people, Linda Kasabian, Susan Atkins, and Steve Grogan, he took off in the car. He left Tex in charge of the 2 girls, Patricia Krenwinkel.
When does maintenance start? Not for a while, right? Tomorrow morning, right?
2 a.m. tonight, I think.
Oh.
Maybe sooner.
Leslie Van Houten. Of those 2, Leslie had not been at the Tate house the previous
I'm not.
night.
I have decided I'm not gonna do the animal thing. It's too annoying feeding the animals.
Yeah, I might just do it the first day, just for the burst of XP, and then put them back on auto like I did last time.
Murders. That was possible only in the
I
1960s.
I don't
and
blame
70s,
you for not
hitchhiking
messing with
away
them.
from a murder scene.
I just need to water my oddish.
I'll follow the subsequent
I
travels
managed to
of
show
Manson
up while
and
it was
the others in the
raining.
car in the next chapter.
Your onions and other plants are watered though.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll just boot it up. Boot it up and poot it up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm saying.
That makes two of us.
Huh? I resubbed. Did I not? Am I dreaming? Oh, I added
You might have forgotten to do it yourself.
No, I added the Krista, but I don't think I used it.
Oof.
There we go. Your account ready. The best part of running with a modded 14 is the launcher. Not having to type in your stuff is so freaking nice. Tales of Lost.jpg. So wait, if you already watered my stuff, why am I even logging in? Actually.
I mean, I can water your island stuff if that needs to be watered.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I remember there was something I had to do. Couldn't remember what. Okay, if they're grown, I don't have to water them, right?
Alright.
Put on my freaking buckets. Buckets. Where's the freaking buckets? They're there. paying attention to the wrong thing. Too slow.
The LaBianca killings were, in a way, even more depraved than the massacre the previous night. I promised I wouldn't go into gruesome details, and I don't plan to, but the behavior of the killers after this second massacre is strange and inexplicable. With the LaBiancas lying dead in the living room and in one of the bedrooms, Tex Watson and the girls went calmly into the kitchen and raided the refrigerator. They drank chocolate milk and ate watermelon, leaving the rinds in the sink. DNA was obviously not a way to catch murderers in 1969. In any event, they left enough fingerprints behind to send them to death row. They did hitchhike back to the ranch, catching a ride somewhere in Griffith Park. Curiously, the identity of the person who gave them a ride back to Spahn Ranch was never determined by the police. The LaBiancas were found dead at about 10:30 that next night, Sunday, August 10th. The discovery was made by Rosemary's son and daughter, an unbelievably horrible thought. As at the Polanski Tate house, the police found cryptic words scrawled on the wall in the victim's blood, including the two most iconic words associated with the entire Manson case: helter skelter. Misspelled, of course. The Manson story has a strange nexus with Venice, California, about 14 miles, 23 kilometers from downtown Los Angeles. The famous beach at Venice was a hunting ground for the family, but not for murder, at least not until August 10, 1969. This was where they picked up new potential recruits and also panhandled for change. Members of the Manson family would hang out in Venice, particularly on the beach, play guitar, and groove with hippie-leaning young people. Some ended up joining. In early August, probably while Manson was on the trip that included his mysterious visit to Esalen Institute, cultists Sandra Good and Linda Kasabian went to Venice to hang out and pick up some change. What they picked up was a man, or I guess he picked them up. His name was Saladin Nader. From Lebanon, Nader had starred in a Lebanese film called The Broken Wings about legendary poet Khalil Gibran, though Nader did not play that role. Nader lived here at 1101 Oceanfront Walk on the 5th floor. He picked up the Manson girls who were hitchhiking, brought them back to his apartment, and went to bed with Linda Kasabian. Later that afternoon, he brought them to a shopping mall somewhere in the San Fernando Valley, but the family wasn't quite finished with him. In the middle of the night of August 9th, 10th, after leaving the LaBianca house where the murders were taking place, Charles Manson, Linda, Susan Atkins, and Steve Grogan drove to several locations, including a gas station in Sylmar, where they hid Rosemary LaBianca's wallet, hoping that an African American would pick it up and use the credit cards, and then after that eventually they went to Venice. Manson's idea was for one more hit that night. He knew about Linda's encounter with the actor and asked if she could lead them to where he lived. She said yes. Manson gave her a knife and ordered her to kill him when she found him. In a rare move of defiance, she said that she couldn't. The other two, it was decided, would take care of it. So Manson left them there in Venice and took the car, the 1959 Ford, back to Spahn Ranch. Again, the exit strategy was for the murderers to hitchhike back to the ranch. What could possibly go wrong? According to Linda's testimony at the trial, which was not corroborated, she felt bad for Nader and decided to spare him. She deliberately led Susan Atkins and Steve Grogan to the wrong apartment, knocking on a door on a different floor than the one that Nader lived on. Susan Atkins reportedly pooped on the floor of the stairwell of the building before they left. In any event, Nader survived, unaware of how close he'd come to being the 10th victim, the 10th core victim, until his name surfaced during the investigation. So again, notice the spaces where Manson hunted for victims. Cielo Drive, a rich movie star neighborhood, some of the most exclusive space in LA. Los Feliz, not a movie star neighborhood, but still rich, white, and upper class. Venice, bohemian and inviting, playground type of place. The character of these places, who lived there and what kind of people they were, was the main driver of his decisions to try to kill these people. We're not totally done with Venice. We'll return there in Chapter 18. Let's take a side trip for a moment to a place where Charles Manson and his cult never went, but which is relevant to their story. In 1969, these bucolic farm fields outside of Bethel, New York, were owned by Max Yasgur, a successful dairy farmer. Joel Rosenman, John Roberts, Michael Lang, and several associated concert promoters paid Yasgur $10,000 reportedly for the use of his fields as the site of a 3-day music festival, the legendary Woodstock. The festival went off between August 15th and 18th. That was 1 week after the killings at the Polanski Tate House, and August 16th was the same day that the authorities raided the auto theft ring at Spahn Ranch. Woodstock became a seminal event in the popular consciousness of the counterculture and much of the baby boom generation. Joan Baez, Arlo Guthrie, the Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, The Who, the band, and of course Jimi Hendrix all played. About 400,000 people came out for the show, far in excess of the 50,000 that the promoters expected. Footage and performance video of the festival was edited into one of the most iconic documentaries ever made, titled simply Woodstock, which enabled millions of people who hadn't attended in person to experience it vicariously. So many writers, journalists, commentators, and literati would go on to cite the Manson murders as the, quote, end of the 60s in cultural terms, or one of the events that heralded the end of the 60s. Joan Didion, who wrote about Manson and even bought a dress for Linda Kasabian, the former cultist and star witness at the trial, she bought the dress for her to wear during her testimony. Anyway, Joan Didion was especially associated with this end of the 60s idea, and I'm going to refer to her as kind of a spokesperson for the various people who did so. The same cultural narrative that holds that Manson helped end the 60s simultaneously holds the idea that Woodstock is somehow the peak or embodiment of what Manson helped to end. But Woodstock occurred just after most of the core murders. If you zoom out, you could claim that these events were essentially going on simultaneously. I'm not sure I buy into Didion's end of the 60s narrative, which is going to come up again, incidentally, in chapter 19. But the idea does have a lot of cultural cachet, as does the Woodstock Festival generally. Woodstock is sort of a symbol of baby boomer youth, the counterculture, the power of music in American society, opposition to the Vietnam War, and many of the same ideas of self-improvement and societal change that undergirded projects like the Esalen Institute. The shorthand version of Didion's idea is that the 60s represented this glowing moment of optimism and potential for positive change, which was then shattered by Manson, Altamont, and eventually Watergate. Whether you agree with this view or not, Woodstock is a convenient avatar for the idea of that precious soap bubble of optimism that floated through the world and then popped. That's why it's relevant to our story. As a commercial and musical event, if not a cultural one, there were several subsequent attempts to recapture the lightning in a bottle that was the 1969 Woodstock. The 25th anniversary revival of the festival in 1994 was held in Saugerties, about 70 miles, 110 kilometers from the site of the 1969 event. Michael Lang, who helped produce the original, was involved again. Woodstock 94 had some cultural resonance within Generation X, my generation. I wasn't there, for the record, but not anything like what the original festival held for the baby boomers. The most iconic images of Woodstock 94 were probably the many photos of festival goers caked in mud. The 1994 event featured Green Day, the Allman Brothers Band, Metallica, Bob Dylan, and many others.
British national anthem.
One of the
You
groups
have to
that played
decide
there
it before
was
you log
9
in.
Inch Nails, whose
No.
frontman, Trent Reznor, had earlier rented the Cielo Drive house and recorded part of an album there. I'll talk a little bit more about that in chapter
Saying it
21.
right now.
The
Prove it.
Woodstock brand was
Oh,
irreparably damaged by the next major iteration
Britannia,
of the festival in
liquid
1999, which occurred on an old Air Force base in Rome, New York. Riots, fires, sexual assaults, and the death of a fan from heat
Having
stroke
your
are the
Riinscoop
chief
card
legacy
revoked.
of that festival. It turns out that the optimistic values for which the original Woodstock and the 60s counterculture supposedly stood for didn't port too well to the turn of the 21st century. But that's a story for another time. In early September 1969, Manson moved the family to this desolate location in Inyo County, Barker Ranch, near Death Valley, which became famous as the cult's final hideout. Two events preceded the flight from Spawn to Barker. On August 16, 1969, the authorities raided Spawn Ranch. Not anything to do with the murders, which were still unsolved at that point, but to break up the car theft ring that they knew was operating from that property. But the warrant that the police used to justify this raid, however, was legally defective, and the family members were quickly released from custody. Related to the raid, 10 days later, on August 26th, Spawn Ranch employee Donald Shorty Shea was gruesomely murdered, the ninth and last of the core killings that occurred in July and August. Numerous members of the family participated in this crime, which was embellished in rumors and retellings over subsequent months and years. Manson had suspected Shea of tipping off the authorities and causing that August 16th raid. Fellow YouTuber Joe Bowie, who runs the excellent Desert Trippin' channel, lives in Desert, California, and has actually traveled to Barker Ranch for a series of videos that he made about it a while back, and about the Manson family. Joe also shot some footage of Spawn Ranch that you've already seen a couple of times in this video. I interviewed Joe for this video. So instead of just seeing the geographic location of Barker Ranch on Google Earth, you'll see footage taken on site, and we'll hear his commentary on it. Okay, so I've got Joe Bowie from the Desert Trippin' channel here, who has made several forays to various locations, some of which are in this story. So welcome, Joe.
Good to see you again.
You have actually been to Barker Ranch, and I haven't. And there's going to be some, I'm showing some clips from your video that you actually filmed around there. Why don't you give us your impressions of what was this place like in real life?
Just a vibe. When you step onto that ground, you feel very unsettled. I don't know if it's because of all the history and we're just sort of projecting that energy. There definitely is a different vibe. And I've been in some creepy locations. Barker Ranch is so remote. You feel like very vulnerable out there to begin with. You know, it's 40 miles from the nearest cell tower. You turn left at a ghost town and go 15 miles on this dirt road to get to the left turn that takes you through the almost impassable canyon road. So you're really out in the middle of nowhere. If anything happens to you, good luck. So I remember walking around and just sensing, you know, I'm not psychic, but I sensed, you know, like pain and I wouldn't say evil, but just unsettled energy all around. So it was pretty spectacular for me to be there.
Now he went there, and I've talked about how he had planned to go there previously in the spring of 1969, and he had to kind of postpone that, or actually he did move his people there in May of 69 briefly, and then he had to come back because the whole thing with Terry Melcher, that whole thing was still playing out, so he had to go back to Spawn Ranch at that point.
Basically, I think when the family started checking out the area, I believe it was November of 68, and Catherine Gillies, who was a family member, you can look her up online and you see, I think she died a couple years ago, but she had the scar of the X on her forehead, so she was a hardcore family member. She toured around with Buffalo Springfield before, and then I guess she hooked up with the Manson family. Her grandparents owned Myers Ranch, which is just walking distance away from Barker Ranch. And I think they were already going out there putting out feelers and just visiting to explore and test the area. I think when Charles Manson went back to the city to explore a recording contract, he could have left some of his disciples hanging around to hold down the fort and carry things on. So they might have been actively staying at the Barker Ranch for quite a while before they were caught.
Manson moved his followers to Barker Ranch in the first week of September. It took numerous trips in several dune buggies over the course of several days. The whole vibe was paranoia. In the evenings, gathered around the campfire, Manson would tell stories about shooting Bernard Crowe and supposedly beheading Shorty Shea. Apparently, members of the family reenacted their crimes in a form of ritual play acting. So, when you were there, what physical traces did you see of the families that could have been from the family's habitation there?
There's a lot of things. I mean, I think the main building actually burned down in 2009. So it's just a shell, no roof. But you could see, well, there was the abandoned, there's a little wash up behind the main cabin building. And that's where most of the family, because there was like 20 or 30 of them. So most of them were sleeping out there in the open. And so you see a lot of old box springs and cots, like metal cots that are rusting out.
There's one other thing I wanted to show you while we're up here. Here it is. Can't believe it's still here. Now this is an old Dodge Power Wagon that was supposedly stolen from the Inyokern Furniture Company. And I think they were in the process of stripping it down out here on the side of the wash when the raid happened. Some people say you can see the word Helter Skelter written on the back of the cab. So this is the Barker Ranch junkyard where Charlie and his crew stashed a whole bunch of stolen cars when they were done with them. Right here we have a GMC pickup that, according to Ed Chaika Sr., was just given to Manson by a local miner named Ballarat Bob. Yeah, this is a cool one here. This orange one is Tex Watson's, supposedly. One of the ones that he used to go out and hell raise in the desert with. And it looks like it says garage loan there or something. I don't know what that means. I think one of these is supposed to be an old Corvair that Tex Watson plucked the motor out of to put into Charlie's Command Dune buggy. That's a cool car. Not sure who owned that one, but look at that bad boy.
So the famous raid where the police finally caught them, that was because of the Michigan loader incident, is that right? And
yes, it was such a random thing. There were two raids, October 10th and 12th. And the first raid was sort of the local authorities were investigating. The final straw, there was a bunch of little minor crimes, littering and, leaving crap strewn about the desert, stealing dune buggies, they wrecked a rental car and abandoned it out there. Just all these weird things started happening when the family started exploring the outskirts of Death Valley. But the thing that pushed the authorities over the top was a brand new Michigan loader, which is one of those big earth-moving machines for grading roads and stuff. And the road crew parked the Michigan loader in this, kind of a pass where they were coming in, and they couldn't get through anymore. So they were really pissed off, and they put gas on it, lit it on fire. And a few hours later, when the road crew got there, they reported back, and I think it was Dick Powell was the ranger on duty. He took the call, and he started going out. And then they started piecing together bits and pieces of the story, talking to some of the campers around there. They started hearing about these crazy hippies that were running around naked and screaming and just, whooping it up. And they traced them back to Barker Ranch.
So in general, kind of my thesis in this video is that the killers came out of sort of the hinterlands of the LA area, and they went into these geographical spaces like Cielo Drive, like Los Feliz, that were basically constructed by and for rich white people. So this was an incursion from the hinterlands into these controlled spaces, and that was one of the things that made this such a shocking crime spree. And it seems like Barker Ranch, we're almost to the end of the story, and it seems like Barker Ranch is like kind of the ultimate hinterland. I mean, it's so far off the road. There's really nowhere farther you could go. You can't go farther off the grid than this.
Very interesting thesis. I hadn't thought of it that way. Specifically, Cielo Drive and the La Bianca location, they were both sort of like in mountainous areas that were not main areas, and they were definitely very wealthy areas. I had sort of equated the move to Barker Ranch as an escape or a place to go and check out of society and lay low for a while, not so much as to make a statement. I think they were trying to be under the radar. They actually had some of that military stuff that looks like netting with the camouflage on it, so that helicopters or aircraft couldn't spot them and their movements down in the Barker Ranch area. And they were pretty much living just on cots and sleeping bags and stuff on the little wash behind Barker Ranch because there was too many to stay in the tiny ranch. Charlie seemed to thrive on the outskirts of civilization, and I would think he would be studying a Cielo Drive area because it's sort of cut off and you wouldn't hear people screaming or gunshots necessarily. And the La Bianca mansion, that was set back pretty far from the street as well in the mountains.
Okay, so definitely check out Joe's channel, Desert Trippin'. He's got this Manson-related videos from a while back, but also a lot of videos about desert California locations and out-of-the-way places. Really fascinating, so I do highly recommend his channel.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for talking with us. I really appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you, Sean. And looking forward to watching the video.
Great. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah.
The final few locations we can speed through pretty quickly. We're nearing the end of the story, but there are a few more threads to chase down. We're back in Venice, the beachside community just on the west edge of LA. This charming little house at 28 Clubhouse Avenue, built in 1906, is just down the street, 160 feet, about 48 meters, from Saladin Nader's apartment building, where another murder almost occurred on August 10, 1969. In the fall of '69, this house was being rented by a man called Mark Ross, or Mark Rosen, who was a friend of several members of the Manson family and who allowed them to crash here from time to time. One of the Mansonites who stayed here was a young man, 22 years old, named John Philip Hout, whose family nickname was Zero. Hout, originally from Ohio, was a friend of another short-time cult member, Kenneth Brown. They both lived at Spahn and Barker ranches, and apparently their main use to the family was to help turn stolen cars into dune buggies. Both were arrested in the raid on Barker Ranch on October 12th, which eventually resulted in Charles Manson's permanent incarceration, but by early November, many members of the family, including these two, were free again. In this house, on November 5th, 1969, John Hout died from a gunshot wound to the head. Other Manson family members in the house, including Bruce Davis, who had participated in the murders of Gary Hinman and Shorty Shea, told Venice police that Hout, or Zero, lounging in bed, spontaneously picked up a gun, an 8-chambered revolver, and decided to play Russian roulette with it. The gun, however, was fully loaded, so obviously it was not a game of chance. Incredibly, the police bought this story and did not investigate further, a failure that boggles the mind and does suggest that somebody in law enforcement was looking the other way for whatever reason. Who killed John Philip Hout and why remain total mysteries to this day. It's been suggested that he was killed because he knew too much, but that's hardly satisfying. Many members of the family knew about the murders, many of them had participated in Shorty Shea's, so why should this guy have been any different? It's also been suggested that he was an informant to the police, but there's no evidence of that. I showcase this particular murder as a representative example of what I called way back at the beginning of this video, the collateral murders. Many other people beyond the core 9 that we're focusing on died or may have died at the hands of the Manson family or for reasons connected to them. I'm not going to go into any of them other than this one. Those collateral crimes spread the geographic tendrils of the Manson phenomenon out much farther than LA or California, indeed across the world, as there is a collateral murder, possibly connected to Bruce Davis, that occurred in London in December 1969. The Manson story is indeed a web, radiating outward from the hinterlands of LA. It's kind of amazing to think that an ex-con, car thief, and failed rock star had such incredible reach that people were dying for him or because of him an ocean away from where he was. Joan Didion suggested that Manson brought an end to the 60s, at least that perfect, fragile soap bubble vision of the optimistic 60s that Woodstock supposedly epitomized. Others, looking for events that supposedly ended the 60s, have lumped the Manson phenomenon in with what happened here. This is the former Altamont Speedway, an auto racing track not far from Tracy, California in the Central Valley. It opened in 1966 and closed in 2008. On December 6, 1969, another music festival, patterned after Woodstock in some ways, happened here. It was called the Altamont Free Concert. About 300,000 people attended, and the main headliner of the show was the Rolling Stones. Jefferson Airplane also played, and the Grateful Dead was supposed to play, but they didn't because of everything that went wrong. The traditional narrative of the event was that the Rolling Stones hired the Hells Angels motorcycle gang as their security force for the gig, and the Angels incited violence during the show that ended with the fatal stabbing of a young man, Meredith Hunter, plus 3 other deaths from various causes, a rash of car thefts, and a lot of bad LSD trips. Now, this basic narrative, or at least the part that says that the Hells Angels were supposed to be the Rolling Stones' security, has been questioned, and there's good reason to take it with a grain of salt. But the tragic results of Altamont speak for themselves. Meredith Hunter's death has been the subject of controversy for decades. Apparently hyped on meth, he rushed the stage brandishing a .22 caliber pistol, and a member of the Hells Angels who was brought up on charges over his death was acquitted by reason of self-defense. But it's undeniable that a lot of ugly and violent incidents occurred at Altamont. Indeed, it was sort of a 60s version of the infamous Woodstock 99, which I already touched on. You can probably tell that I'm skeptical of the idea of the 60s as this idealistic soap bubble that got popped by a series of bummers, including the Manson killings in 1969. That narrative seems arbitrary and reductive to me, and there's little historical evidence to support it. But nevertheless, it is a narrative that has a lot of cultural cachet, and Altamont, like Manson, is often held up as the dark side of what Woodstock supposedly represented. This period of American history, the counterculture, the baby boom generation, and the shifting of societal values is extraordinarily complicated. Blaming the end of a supposedly idealistic time on Charles Manson and a violent rock concert seems historically lazy to me. But history is as much about the stories that we tell ourselves about the past as it is about what actually happened in the past. Altamont may be simply a convenient excuse to avoid any deeper reflection about what was going on in America in 1969 and what it meant. From the hinterlands, ultimately we return to the very center of Los Angeles, just as Charles Manson and the core membership of his family did after they were apprehended. This is the Hall of Justice in downtown LA. It was built, guess when, during that formative decade of the 1920s. And for 70 years, it was the center of the judicial machinery in Los Angeles. Manson lived here in a cell for many months during the trial in 1970 and early 71. He'd been here before. Some of his previous charges back in the late 50s had also been tried here. I said early on that I wasn't going to tell very much of the law enforcement and judicial story. Most of the books about the Manson phenomenon have had considerable focus on it, and I'll leave you to read those for yourself. Geographically, though, I'm struck by how the end of the story comes home, so to speak, to central LA. This location is just blocks from the Los Angeles Plaza, the old center of town, which we visited in Chapter 3. And it's very near the famous Art Deco tower of Los Angeles City Hall, topped by a concrete ziggurat, which you see as an establishing shot in every movie or TV cop show that takes place in LA. This place, the Hall of Justice, was particularly associated with the Manson family women, the ones who weren't on trial themselves. Day after day, during the 6-month trial, they camped on the sidewalks and parks near the Hall of Justice, holding a lonely vigil for their leader and providing good visual copy for the television cameras that invariably loved to cover them. When Manson carved an X into his forehead with a razor blade as some bizarre form of protest, the girls did too. In the decades after 1970, as the young women, or most of them, gradually woke up from the spell of Manson's cult, many of them had plastic surgery to remove the X-shaped scars from their foreheads. Running true to form, Manson eventually turned his X into a Nazi swastika, which he continued to wear for the rest of his life. He still had it in his final mugshot, taken in 2017. So much for all that hippie love and flower power stuff. Manson's philosophy was pretty incoherent, but it was always thinly veiled fascism. The Hall of Justice was just one of the court facilities in LA. After this building was damaged in the Northridge earthquake in 1994, it stopped being used as much as it had been before. The Criminal Courts building, which was constructed in 1972 and is right across the street, also handled a lot of high-profile cases in LA's later history, such as the Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker trial, and of course, the trial of O.J. Simpson. That building was also the site of the hearings that resulted in Roman Polanski, widower of Sharon Tate, fleeing the country after his 1977 sexual assault conviction. There are so many personalities in this story that there's no way I can profile them all. But as usual in these deep dive videos, I thought I'd profile the later fates of some of the major players. This is the California Institution for Women in Chino, east of Anaheim, south of Ontario, and southwest of San Bernardino. 3 of the Manson girls who participated in the main killings spent decades here, after their convictions for murder in early 1971. Patricia Krenwinkel, who went along both nights at the Polanski Tate House and the LaBianca residence, is still here, having served in prison longer than any Nazi war criminal. Susan Atkins, who participated in the Hinman and Tate killings, spent the majority of 47 years here. She was released to another prison in 2008 as she was dying of cancer. She passed away not long after that. Leslie Van Houten called Chino home for nearly 54 years. She was finally released in July 2023, less than 2 months before the making of this video. Bobby Beausoleil, still in prison, 54 years and counting. Bruce Davis, still in prison. Tex Watson, still in prison. Steve Grogan got out in 1985, having made a deal with the authorities to tell them where to find Shorty Shea's remains, which they did on the edge of Spawn Ranch. He had not, in fact, been beheaded, as the legends held. Most, though by no means all, of Manson's cult followers eventually renounced him. Many, including Leslie Van Houten, expressed considerable remorse over having ever had anything to do with him. A handful, though, remained diehards. T.J. Wallerman, who accompanied Manson on the shooting of Bernard Crowe, remained devoted to his leader for the rest of his life, at one point stating that his personality had been entirely replaced by allegiance to Manson. He died in a car crash in 1995. Catherine Gillies, whose family was the whole reason Manson eventually was able to use Barker and Myers ranches as hideouts, was also unrepentant. She was present at the killing of John Philip Hout in Venice, and she may have had something to do with it. Though she married someone unconnected to the family, reportedly she was, to the end of her life, devoted to Manson and disappointed that she hadn't got to go along on those murder spree trips. She died in Oregon in 2018. Lynette Squeaky Fromm was perhaps the most visible of Manson's loyalists in the years after he went to prison. She and Sandra Good, who with her was one of Manson's earliest followers, moved to Sacramento to be close to Manson, who was then serving time at Folsom Prison. In September 1975, Squeaky Fromm, wearing a red nun's habit, ran up to President Gerald Ford in the park in front of the California State Capitol and pulled a gun on him. There was no cartridge in the chamber, and in any event, a Secret Service officer quickly intervened. Squeaky was put on trial for attempting to assassinate the President of the United States. She refused to cooperate at the trial and at one point threw an apple at the prosecutor's head. She was sentenced to life in prison. While serving time, she was involved with ATWA, which stands for Air, Trees, Water, and Animals, a mostly phony environmental organization that Manson founded from behind bars. Because who better to save the planet than a mass murderer with a swastika carved into his head? Squeaky was paroled in 2009 and is still alive. As recently as 2019, she proclaimed her lifelong love for Charles Manson. Terry Melcher was terrified by the murders, which he believed, not without significant reason, were committed at least in part to scare him, and as sort of a revenge for not signing Manson to the record deal that he wanted. During the trial, Melcher was surrounded by private security. His own involvement with various other members of the family, including some of the girls who were underage at the time, was not made public until fairly recently. He continued to produce various bands, including the Beach Boys. He was instrumental in their 1988 revival hit Kokomo, made famous by its inclusion on the soundtrack for the Tom Cruise movie Cocktail. Melcher died of skin cancer in 2004. Dennis Wilson remained haunted by his connection to the Manson family, and he saw himself as partially responsible for unleashing them on the world. His relationships with his brothers, the Beach Boys, were strained, but he participated with the group until he went solo in 1977. He later reconciled with them. In the final years of his life, Wilson fought a long and ultimately unsuccessful battle with drug and alcohol addiction. A few days after Christmas, 1983, he drowned at Marina del Rey while drunk, reportedly diving to find jewelry belonging to his ex-wife, which had been thrown off a boat during an altercation years earlier. He was only 39. The Cielo Drive house, where 5 of the murders occurred, remained in the hands of Rudy Altobelli for nearly 20 years, until 1988. After that, it passed into the hands of a few owners and several more tenants, some of them celebrities. The last of those was Trent Reznor, industrial metal musician and frontman for Nine Inch Nails, who moved into the place in 1992. Reznor thought the house's grotesque history would lend a dark vibe to his new album, The Downward Spiral. But in 1993, Reznor had a conversation with Deborah Tate, the sister of Sharon, who was campaigning tirelessly in her later years to prevent any of the Manson killers from being paroled. Reznor came to realize the depth of the human tragedy connected with this place, and he felt that remaining any longer would be exploitative. He left the house, but he took with him the door on which Susan Atkins had scrawled "pig" in Sharon Tate's blood. It was washed off long ago, of course, but the door, so far as I know, still exists. The owner of the house, Alvin Weintraub, had it demolished in 1994, and as you know, the house that's there now is totally different. Charles Manson probably knew from the moment he was apprehended in the Barker Ranch raid of October 12, 1969, that he would never again draw a breath as a free man, and he never did. As he was fond of telling people, prison was his natural home. Between his birth in 1934 and his death in 2017, Manson spent barely 20 years, including childhood, outside of some kind of institution or prison. Literally 3/4 of his life was spent behind bars. Having escaped the gas chamber by the U.S. Supreme Court's temporary invalidation of the death penalty in 1972, Manson served his time in prisons all over California, including Folsom, San Quentin, and this one, Corcoran State Prison. He died at a hospital in Bakersfield from complications related to colon cancer in November 2017. Manson never got his record contract, of course, but in 1993, Axl Rose, lead singer of the metal band Guns N' Roses, recorded one of the songs that Manson had written in 1968 while trying to get that contract. The song, Look at Your Game Girl, was added as a hidden track on the band's cover songs album, The Spaghetti Incident, released in 1993. Rose had previously used Manson's image somewhat ironically, for example wearing a t-shirt with his face on it during concert tours. The blowback from including a Manson song on the Guns N' Roses album was pretty ferocious, stinging even the arch edgelord Axl Rose. The percentage of the album's profits that would otherwise have gone to Manson were donated to the son of Wojciech Frykowski. The Spaghetti Incident was a hit of sorts, but judging from how often I saw copies of it in record store cutout bins for the rest of the decade, it seems to have been one of the most returned albums of the 1990s. There are many ways to tell the story of Charles Manson, the misguided people who followed him, and the horrific crimes that he and they committed for him. I chose to tell it principally through geography and places. To restate my main thesis, the spatial and environmental interpretation of the story, at least one interpretation, is that the Manson family came out of the hinterlands surrounding Los Angeles, its deserts and its wild, arid fringes, to kill and terrorize people who lived in spaces within LA that were controlled by and for rich people, mostly white, celebrities and such. The intrusion of fear and violence into that environment was the essence of Manson's project. Whatever explains his motivation, drug deals, the helter-skelter race war concept, his resentment at not making the big time, whatever you can argue caused it. That intrusion from one human environment into another was the point. As I think I've demonstrated, the entire history of Los Angeles is intimately connected to environmental factors, water especially, but also transportation.
I'm gonna... Sorry. That's moving. I was moving.
Somewhere Dave just shuddered in pain.
Yeah.
I'm
dying.
It has been said, by who exactly I wonder, that something as small as the flutter of the butterfly's wings can ultimately cause a typhoon halfway around the world. If that's true, did a 19-year-old kid ordering a sandwich from a deli cause the most destructive war in human history up to that time? The answer is, well, no, but that's sort of the wrong question. A better question is, why do some people think that a 19-year-old kid stepping out for a sandwich had something to do with the First World War? Let's zoom out a bit from sandwiches and butterflies to get a handle on what we're dealing with. On June 28, 1914, a Sunday morning, an event occurred right here on this street corner that changed the course of history forever. This corner still looks much the same as it did then. The building that says museum, which was here then,
zombie comics.
I'll talk about that in a minute. The bridge over there is the Latin Bridge, which has been standing in some form there for centuries. Today, Sarajevo is in the nation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In 1914, that was a province of the Empire of Austria-Hungary, the heir to whose throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, together with his wife Sophie, was assassinated on this street corner by 19-year-old Bosnian Serb Gavrilo Princip. That story is well known. The assassination sparked a chain reaction of diplomatic and political events, which eventually caused, about 5 weeks later, the outbreak of the First World War, a catastrophe so immense that it led to the collapse of 4 major empires and the total scrambling of the geopolitical order, not to mention the deaths of about 30 million people. I'm working on a very long, in-depth, deep dive video on the collapse of the world's great monarchies between 1905 and 1920, which necessarily involves World War I. This is not that video. It'll be out soon enough, but while I was working on it, I got sidetracked by a minor but interesting issue, specifically the sandwich. The sandwich story goes like this. Princip was a member of an informal group of associates, most of them young, all Bosnian Serbs, who had banded together and were coordinated by Danilo Ilic to whack the Archduke as a blow for Bosnian nationalism. In fact, a little less than an hour or so before Princip struck, a couple of other members of the plot on a different street corner, this one, in fact, had tried to assassinate Ferdinand by throwing a bomb at his car. The bomb did explode, but did not injure the Archduke or his wife, who then proceeded to a reception at Sarajevo City Hall, and then decided to change their plans to visit the hospital where people injured in the bomb attack were being treated. That meant their motorcade would double back along its original route. All of that is true, documented historical facts repeated in basically every account of the assassination. Princip, one of the other members of the murder plot, had been stationed on this corner. The building today marked as museum was in 1914 the site of a business called Schiller's Delicatessen. Supposedly, now here's where it gets murky, Princip, thinking the motorcade was over and his group's opportunity for assassination had passed, went to Schiller's to order a sandwich for lunch. After he got it, he was surprised to see the Archduke's motorcade pass once again in front of the corner. He still had his pistol, this very one, in fact, and amazed by his good luck, he forgot about his lunch, ran out of the deli, stepped off the curb, walked up, pointed the gun, and blew Franz and Sophie away with 2 shots. Sophie died in the car, the Archduke a few minutes later. Cue World War I, and you know the rest. It's a great story, but it did not happen. At least the bit with the sandwich didn't happen. Furthermore, the detail of the sandwich did not even get into the assassination story until this century, the 21st, relatively recently. If it's not true, first of all, how do we know it's not true? How did it get into the story? And why do people still believe it? That's the subject of this video. Hi, I'm Sean Munger, historian, and this video is a little extra for my viewers. A little morsel, a sandwich, dare I say, while you're waiting for my next long deep dive video, which is coming. If you're not a subscriber, or if this is your first voyage with me, check out the videos on my long form deep dive playlist. There is some fun and interesting stuff there. The deep dive video, coming soon, on the fall of the great monarchies, begins with the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, but that's only a small part of it. And while I was writing the portion on the assassination, something triggered in my mind. Now I can't recall where or when I first heard the story, but I know that I heard or read about it somewhere, probably online. The sandwich was not mentioned in one of my main sources for the Fall of Monarchies video, a book called The Fall of the Dynasties by Edmund Taylor, one of my all-time favorite history books, though a little dated. It was published in 1963. The sandwich is also not mentioned in accounts of the assassination in my other favorite books about the outbreak of World War I. Dreadnought by Robert K. Massey, or The Guns of August by Barbara Tuchman. Admittedly, Tuchman doesn't recount the details of the assassination itself, she just mentions it briefly. Nor is the sandwich mentioned in Clive Ponting's 13 Days, Diplomacy and Disaster, published in 2002, which does discuss the assassination in detail, but not that detail. Where, then, did I hear the sandwich story? As I said, I honestly don't remember, but it turns out it's all over the internet and has been for a long time. Cracked.com, not exactly the font of A+ historical scholarship, but very popular in the late aughts, called Princip's sandwich one of the 6 random coincidences that made the modern world. That article was published in 2009. Around the same time, August 2008, Jeffrey Kluger, science editor for Time magazine, wrote an article for the Los Angeles Times in which he led with the sandwich story, claiming that whoever made it had a lot to answer for, clearly linking the sandwich to the catastrophe of World War I. No one less than a pillar of broadcasting, veteran BBC reporter John Simpson, repeated the sandwich claim in his 2010 book, ironically titled Unreliable Sources, about how reporters misreported some of the 20th century's greatest events. Notably, in his bit on the assassination, he is not quoting or analyzing specific news sources. He just throws the sandwich thing in as a detail. Though a lot of this dates from a number of years ago, nothing ever really dies on the internet. I found a Medium article from 2018 that discusses the sandwich claim prominently, as if it's true. One of my favorite fellow history YouTubers, Mr. Betts, included the sandwich claim in his video from 2019 on the causes of World War I, though he was careful enough to preface it with the word allegedly, and Mr. Betts is awesome, so he gets a pass. I even found a meme on Reddit posted July 2023 that references the sandwich claim and somehow links it to the Iraq War of 2003? Okay, whatever. This meme also references the butterfly effect. So it's clear that the Princip ordering a sandwich thing has a lot of reach into popular imagination. I already told you that the sandwich story is not true, but how do we know it's not true? I mean, we can forgive Cracked.com, a notorious clickbait site, and some recent meme makers on Reddit can similarly be dismissed. But if the science editor of Time and a BBC journalist who witnessed the Tiananmen Square massacre and got shot at in Iraq fell for it, is there something to it? Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Let me be clear. I am not faulting anybody for believing this uniquely seductive detail. In fact, we'll see later on how it gained the cloak of legitimacy. It has to do with a single source that repeated it. I can't blame Jeffrey Kluger and John Simpson for falling for it. The Princip story is kind of a stealthy fake, flying under the radar. You can't really blame anybody for believing it. In the description, I've linked to an article from Smithsonian Magazine by Mike Dash, who investigated the rumor of Princip's sandwich and where it came from. It's from 2011, 12 years ago. But just as I gave you some more recent examples of the sandwich myth being repeated as if it's true, it's clear that this debunking needs to keep getting rehashed periodically. In my professional opinion, Dash makes an excellent case for why we should conclude that the sandwich rumor is not true. But before we get into the reasons why we can be pretty sure that World War I did not start with a sandwich, let's take a brief look at what actually happened. In 1914, Austria-Hungary had a huge problem with ethnic minorities within its borders, of which there were dizzyingly many, wanting independent homelands of their own, or at least wanting to get out from under the ethnically German Austrians and the Hungarians who called most of the shots in the empire. Slavs, again of which there were many kinds, dreamed of a majority Slavic homeland, Yugoslavia it would be called, outside the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Bosnia and Herzegovina, a Slav-populated area that had been part of the crumbling Ottoman Empire, had only recently been annexed by Austria-Hungary in 1908, only a couple of years before the assassination. Serbia was another country, that one fully independent, at least for the time being, that had been carved up out of the former European provinces of the Ottomans. Austria-Hungary, ruled by the Habsburg family, generally blamed Serbia and Serbians for stirring up trouble against them in provinces like Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now, just for clarity, Bosnia and Herzegovina, that's one single province, despite its name that makes it sound like two, just as today, Bosnia and Herzegovina is one single country. Austria-Hungary's emperor, Franz Joseph, had been on the throne since 1848 and was getting pretty long in the tooth. Since his son, Crown Prince Rudolf, unalived himself in 1889 when the family wouldn't let him divorce his wife and marry his 17-year-old girlfriend, the heir apparent to the throne was Franz Ferdinand, the emperor's nephew. He was not quite as much of a stick in the mud as his uncle, and it was expected that if and when he took over, there would be changes within the empire, which would probably see those Slavic provinces get some more, though not all, of the autonomy that they wanted. This was what these Bosnian assassins, Princip and friends, wanted to prevent. The harsher and more iron-fisted the Austrian rule, the more motivated Slavs within Austria-Hungary would be, so they thought, to want to overthrow it. They also thought that an act of terrorism like this would throw Austria-Hungary into chaos. Though Princip and his gang, which was really directed by Danilo Ilic, were not members of it, there was a cabal of Serbian army officers and intelligence agents called the Black Hand that was also trying to stir up trouble against Austria. The ins and outs of the plot, which was hatched in Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, aren't important for our purposes. Suffice it to say, Ilic got them weapons and suicide pills, helped smuggle members of the gang who lived in Serbia into Bosnia and Herzegovina, and once they knew the motorcade route of the Archduke, which was planned in advance, he positioned members of the gang on two street corners along the route. The main part of the motorcade was one street, which was then known as Apel Quay, which runs along the Miljaska River. The motorcade started at the railway station and then proceeded to City Hall for a reception. After the reception, the plan was to go into the city center where the Archduke would visit a museum. However, as I said earlier, after the bomb, Ferdinand and Sophie made the decision to scrub that part of their itinerary and instead go to Sarajevo Hospital. That was back the direction that they'd originally come, which meant that they would essentially retrace part of their route on the Appel Quay. The thing was, nobody told the drivers of the cars. After leaving City Hall, the cars proceeded back down Appel Quay. Franz and Sophie were in car number 3. The first 2 cars were sticking to the old route, which would have necessitated them turning right at what was then called Franz Joseph Street, heading for the museum. The first 2 cars did turn right. When the driver of the third car, the one that the Archduke was in, started to follow him, the military governor, who was riding in that car, told the driver, "No, not that way, you fool, keep straight on." So, to change course, the driver had to stop, shift the car into reverse, and then head back down Appel Quay. This was right at the intersection of that street and Franz Joseph Street, right next to the Latin Bridge. This is also where Schiller's Delicatessen was. But this was also the corner on which Illich had stationed Princip, with orders to strike in case the bomb attack further up the street failed. As we know, that attack had failed. The bomb thrown by Nedelko Kabranovich bounced off the Archduke's car, fell under one of the other cars, and exploded there. Princip heard the explosion, and he heard from the gathered crowd that it hadn't hurt the Archduke or his wife. So for a while, he did think that the assassination attempt was over, and he did move away from his assigned post at the corner of Franz Joseph Street and Appel Quay. But he apparently did not go into Schiller's Delicatessen. Here are Princip's exact words, his own account of what happened, spoken at his trial in October 1914. Quote, "I thought it was over, and I saw that they had Kabranovich. I thought I would kill him so that no one would know anything further, and then kill myself too. I abandoned the idea because I saw that the automobiles passed by. Up to then I had not seen the Archduke. I went to the Latin Bridge, and then I heard that the assassination had not succeeded. Then I took thought as to where to stand, because I knew where he would pass from having read it in the Bosnian Post. Then I saw that a lady was sitting with him, but because they passed so fast, I did not know whether she was sitting. Then I stood, and one Pusar came up to me and talked with me and said, 'Do you see how dumb they are?' I was silent. But then the automobile came, and I took out the revolver, and I shot at Ferdinand twice from the distance of 4 or 5 paces." End quote. According to Mike Dash, who researched further the trial records, the man called Pusar, or Pusara, who had talked to Princip, was questioned at the trial, and his account matches up exactly with what Princip said happened. There was also another witness, someone called Dernich, who apparently did come out of Schiller's Delicatessen only to see Princip blazing away at the Archduke and Sophie. Nowhere in any of these testimonies is there mention of Princip going into Schiller's deli, much less ordering a sandwich. In fact, Princip said at his trial that he went back to the place at the Latin Bridge, the place he was originally standing, because he knew that the motorcade would pass by that corner again, and that if he waited, he would be in place to execute the Archduke. A second chance to succeed where the other plotters had failed. None of the witnesses contradicted Princip on this point. Why would they? What this means is this was not a coincidence. We know the motorcade route was supposed to pass that corner. We know that Princip was there earlier with the intent to kill the Archduke and his weapon ready to go. The fact that Schiller's Delicatessen there is not the reason that Princip was on that corner, which is what the sandwich story, especially as repeated by Kluger and John Simpson, suggests. In fact, eager as Princip was to carry out the assassination, it doesn't make sense that he would take 5 at that precise moment to go eat. If the motorcade hadn't yet passed by him that second time, why would he risk missing it by going into the deli to eat? Mike Dash from the Smithsonian gives us 2 more reasons to doubt the sandwich story. The first is his doubt that sandwiches would even have been a thing in Bosnian delicatessens in 1914. A Bosnian or Serb probably would have ordered something called burek, a kind of pastry. Sandwiches, as ubiquitous as they are today, were more of an Anglo-American thing at the beginning of the 20th century. Of course, that changed later. The second reason is timing. While the exact time of events of the assassination does vary by source, all the sources I consulted had slightly different times, I couldn't find any one of them that claimed that the Archduke was killed later than 11:30 a.m. It may have been as early as 10:30 a.m. A little early for lunch, don't you think? Now granted, these two factors don't add up to a slam dunk, but look at everything else we've got here. The primary sources, Princip's own statements, and others at the trial, don't mention him going into the deli, much less getting a sandwich. Also, the logical reasoning doesn't support it. Princip going into the deli would have taken him away from the street corner, the place that he most wanted to be, and he had an expectation that the motorcade would pass by. And given that sandwiches don't seem to have been a thing in Bosnia at the time, and it was too early for lunchtime anyway, there's no reliable evidence that the sandwich story is true, and convincing reasons for believing that it's not. I believe it is a historian's job to make judgment calls based on the evidence about what did or did not happen in the past. Based on what I know, my conclusion is that the Princip sandwich story did not happen. So how did the sandwich get into the story in the first place? There's a telltale clue. Princip's sandwich is everywhere on the internet, but nowhere in the books, at least not until the internet age. We can almost date the sandwich rumor to sometime in the 2000s because there's no mention of it before then. Indeed, looking at the various items that repeat it, Mike Dash argues that the origin of the sandwich claim is not a work of history at all, but a novel called The 12 Fingers by Joe Suarez, published in 2001. In the novel, a fictional character named Dimitri, who has an extra finger on each hand, how charming is that, gets mixed up in the Sarajevo assassination plot. And on page 31, sure enough, he meets Princip coming out of the delicatessen, eating a sandwich, thinking that the chance to kill the Archduke is over. In the book, Dimitri and Princip wind up on the corner together, each pointing their guns at Franz, but Dimitri F's it up, and it's Princip's shots that kill him. You can read The 12 Fingers for yourself on archive.org with a free subscription. I've put the link to the book in the description. There it is in black and white, the origin of the myth on page 31. Now, I'm not in any way criticizing Suarez, the author of The 12 Fingers, for writing this. Joe Suarez, who died in 2022, was a novelist, not a historian. Novelists and storytellers have carte blanche to embellish or reinterpret historical events however they like, as long as they don't pass it off as fact, which to my knowledge he never did. How the sandwich story got the ring of truth appears to be accidental. From The 12 Fingers, the sandwich story somehow jumped into a BBC TV documentary called Days That Shook the World, which was made in 2003. That's where it acquired its legitimacy and began to be reproduced, mostly on the internet, as truth. It reached the LA Times in 2008, adding more gravitas to the claim, and then Cracked.com in 2009, thus injecting it into popular culture. After that, the sandwich story's final trajectory as a meme was pretty much inevitable. Thus, the mistake was made by the writers and fact-checkers of the BBC Days That Shook the World program, which would have and did become a reputable source for the claim. Historians make mistakes all the time. I make mistakes all the time. It could happen to anyone. Again, I'm not attacking the BBC.
Oh, hello. Keywords are an integral part of the Magic the Gathering rules system. At their best, they simplify the most intricate card game ever designed so that players can easily pick up and learn new cards set after set after set. After set, after set, after set, after set, after set. At their worst, well, Magic the Gathering players have to live with them until they finally, mercifully, rotate out of standard and out of our collective memories, though of course, even some of the worst mechanics linger on in formats like Modern and Commander. But what about the worst of the worst? Mechanics so bad that you don't see them in Modern, you don't see them even in Commander, you probably don't remember them, and Wizards of the Coast designers never ever, not even once, used them again. Presented here are the top 5 worst of the worst mechanics, and we have a very specific criteria for determining not the worst mechanics, but the worst of the worst, and it's exactly what I just said. We are looking only at mechanics that were only used once, and never, ever, ever, ever were used again. Ever. That's how bad they were, not even a pity reuse in a supplemental Commander product. These were used, discarded, and in most cases, completely forgotten. And for good reason. They're the worst of the worst. And no, before you ask, banding is not on this list. Stop asking about banding. We get it. Banding was terrible. It was evergreen for some weird reason, but no, we're not talking about banding. In fact, I would argue that what we're about to talk about are mechanics even worse than banding. Is that possible? Let's find out. But first, has this ever happened to you? You work hard all day, earning enough money to pay for the essentials, like Magic cards, and maybe have a little left over for your hobbies, like paying the rent. After work, you spend an hour or more at the grocery store, navigating around people, backtracking to find an ingredient that's nowhere near where it should be, and waiting in line to check out, only to come home and realize that you're just too tired to cook anything. So you order takeout, but it takes another hour for it to arrive, by which time you should be going to bed. There's got to be a better way. But what? Oh, hello, Fresh. HelloFresh is a meal service that delivers fresh ingredients and easy recipes right to your door. They offer a wide selection of meals that are ready faster and cost less than ordering takeout. Plus, with meal plans like veggie, fit, and wholesome, pescatarian, and more, HelloFresh has options tailored to suit your personal dietary needs. HelloFresh won't let you get bored with your meals either. If you've ever tried meal prepping, you know what it's like to spend hours on Sunday cooking, to then get sick of eating the same thing all week long. HelloFresh offers a menu of 40 different recipes and over 100 add-on items to choose from each week, so you can mix and match to your heart's content. And they don't just have dinner options either. Oh no! From easy time-saving breakfasts and family dinners to kid-approved lunches and snacks, HelloFresh has what it takes to keep everyone, including you, happy and satisfied. So why not take this opportunity to lighten your meal's mental load? Let HelloFresh take those worries off your plate and put something delicious on it instead. This fall, skip that extra trip to the grocery store and have dinner ready in no time with America's #1 meal kit. Use my link or go to HelloFresh.com and use code POGTCCSEP50 for 50% off plus free shipping. Click the link in the video description or scan the QR code with your phone. Thank you, HelloFresh, for sponsoring this video. This video does not contain an honorable mention, but it does have a dishonorable one, a mechanic so bad that Wizards of the Coast errated it out of existence, and therefore out of contention for a spot in the actual rankings. Behold, Land Home, the Wario to Landwalk's Mario. You know, like the evil twin? Never mind. Land Home was a keyword that used to appear on some very old creatures. A creature with Land Home couldn't attack if the defending player controlled no lands of the specified land type. And if you control no lands of that land type yourself, you had to sacrifice the creature with Land Home. Land Home was an exceptionally weak mechanic. It required not only that you put lands of the specified type in your deck, but also that you you were playing against an opponent who also had those lands in their deck. Therefore, against 80% of all your opponents, your land home creatures were useless. Sounds like fun, right? Ultimately, Wizards of the Coast decided to un-keyword this mechanic, removing the keyword from cards that did this so that they could peacefully fade into antiquity. And fade away they would have were it not for a little fish known as Dandan. No, that's the boat. The fish is there. There's the fish. People seem to think it's the boat. But more specifically, what Dandan is the namesake card to a beloved two-player...
Alright, we're almost to the grand unveiling. We've got probably 3 more games to play.
shared
Temp-o-ross.
Keyworded or not, land
This
home
guy's
plays an
playing more
integral
Temp-o-ross.
role in the
Little bit.
Dandan
We're
format.
almost
Cards
79.
that interact with Dandan only by turning your opponent's islands into a different basic land, or Dandan's island home into a different land home. If you're interested in learning more about this weird format built around an infamous and archaic Magic the Gathering mechanic, I highly recommend checking out Ristic Studies' excellent video on the subject, link in this video's description. But because the keyword is no longer a keyword, and because the most famous instance of the keyword eventually gained its own sort of cult following, land home doesn't quite count toward this list of top 5 worst of the worst Magic the Gathering mechanics ever designed. As for what does qualify, well, let's find out. All right, I'll tribute 2 monsters to normal summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, the legendary powerful engine of destruction itself. Oh, wait a second, that's the wrong game. What did Team APS write this script? Why is tribute on the list? It's a Magic the Gathering mechanic? Really? Unfortunately, it is. Tribute is a mechanic from Born of the Gods, the second set in the original Theros block. Theros was an immensely popular plane. Who doesn't love Greek mythology? Populated with a number of successful mechanics like Constellation and Devotion, which we'll talk more about in a minute. Unfortunately, the block also had a couple duds, and among them, Tribute was the worst of the worst. Tribute is a mechanic on creatures that was designed to give your opponents a difficult choice. Make your creature stronger, or suffer some kind of other detrimental effect. The idea is that your opponent has the opportunity to pay tribute to the creature you've cast. If they don't, they suffer the consequences. The reason behind the design was that players reported that they like Punisher-style cards, meaning cards that force their opponents into making tough decisions. In practice, this mechanic turned out to be overly complicated and not very much fun. Despite its phrasing on tribute creatures, the choice of whether or not to pay tribute is not an enters the battlefield effect. The opponent you choose decides whether or not to put counters on the creature after the creature resolves, but before the creature has actually entered the battlefield. So it doesn't enter the battlefield naked and then get the +1/+1 counters on it. Mark Rosewater has said that tribute creatures have a tiny design space, as it's very difficult to design a creature that can be 2 different sizes and balance the enters the battlefield effect that you give the smaller size so that both modes are roughly equally as good. In other words, it's hard to give the same mana cost to what is essentially 2 different creatures. And if you miss on that design, then whichever side is worse, either the small creature with the enter the battlefield effect or the big creature without the effect, well then that's the side that the tribute creature's opponent will always choose. And thus a card that is supposed to be modal will end up doing the same thing every single time. The result of this difficult design space is that most tribute creatures are pretty expensive. The cheapest, Fanatic of Xenagos, is a 3-mana 4/4 for at least a turn, no matter how you slice it, which meant it was strong enough to see play in Standard. But all the other tribute creatures are between 4 and 6 mana, and the mechanic as a whole never made it out of the Standard environment where it debuted, despite being legal in Pioneer. Who wants to spend 5 mana on a card and not get to decide for themselves what the card will actually do? Not many Magic the Gathering players, if any, making Tribute one of the worst mechanics ever made. Many Magic the Gathering players love the Devotion mechanic. Monocolor themes are rare in Magic card design, mostly because they're difficult to pull off in a way that players find exciting. But part of the appeal of Magic is feeling drawn to a particular color and building a sort of identity around that color. It's therefore no wonder that Wizards of the Coast brought Devotion back when they returned to Theros in 2019. But what if I told you that about 5 years before Theros, there was a mechanic that was like Devotion, except weirder, way less intuitive, and much, much, much worse. Enter Chroma, Devotion's off-putting older brother. Chroma is an ability keyword that ties together effects that get stronger the more colored mana symbols you have on stuff. I can't really tell you which stuff because it's not always the same stuff. The stuff varies from card to card. That's right, unlike Devotion, which only checks the number of shared colored pips you have in play, Chroma sometimes checks the pips in play, but also sometimes checks the mana symbols of cards in your graveyard, or cards you reveal from your hand, or cards you reveal from your deck, or, you know, even just maybe sometimes the mana symbols on a single card that you've sacrificed to the most esoteric goblin bombardment you've ever seen. You never really hear about Chroma anymore, understandably, mostly because none of the cards that had Chroma were very good, and also because it was replaced by its much, much, much more successful successor half a decade later. Ultimately, Chroma is a good lesson in perseverance. The mechanic was bad enough in its first iteration that I wouldn't have blamed Wizards of the Coast had they chosen never to return to the idea of checking colored mana symbols in mana costs as part of a keyword mechanic. But kudos to them for recognizing what did work within a mechanic that, for the most part, didn't work. As a result of that, we got the awesome, excellent mechanic of Devotion. So whenever you tap a Nykthos to add an amount of green mana that would make Nylea herself weep, you can thank Primal Crux for paving the way for you. Primal Crux. Wait, is Primal Crux directly responsible for every combo kill in Pioneer Mono Green Devotion? How deep does this rabbit hole go? Next on our worst of the worst mechanics, we have Radiance. Spells with Radiance apply their effect to a target creature, and every creature that shares a color with that target. That is, except for Leave No Trace, the only spell with Radiance that affects something other than creatures. Imagine, if you will, you're playing a match of Original Ravnica Limited. You're playing Boros against your opponent's Selesnya deck. It's their turn, they've attacked with a few creatures, and you're getting ready to blow them out with your combat trick. You cast Rally the Righteous on your Boros Swiftblade to untap your whole team and give them all +2/+0. Unfortunately, half your opponent's creatures also untap to get +2/+0. Oops! Now you're taking an extra 4 damage to the face, and you gave some of their creatures vigilance. Despite how straightforward they may seem at first glance, with Radiance spells, none of your cards work quite the way you want them to. Removal spells with Radiance have a tendency of accidentally destroying your own creatures, while pump spells often seem to help your opponent out too. There's nothing more frustrating than building a deck around a specific idea of what your cards do, only to find out that they don't function at all the way you want them to. The problem with Radiance is it only works in a set with a lot of multicolor cards, as the phrasing of the mechanic implies that you aren't restricting your target to the same color every time. But when everyone has a bunch of multicolor creatures, it gets very hard to target just the creatures you want to target. Being a Boros mechanic, approximately 40% of the opponents you face will have red or white cards in their deck. So the chances that you run into an opponent who will make your Radiance cards nightmares to resolve at some point during a 3-round FNM is nearly 80%. And gods forbid you find yourself in a mirror match, much. It's easy to see the concept behind Radiance, a blinding light hitting all creatures that share a color. But the mechanic just can't work in a game system with only 5 colors to choose from. Unintentional overlaps are inevitable, and when you actually break down the effect within the context of the magic color pie, it stops feeling particularly Boros pretty quickly. What's Boros about accidentally zapping half your team when you tried to deal 2 damage to your Izzet opponent's red creatures? Generally speaking, what makes a mechanic fun is being reliable, coherent, and evocative. Radiance goes a whopping 0 for 3 by those metrics, and therefore finds itself firmly on the list of the worst mechanics of all time. Epic is a keyword on sorceries from Saviors of Kamigawa, the final set in the infamous original Kamigawa block. The reminder text for the mechanic reads, "For the rest of the game, you can't cast spells. At the beginning of each of your upkeeps, copy this spell except for its epic ability. You may choose a new target for the copy." Epic spells needed to be big and splashy in order to justify having the keyword epic, and to make up for being locked out of casting any other spells. But they can't win the game immediately, or there would be no reason for them to get copied every turn. Therefore, you're spending oodles of mana for an effect that wins the game once it's happened enough times, but you'll have to wait around until that time comes. And, of course, you have to hope your opponent can't kill you before it happens. Talk about a narrow design space. Of course, at least the spells they put on Epic are really cool, right? I mean, you can spend 8 mana and you get someone won snakes. Huh? Well, maybe the green one is just a dud. Surely the black one will be better. Nope. 6 mana to cranially extract a few cards a turn. The blue one is kinda cool, I guess. Though for the same mana cost, you could just put Omniscience into play. Huh, what do you think is more fun? Casting all the spells in my hand for free, or never casting another spell the rest of the game? As a rule, a Magic the Gathering mechanic that makes it so you don't get to keep playing Magic the Gathering is going to be a Magic the Gathering mechanic not worth playing. So by that metric, for the rest of the game, you can't cast spells is not a very promising way to begin a paragraph of rules text. Alright, so let's look at the final tally for Epic, shall we? A narrow design space means it's a nightmare to print Epic cards, and once they are printed, they're a nightmare to play with. Oh, and they're all rares, which means they also ruin the experience of cracking open a booster pack. What could possibly be worse than Epic? Go on, guess. What could possibly be worse than Epic? Stop saying banding. It's not banding, but I'll tell you what it is. All right, I'll give you a hint. The worst of the worst mechanic of all time is also from the original Kamigawa block. You wouldn't think so based on how awesome Neon Dynasty was, but OG Kamigawa was notorious for introducing some of the absolute worst designs in Magic's history. From unfun mechanics, to unplayable rares, to one of the most broken pieces of equipment in all of Magic. There are so many card design duds in original Kamigawa that it was hard not to fill this entire list with keywords from that block. That said, there was one more Kamigawa mechanic besides Epic that was so unbelievably heinous, we had no choice but to list it as number 1. The worst of the worst mechanics of all time is Sweep. That's right, the mechanic is called Sweep. Don't look it up, I want you to tell me what you think Sweep does. Nope, you're wrong. It has nothing to do with wrathing the board. No, it doesn't clean the floors either. The sweep ability word is printed on exactly 4 cards, a combination of instants and sorceries from Betrayers of Kamigawa that have a scaling effect based on how many of your lands of a certain type you return to hand from the battlefield. The idea behind the design, I can only assume, was that an angry spirit is rushing across the land, getting more powerful the more land it travels through. At least that's what it seems like, right? Hey, you know what? No, I'm not going to try to justify Sweep. Mark Rosewater himself went on record as saying that this mechanic should never, ever have been keyworded. If they had to give a keyword to this mechanic, they definitely shouldn't have given it that keyword. Talk about confusing. Sweeper is a colloquial term for Wrath of God effects. But because of 4 cards from 20 years ago, my god, they didn't even put it in each color. The official canon Magic term Sweep actually does something entirely different. Not only is the nomenclature terrible, but the cards themselves are astoundingly bad. You need your lands to cast your spells, so why would you put a card in your deck that makes you return your own lands to your hand? And if you're gonna return your lands to your hand, shouldn't the reward be something really strong? Not, I guess I deal some damage to that creature over there. Honestly, they might as well have given sweep cards the same. For the rest of the game, you can't cast spells clause. That's in the epic reminder text because it's basically what the cards do. And yeah, sweep cards are so bad that they didn't even feel confident enough in the mechanic when they designed it to put it on any blue or green cards. I guess there are no forest or sea spirits to rampage through the trees or islands. Print sweep on a blue card, you coward.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I got my Halloween costume in early this year. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild released to critical acclaim in March of 2017. This was immediately recognizable as one of the most impactful gaming moments in recent memory, hell, of all time even, which makes it that much more impactful as I throw it off this bridge. At the launch of Nintendo Switch, this was right alongside it, and was the only thing I cared about on that system for the next month and a half. How impressive. I'd say it was the only thing I cared about in general for a bit there. This ended up being the first Zelda game I officially beat. Even though I dabbled in most of the other games throughout the years and really liked what I played, I never saw them through to the end. But it was Breath of the Wild that truly hooked me and made it so much easier to appreciate and understand what makes Zelda special. And judging by how much this game sold, outselling Super Mario Odyssey, pushing the series to more widespread popularity than ever before, even seeing more traditional titles like Link's Awakening and Skyward Sword HD doing better than most comparable games ever did, it's obvious many people had a similar experience to me. Yes, also back in 2017, I decided to ruin my reputation in more ways than one, and talk about a few problems I had with the game. Hey, when you love somebody, you gotta tell them how it is sometimes. Dad, I hate you. I worded this by saying Breath of the Wild isn't perfect. Nothing is. Damn it. Well, I know nobody who gave this game a 10 out of 10 was actually saying it was perfect. It was the easiest way to get my point across. To talk about all the annoyances I had with the game that I felt could be improved upon in a potential sequel. And, wouldn't you know? Tears of the Kingdom isn't perfect. Well, after 6 years of waiting for a follow-up, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom released on May 12th, 2023. And much like Breath of the Wild, it received 10 out of 10s across the board. This was considered a landmark sequel to a landmark title, something that outdid something undoable. Now, in my opinion... Jesus Christ! Oh my god, I can go underground, I can go up so high and then fall all the way down below, make my own contraptions? How is this running on a broken Nintendo Switch? The new abilities are insane! I can fuse weapons with anything, rewind objects in time, ascend through ceilings. The puzzles are so creative, the world is never ending with so many finely crafted things to do. Yeah! With that being said, I have a few complaints. Now, you may be saying, Scott, why bother with the pointless negativity? You love this game, just embrace it. I did. And hey, being negative is healthy. The world could use more negativity. Like, haven't you heard? Things have been too positive lately. Son of a bitch. In my opinion, Breath of the Wild has one of the greatest openings in all of gaming. Not only for what it is, but what it represented at the time. After the release of Skyward Sword, many lamented the slow openings Zelda titles were notorious for having. Being over-tutorialized, so much dialogue and exposition, and it takes like 2 hours to actually get going. But with this game, you're getting your bearings in the Shrine of Resurrection for 5 minutes. Once you enter the open world, one quick title sequence, pan over to the old man who you can go up to for advice on what to do next. But at this point, it's all up to you. Sure, to get your paraglider to advance past this area, you have to visit the 4 shrines and tower, but there aren't excessive cutscenes and dialogue telling...
More fish. More fish.
Telling you to do this. Hell, talking to the old man is how you're directly told what to do. And while that's all really quick and painless, you can just flat out ignore him and go to these things yourself if you want. And because of that, I always felt free in this game to do anything I pleased. Even in the opening hour where you're at your most limited, what I saw was an immediate world of endless possibilities. Tears of the Kingdom, on the other hand, this opening isn't bad. It does the job and has some incredibly memorable moments. Though throughout the whole thing, I was constantly thinking to myself, I think I preferred Breath of the Wild's intro. The first bit of gameplay features Link and Zelda exploring the depths of Hyrule Castle, and you walk forward, cutscene, walk forward, cutscene, walk forward, cutscene, then 10 more minutes of cutscenes, and then the tutorial actually begins, which, this is a perfectly fine intro. Feels like many other AAA games. But that's just the thing here. It feels like it's doing the exact thing Breath of the Wild set out not to do. Because what follows is nearly 3 hours of the Great Sky Island, the first major area in the game. Here to give and teach you the major new abilities and reveal more of the plot. And my god, there's so much dialogue, so much stopping to tell you something you already know, and everything is so damn slow. This island is designed in a way where you don't explore it like the Great Plateau, the first area in Breath of the Wild. It's far more linear. It doesn't look like it, but once you start playing, you realize how there's really not as much to do here other than exactly what the game wants you to do. You just have to keep moving forward to the next story-beating cutscene, which just felt strange from the sequel to the game that defied this. But to be fair, the abilities you get kind of require more tinkering to fully understand, so obviously this opening is more guided for a reason. I just think it could have been refined to be quicker, more impactful, more fun, because the Great Plateau could have been home to an entire game, honestly. When I was able to leave, I wasn't going, thank Christ. My eyes widened, thinking, oh, things just expanded so much. I couldn't wait to get off of this goddamn thing.
Geez, Scott, with opinions like those, you should monetize them. Have people call in to tell you off. And as somebody with dog shit opinions would say, that's a horrible idea. Hi, my name is YouTube user Scott Hates Breath of the Wild. I make hourly content on hating Breath of the Wild and failing to make hourly content on hating Breath of the Wild for the past 6 years. And with Breath of the Wild's sequel releasing, I found this to be the perfect opportunity to take our first caller. Scott, I'm going to find you and skin you alive! This is Hate Scott, why not? Well, let's see what everybody has to say.
Hey there, Scott. Heard you weren't the biggest fan of Tears of the Kingdom. I'm gonna do some cartoonishly evil shit to you. Your house is gonna look like a 30-car pileup. Roman gladiator levels of bullshit. When they do your fucking autopsy, you're gonna have a different set of teeth.
Constructive criticism. Yum, yum, yum.
You're a jackass! If you think Tears of the Kingdom is just the best game ever made, I will come to Ohio and beat your ass!
Like I said, the abilities you have in this game take some getting used to, and justifiably so. I mean, these things are incredible feats of game design and engineering, and that all comes at a price. Strange product to offer, but to each their own. The Ultra Hand ability is ingenious, and a miracle it works as well as it does. Being able to grab and manipulate objects, sticking them together to other things to create whatever you can imagine, all without the game fucking exploding. That's a miracle, but it makes sense, because instead, it is I who explodes. Ultra Hand is so damn funky, man. Just trying to rotate an object exactly how you want is so hard to get used to, and when you stick an item together and want to unstick them, you have to wiggle the right stick. Why? I get you're trying to convey the feeling of actually unsticking something in real life, but there are a fair amount of buttons not being used when you have Ultra Hand enabled. Why can't I just hit one of those instead? And the act of sticking things together can be kind of finicky. Man, either I'm bad at this game, or this ability can be pretty clunky sometimes, and I'm bad at this game. So let's talk one of our other new abilities. fuse. Much like how you can attach objects together with Ultra Hand, you can attach pretty much anything in your inventory together to create stronger items or give them different properties, which opens up so many doors. Let's attach something to an arrow. Why is this more cumbersome than my taxes? Which isn't saying much, but still. Fusing a material to an arrow you've drawn is done via this menu, which is just every single material you have in a single file line. It works, it's easy enough, but you collect hundreds of materials in this game. There's so much empty space on the screen, you cannot tell me this was the best solution here. And you know what's crazy? This is one of the best ways Fuse is implemented. Because if we want to fuse our sword or shield with anything in our inventory, you can't do it like with arrows. No. You have to select the item in the pause menu, hold it, drop it in game, select Fuse on your ability wheel, and then combine it with what you're currently holding. Son of a bitch. I had an open 15 seconds in my schedule to fill in there. Thank you, Tears of the Kingdom. Why do I have to do all this? It should be as simple as selecting the item in your menu and hitting a fuse button. That's basically how it works for arrows. I get they want you to fuse with items on the fly when you find them in the world, and the ability works well in that scenario. But using it in menus with arrows without having to select the ability while not being able to use it in menus with everything else and needing to have fuse selected while doing it is inconsistent. It's clunky. I've lost many a material dropping it in the world to fuse with and
79 fishing.
fell off this cliff. What else are cliffs for, right?
We did
Let's
it.
try this again. I want to fuse a rock.
Congratulations.
There's an enemy nearby. Let me take care of that. Son of a bitch. Now these abilities are selected by holding down L to access this wheel containing all of these special little things we can do. Like, damn, this game has abilities through the fucking roof.
Did you hear what you can do in Tears of the Kingdom? You can boot up the game, you can press start, you can sit there after pressing start.
Why does this wheel have so much filler? Why is the map here when I can more quickly access it by hitting minus? Why is Amiibo here when you can just put that in the pause menu? Like, when are we gonna need that at a moment's notice? And these being here increases my baffle output tenfold when there are so many things that would benefit from being selectable this way. Take, for example, the Sage abilities, your reward for beating the temples. And what a reward they are. Congratulations, you saved the world. This was cool. During my first temple, I found having a companion with a special ability to be really useful.
We've got 306
Now
permits.
we go back to how
Let's see if we get anything cool. But mostly, sharks. Give me sharks. And sea turtles.
It's time for the Temp-o-ross pet. This guy wants to eat sea turtles. Do not eat those sea turtles.
I got
Put
5
those sea turtles down immediately.
Tastes like endangered, man. I don't want these planks. Dude, I'm gonna have so many freaking lobsters. I'm lobstering here.
Lobby.
Dang it, lobby.
things were before. So to get the spirit of that companion as a reward and effectively having them by my side throughout the rest of the game was a treat. But then you get another, and another, and another. And when you have all of them following you around and they clog up the screen, it can be overwhelming, but that's not even the half of it. To use their abilities, you have to walk up to each of them manually and hit A. But since these are computer-controlled companions, sometimes they're not where you want them to be, or they're actively running away from you, or another one butts in front of the one you want and you activate the wrong ability. Having these guys follow you around and fight with you is nice. It makes the adventure feel less lonely, and their abilities can be very useful. But this is Clunk 101. Did you ever go to Clunk school?
Open this jar.
They did. You can turn each sage on or off from the pause menu, though their abilities are so useful at a moment's notice that I'm willing to put up with said Clunk to just have them around at all times. Though if they were a part of the ability wheel, they it would be much easier to warrant doing this. I don't know. This game just made some funky decisions with its interface. Speaking of which, spot the difference.
Yeah, this one's on the left.
After waiting over 6 years, I was definitely excited to see what Nintendo did to address many complaints and issues with Breath of the Wild while also improving the overall experience. Apparently the guy for that was out. Yeah, when I look back at the complaints I had and the complaints others had, Tears of the Kingdom doesn't really fix much of this. It's pretty much Breath of the Wild, warts and all, with a big fat layer of new stuff laid on top of it. The user interface looks identical, and while it's functional, I think a redesign would have gone a long way. We're already reusing so much from the previous game here that the least you could do is choose a different font. The inventory and map screens at least saw a few tweaks, but not enough to feel all that distinct or improved. In fact, the only thing I originally thought they changed was the color here. The graphics, practically identical. I mean, from a technical standpoint, yes, they've made improvements, and while there's impressive tech and hard work behind them, it's all pretty damn subtle in practice. Without looking up the dirty details, this looks the same. Speaking of looking the same, that was my problem with the shrines in Breath of the Wild. When you have 120 mini-dungeons to complete and they all look identical, it can become a bit grating. And in Tears of the Kingdom, thankfully, they gave us new interior and exterior designs for the shrines. For this game, every shrine still looks the same. What a lineup! Weapon degradation, something complained about to no end previously. It's still here. Hell, it's even worse! Pretty much every sword you pick up now is rusted, meaning they last not. But this is to incentivize you to fuse your weapons to make them more durable, which, in practice, I mean, sure, it works, but when you have to give us pretty much nothing but rusted weapons on the surface to get us to do it, it doesn't end up feeling like it makes a huge difference to me. But you can also repair your weapons by going up to Octoroks, dropping your weapon, having them suck it up, spit it back out, it'll be brand new, and often have a status buff. And how did I learn to do this? I didn't! This is such a hidden feature. You would only discover it by accident on your own, and you can only do it once with each Octorok. So what? This solves everything? Well, head down to the depths. There, you can find non-rusted weapons, but goddamn, I gotta do all this to get more than 5 hits out of a sword? I always appreciated weapon degradation. I felt it pushed you to be creative and act on the spot in combat once a weapon broke, forcing you to try all the weapons in the game rather than sticking to only a handful. And with the introduction of Fuse, this is pushed even further. Now, it's all about this. A weapon about to break? Experiment. Combine it with something to keep it alive for just a bit longer, and hey, you may discover a great weapon setup that way. I think this is all ingenious, but it doesn't really solve my problem with weapon degradation. I just wanted them to last a little bit longer. Now, they last shorter by default, and I gotta do all this junk for them to be usable past, like, one enemy. This solution is perfect on paper. It keeps the game balanced with breakable weapons while offering a solution that still promotes experimentation. But because 95% of the weapons are rusted and on average last shorter than Breath of the Wild, I feel like we're sort of back where we started. Climbing in the rain is still a no-go, though you can find clothing with slip resistance.
Much like how I found this bulletproof vest.
Well, this doesn't do a damn thing. I just feel like Tears of the Kingdom doesn't really improve on much from Breath of the Wild. Rather, introduces a ton of stuff which can, in theory, improve
More
issues in
soaked
that
pages.
game, but those issues are still there.
What if I got a harpoon, though?
It's a bit situational.
That would be pretty cool.
Oh my god.
Harpoon! Harpoon! What's the chance of a harpoon, anyway? 1 out of 8,000, Gigas.
You nerd emoji looking fuck.
I've been feeling damn good lately, but I know I need to balance my emotions more, so thank you for hurting me.
Hey Scott, this is Matthew from Tucson, Arizona. I don't actually care about Tears of the Kingdom, but I have to ask you, have you ever paid your taxes?
Hey Scott, what does the C in Scott stand for? Fucking idiot?
No, it stands for thank you for your input.
Tears of the Kingdom is a brand new game, not something that could have just been an update or an expansion pack. It's its own entity. There's no getting around that. And because of that, its insistence on following Breath of the Wild's format holds it back tremendously, in my opinion. It hits the exact same bullet points of what you did in the previous game. The tutorial section involves going to 4 shrines to get your abilities. Then you have to go to 4 different regions on the map to basically do the dungeons of the game, and all the while find Koroks hiding in the same types of places, which collecting them does the same exact thing they did in Breath of the Wild, much like running around finding the tears, which is this game's memories. Find the shrines, complete the shrines, they do the exact same thing they did in the previous game. But when you find the Master Sword, oh, it's completely different this time around. You need more stamina to regain it instead of hearts.
Who are you?
So much of what you do in Tears of the Kingdom follows the exact same template as Breath of the Wild, and I get it, it's a sequel. I was expecting it to follow a lot of the same tropes, but I mean, beat for beat, this follows that game too closely. This structure worked great in Breath of the Wild, and it works fine here, but honestly, this all felt more natural in that game. Why were you going to the 4 different regions there? Why, to free the 4 divine beasts, because your goal is to waltz into Hyrule Castle and eliminate Calamity Ganon right from the start. But going to these 4 regions and completing these help you become stronger and make Calamity Ganon weaker. Why are you going to the 4 different regions in Tears of the Kingdom? To waste my goddamn time. The story in Tears of the Kingdom was treated as if it was so much more in-depth and better than Breath of the Wild. While, in my opinion, I honestly think it's more shallow and far worse. Breath of the Wild's plot was really basic. However, I would never call it bad. I think it was perfect for what they were trying to do. Practically everything was optional. You didn't need to complete the divine beast. You didn't need to find the memories. You could do whatever you want. So
well, I don't think we're getting either of the tome or the thing, but that's okay. They're not really that important.
From amnesia and having to piece together memories by finding locations and recalling certain scenes worked well with the non-linear setup
We
of
got
the game.
the sharks.
These memories make sense to be seen.
That's what matters. 300 sharks, boy.
You just remember a certain thing.
Charcoal Rick.
You don't know what happened before, what happened after, just that. And it's not like these memories are revealing any vital story details you need to know. It's all supplemental. You already know what happened at the end of the day, so what these are more focused on is showcasing Zelda as a character, who she was, what she was interested in, what she struggled with, how her and Link interacted, which makes the drive to rescue her that much greater. As time passes, I respect how this game does story more and more. Though, once again, the story itself, nothing groundbreaking. I mostly think it's good because it works incredibly well in tandem with how Breath of the Wild is designed as a game. Tears of the Kingdom ever around with an antonym? This story is lame as hell, man. Just, it isn't a good time with the gameplay like with Breath of the Wild, but it's also not good in its own right. Zelda is captured by the resurrected corpse of the Demon King, and Link is...
That's the end of stream tonight. We got sharks and thingies. I gotta cook a bunch of fish. I do have to cook a bunch of fish, jeez. That's a lot of fishes. Alright, bye stream, bye sun.